This is Audible.
Recorded Books and One-Click Digital present Dr. DOA by Simon R. Green. Narrated by Gideon Emery. The Drood family has been safeguarding humanity for generations, facing down the horrors of the hidden world so you don't have to. So you never have to know just how bad things can get in the secret histories. It's always the dangling threads from cases that were never properly closed that come back to haunt you. It's the nature of the secret agent job that you're never going to get to the bottom of every mystery, never completely shut down every evil organization, never put a hand on the shoulder of every villain. It's always the one you've forgotten all about that does for you in the end. There is a man who gets away with murder. A man who specializes in removing the problems from other people's lives by killing the people who cause those problems. He operates from the darkest shadows of the hidden world, coming and going unseen. No one knows who he is, just his nom de mort. Dr. DOA. Chapter 1. Who knows what the future holds? I'm Eddie Drood, secret agent for the very secret Drood family. Unless I'm working undercover, and then I go by my use name, Shaman Bond. That feckless, easygoing face about town, always on the lookout for a little profitable trouble to get into. Shaman has his uses. Doors will open to him, and people will talk to him, whereas they'd run like hell from a Drood. Under one name or another, I've fought bad guys and evil forces, vicious conspiracies and demons from the outer dark. I've saved the world on more than one occasion, though the world never knew. I have punished the guilty and protected the innocent, solved mysteries and known something of the night, and walked right through the valley of death with a big, nasty grin on my face. I have known good luck and bad, triumphs and tragedies, and the love of a woman worth loving. I've lived. But I should have remembered the one certain lesson that life teaches. Nothing lasts. Every story comes to an end, and the curtain falls on every one of us. Because there's nothing you can build that the world can't tear down. My name is Eddie Drood, and I am a dead man walking. It started just like any other day, with a case that seemed no different from any other. I was walking through a winter wonderland, a pleasant snow-covered scene in the middle of a forest, miles from anywhere. On a cold, brisk morning, under an iron-grey sky, with snow falling silently in fat, white puffs. Snow had been falling for quite some time, and the thick cover crunched noisily under my heavy boots as I strode along. The narrow path, such as it was, wandered between dark, leafless trees and took its own sweet time about getting anywhere. No birds sang, and nothing moved anywhere, even in the depths of the forest. I could look in any direction I liked, for as far as I liked, and not be bothered by any trace of human civilization. When I want to get away, I like to really get away. My only companion in this calm and peaceful, whited-out world was the small, shaggy dog padding cheerfully along beside me. He'd taken it upon himself to keep me company. He thought I needed looking after. I trudged along the path, occasionally slipping and sliding as I kicked my way through treacherous drifts. My heavy greatcoat kept out the cold, and the long knitted scarf wrapped round and round my neck prevented the bitter wind from harassing me. I was also wearing thick rainbow-striped mittens, a gift from my Molly. A woman of marvellous abilities and intrepid character, but no taste at all when it comes to knitwear. I was wearing the damned things only because she'd knitted them herself. She'd suggested the dog might like a cosy coat and little booties, but I put my foot down firmly on his behalf. My bare face smarted from the cold, and my breath steamed heavily on the air. My nose was running and my ears ached, but I remained resolutely happy, even content. Nothing like being wrapped up warm against the cold, defying everything the winter world could throw at you. I finally left the trees behind and emerged into a wide clearing, where a paved path led straight to the front door of my isolated country cottage. Just a simple stone structure with shuttered windows, heavy gables, and a roof buried under a thick layer of snow. Icicles hung from the guttering like gleaming exclamation marks over how cold it was. The cottage was small enough to be cosy, but with room enough to breathe. Cat swinging was not encouraged. Occasional puffs of smoke rose from the squat brick chimney, reminding me that I needed to build up the fire again. I gathered up a bucket of coal and an armful of wood from the bunkers at the side of the house, while my dog watched solemnly and made no effort to help. I went back to my front door, kicked it open, and carried my burden inside. My door is never locked, because this far from civilization there's no one to lock it against. The main room boasted comfortable furnishings, thick rugs on the floor, and the biggest grandfather clock I could find. It stood proudly in one corner, and had glass panels so I could observe the mechanisms working. I stoked the fire quickly, and loaded up the battered old coal scuttle before pulling off the detested mittens so I could warm my fingers over the dancing flames. I straightened with a minimum of pained noises, stretched slowly, unwound the long scarf from my neck, and then shrugged off my greatcoat before hanging them both on the ornately carved coat rack. The dog turned around several times in front of the fire and collapsed onto the thick rug with a solid thump. His way of telling me that as far as he was concerned, all travelling was now at an end. He wasn't going anywhere. I knew how he felt. I turned on the clockwork radio, and Radio 4 hit me with a cathedral choir singing a Christmas carol. Angelic voices celebrating the festive season and offering comfort and joy. I made myself a big mug of hot sweet tea and settled comfortably into the padded armchair by the fire. The mug had "World's Best Secret Agent" on one side and "Please Don't Tell Anyone" on the other. My Uncle James gave it to me years ago. I looked around, taking my time and enjoying an old-fashioned setting illuminated by a warm golden light. My Christmas tree stood sturdily in its corner, festooned with the traditional battered tinsel, cracked baubles and flickering lights brought out of storage one more time. It was one of my few happy childhood memories. Christmas cards lined the mantelpiece, because you can't escape the damn things. Reply to one, and you're on their list till one of you dies. I kicked off my boots and stretched out my toes toward the crackling fire. The dog made a low noise deep in his throat, as though to say, "Don't wave those things in my direction." He was lying on his back now, with his paws in the air, showing everything he had. Dogs have no dignity. They glory in the absence of it. I sipped at my steaming tea. All was well with the world. I like Christmas. I like everything about Christmas, except having to spend it with my family. Most of my relatives could start a fight in an empty room, and then lie about who won. I much prefer to spend Christmas on my own, in my own way, not to be bothered by anyone. A selfish wish at an unselfish time of the year. "Apart from me," said the dog, reading my thoughts as usual. "You're different," I said. "And your sweetie, Molly Metcalf." "Well, of course Molly has to be here," I said. "Everything's better when Molly's around. For two such noted loners, we do seem to spend a lot of time in each other's company." "That's love," the dog said wisely. "What do you know about love?" I said. "I'm a dog. We love everyone. That's what we're for. Humans aren't worthy of us, but we love them anyway, because someone has to." I glanced at the grandfather clock. "She should be here soon. I'd better take a look at how dinner's doing. The chicken's been in the oven for ages. It should have stopped clucking by now." "Only you would cook chicken tikka masala for Christmas," said the dog. "I like what I like," I said calmly. "Fortunately, so does Molly." The dog sniggered. "Except when it comes to knitwear." "You keep quiet about that," I said sternly. "One wrong word, and I'll send you off to be seen to." It's the little white lies and discreet diplomacy that make a relationship possible. "Humans," said the dog. "If you all just sniffed one another's arses, you'd be a lot happier." The phone rang. A harsh, urgent sound. The dog turned over heavily, and his head rose. We both looked at the old-fashioned black bakelite phone. I stayed in my chair, hoping the thing would stop ringing if I just toughed it out long enough. But it didn't. "Are you going to answer that?" said the dog. "Would you expect me to?" "That phone is supposed to be only for emergencies," I said, not budging from my chair. "And even then, my family should know better than to bother me at Christmas." "The trouble with everyone in your family," said the dog, "is that they always think they know better." "True," I said. I struggled up out of my nice, comfortable chair, strode over to the phone, snatched it up, and growled into it. "Either you're in real trouble, or you're about to be." "Ah, Eddie, gracious as ever," said a cold, familiar voice. The Drood Sergeant-at-Arms. "Come home, you're needed." "Get someone else." "It has to be you," said the sergeant, entirely untroubled by the open menace in my voice. "All our other field agents are spoken for, and this mission can't wait. Don't make me come and get you." "I'm expecting Molly for Christmas dinner. You want to argue with her? Bring her too. You're going to need backup on this one. I sighed heavily. If this doesn't turn out to be horribly important and extremely urgent, I will decorate my Christmas tree with your insides. He hung up on me. The modern equivalent of having the last word. I slammed the phone down and said a few choice words of my own. Am I to take it Christmas is cancelled? Said the dog. No figgy pudding and plum duff for the good and the virtuous this year? Let us be optimistic and say, postponed. I pulled my boots back on and strode over to the front door. My good mood had evaporated, effortlessly banished by my family and the hold it still had over me, despite everything. I opened the door carefully inwards and looked out on the wintry scene. Everything was still and quiet for as far as I could see. I raised my voice, addressing the dark trees generally. Molly! We're needed! She appeared abruptly out of nowhere, striding up the path to my door, grinning cheerfully and wearing a long fur coat over knitted leggings. The love of my life, my reason for being, the only thing that keeps me sane in a crazy world. Her pale face, surrounded by long bobbed black hair, seemed paler than ever in the cold. Her rosebud mouth the only touch of colour. She bounded up the path, kicking snow out of her way with simple joie de vivre. She called out to me while she was still some distance away, because she could never resist a chance to prove she was right about something and I was wrong. Relationships. I told you to rip that phone out, Eddie. Every year you try for a quiet Christmas, hiding yourself away from your relatives, and every year something comes up so they have to call you back. It's just tempting fate. I thought I'd be safe here, I said, tucked away in a wintry corner of your wood between the worlds. Just because the Droods can't get in doesn't mean they can't reach out and twist your arm, said Molly. Any idea what the mission is? No, but they want you as well, I said, which is unusual. Probably means a mission that's more than usually dangerous. Now, that's what I call a Christmas present, said Molly. We met in the doorway, and she did her best to hug all the breath out of me, following with a kiss that made sure I'd stay kissed. Behind us, the dogs started singing, Love is all around. Molly and I finally let go of each other, and I ushered her inside. She shrugged off her long fur coat and threw it at the coat rack before sniffing at the air in a ladylike way as I closed the door. Tikka masala? It'll wait, I said. Till next year, if need be. My Uncle Jack knew how to design an oven. I opened the front door, carefully pushing it outwards this time, and Molly and I stepped out of my isolated country cottage and into my private room in Drood Hall. Comfortable enough, but with only the basic requirements, because I made a point of spending as little time in it as possible. The dog trotted out after us and dropped his hologram disguise as I closed the door. Scraps Point 2 was a robot dog, one of Uncle Jack's last creations before his recent death. He scratched at his metal sides with a gleaming back paw, resulting in a harsh clattering sound. He seemed to find it comforting. His eyes glowed red as he looked at me. Only you would have a cottage in the woods inside a room within Drood Hall, Eddie. Self-protection, I said. The more layers I can put between me and my family, the better. I could stick around if you want. Better not, I said. I can't take a dog on a mission in the field. Why not? Scraps Point 2 said loudly. I'm tougher than you, better armed than you, and my logic circuits can think rings around you. Because dogs that come with built-in weaponry and can fire grenades out of somewhere unfortunate tend to get noticed, I said. Ah, said the dog. There is that, yes. I do tend to make an impression. Think I'll nip down to the armory, see what Maxwell and Victoria are up to. I can't have them thinking they can run the place without me. Look after him, Molly. See you two when you get back. He trotted out the door, his steel paws thudding heavily on the thick carpeting. Molly looked at me. That is one protective dog. I think the armourer programmed it into him, I said, because he knew he wouldn't be around to do it himself. I still can't get used to him sounding like your Uncle Jack, said Molly. I shrugged. His master's voice. We left my room and started down the landing, walking side by side and just daring anyone to get in our way. Start as you mean to go on. As a leading member of the family, I was entitled to a room on the top floor of Drood Hall. Only the one room, of course. After living in the old manor house for so many centuries, I find the hall is getting just a bit crowded. The youngsters live in dormitories, which has led to more than one comment about battery farming. We keep the dormitories strictly separated, with locked doors and barbed wire fences in between, but we still have to give the birth control talk a little earlier every year. But then, if they didn't see the world's rules and regulations as just challenges to be overcome, they wouldn't be Droods. Molly and I descended several stairways, nodding and smiling briefly to all the people we passed, all of whom smiled and nodded briefly in return, while giving us plenty of space. Nothing like having a scary reputation to get you elbow room. When we finally reached the ground floor, somewhat out of breath after so many stairs, the sergeant-at-arms was waiting at the bottom to meet us. Possibly out of courtesy, more likely so he wouldn't go anywhere he didn't want us going. The Drood sergeant-at-arms looks like a thug and a bully, because he is. He enforces discipline inside the family, and he does love his work. We've never got on. He was dressed as always in the stark black and white formal outfit of a Victorian butler, because tradition is a harsh mistress. "I can't believe you're back working for your relatives again, Eddie," said Molly as we descended the stairs towards him. "After everything they've done to you." "It's just for now," I said. "It's not like I've anywhere else to go, or anything else to do. I need to keep busy." "You need to feel needed," said Molly. "If you despise my family so much, why are you here?" "I'm just sticking around until you come to your senses." We slammed to an abrupt halt at the foot of the stairs, because it was either that or walk right over the sergeant-at-arms. And don't think that thought hadn't occurred to both of us. The sergeant nodded to me, ignoring Molly. She bristled dangerously, and I dropped a hand on her arm and squeezed it hard. She smiled at the sergeant in a way that clearly said, "Later." Anyone else would have started running right there. "The matriarch is waiting to see you," said the sergeant, "in her new private office." I had to raise an eyebrow at that. Not in the sanctity, but that's the most secure and most private place in the hall. And anyway, it's traditional. Cut a Drood, and we bleed tradition. "Normally, yes," the sergeant said stiffly, "but we have always understood the necessity of adapting to changing conditions." I looked at him for a long moment. What conditions are we talking about? What's changed? "Every new matriarch must make her own way," the sergeant said steadily. "Margaret has decided not to use the sanctity." "How many of the family council will be attending this meeting?" I said. "Their advice will not be needed," said the sergeant. "This is just a private chat in the matriarch's private office." I finally got the implication. "You mean away from Ethel? Doesn't the matriarch trust our gracious other-dimensional benefactor anymore?" "I don't think the matriarch trusts anyone," said the sergeant, "which is, after all, as it should be." Molly was shaking her head. "You people have raised paranoia to an art form." "Thank you," said the sergeant-at-arms. "I thought Ethel could hear everything that goes on inside the hall," I said. "Not necessarily," said the sergeant, which was interesting. He led the way through the ground floor, and everyone hurried to give us plenty of room. I might have a bad reputation, but he was the one they had to live with every day. And Molly was scowling, in a thoughtful sort of way, which is never a good sign. The matriarch's new private office turned out to be in a remote corner of the ground floor, well away from the general traffic. The sergeant knocked politely, and the door swung open before him. He gestured for me to go in. I smiled and waved for him to go first. Never trust a Drood sergeant-at-arms at your back. He nodded, as though he quite understood what I was thinking and approved, and led the way. I strolled in after him with my nose in the air, doing my best to give the impression I was doing everyone a favour just by turning up. Molly stuck close to my side, more like a bodyguard than a lover. The matriarch had filled her new office with more flowers, blooms, and unusual vegetation than any normal person should have felt comfortable with. Thick grass carpeted the floor, and the walls were covered with heavy mats of creeping vines. Bright colours rioted to every side, and rich scents steeped the air. It felt more like a jungle than a garden. I kept wanting to look around for predators. The matriarch was sitting behind a very ordinary desk, her face calm and implacable. Molly and I sat down on the chairs facing her without waiting to be asked, while the sergeant-at-arms stood to one side. Because he didn't do normal things like sitting. People might think he was getting soft. I glared around the office, In a way I hoped suggested that everything should keep its distance and know its place. I don't approve of familiarity from the plant world. It was all very impressive, but I would have hated to be the Druid in charge of keeping everything watered. I finally nodded familiarly to the matriarch. "Missing your old job as head gardener, Maggie?"
"You have no idea,"
the matriarch said in her usual no-nonsense voice.
"I never wanted to be matriarch, but if I have to run this family, I'll do it in a way I can live with. If I can't be in the gardens, I'll bring the garden inside. Now, we need to talk. Something has happened that needs stamping on right now."
I looked the matriarch over carefully. She'd gone in for a serious makeover since I last saw her. A dark blue power suit of almost brutal style and impact, and blonde hair shorn back to her skull in a buzz cut. She was still short and stocky, but she looked bigger. All business. Being matriarch changes a person. You have to grow up, to grow into it. Power and duty, an unchallengeable word and never-ending responsibilities, either make or break you very quickly. Of course, Margaret had always been a tough nut, even when she was just Capability Maggie, in charge of the hall grounds. I couldn't resist teasing her, just a bit, for the good of her soul. "Are those shoulders padded?" I said innocently.
"It's a good look,"
Molly said solemnly.
"Very 80s, very Iron Lady. Really rocking that power-crazed authority figure bit."
"She is the matriarch," said the sergeant. "People must show the proper respect."
"Us?"
said Molly.
"That'll be the day."
"Why have I been called back so urgently?" I said, just a bit plaintively. "When I told you I needed some downtime and was on call only for serious emergencies." I broke off as all the flowers and blooms turned their heads to look at me, and not in a good way. The creeping vines on the walls stirred and hissed threateningly. The matriarch has always been very protective of her garden, and vice versa.
"Control your pets," said Molly, "or I'll hit them with a blast of magical weed killer." "They're just looking out for me," said the matriarch. "You really shouldn't raise your voice to me, Eddie."
"If they even look like bothering me, I will make mulch out of them," I said coldly. The flowers looked at me, and then at Molly, in a thoughtful sort of way, and backed off a little. The sergeant-at-arms cleared his throat.
"If we could please stick to the matter at hand. Time is of the essence."
"It's come to something," I said, "if you're having to act as peacemaker."
"The irony of the situation has not escaped me,"
said the sergeant. "All right," I said. "Peace all round and goodwill to everyone. Let's get the hell on with it. What's the mission, and why is it so damned urgent?"
"You brief them,"
the matriarch said to the sergeant.
"You have the latest information."
The sergeant bowed to her and fixed me with a hard look.
"We need you to break into the secret headquarters of a new organization, Cassandra Inc. It claims to be able to see the future, and has been selling information on what's going to happen to all kinds of interested parties."
"Okay, hold it right there," said Molly. "That's not actually possible. There is no one fixed future, as such, just a whole bunch of possible outcomes and differing timelines. Which one you end up in is the result of all the different choices made by all the people in the world. Even the most powerful computers would have a hard time crunching numbers that big."
"Nevertheless,"
the sergeant said in his best "you're not telling me anything I don't already know" voice,
"Cassandra Inc. has demonstrated an excellent track record of getting it right."
"How is it doing it?" I said.
"We don't know," said the matriarch, "and that's just one of the things worrying us."
"As long as Cassandra Inc. stuck to predicting business futures or personal recommendations, we were ready to leave it be," said the sergeant. "But now Cassandra has started peddling future information to the secret organizations of the hidden world, the good, the bad, and all those highly dubious groups lurking in between."
"Not government agencies," I said. "I mean, they'd be the most obvious markets. Politicians always have a vested interest in knowing what's coming their way so they can blame it on someone else."
"Cassandra has refused to deal with any government department or individual," said the matriarch, "either for political reasons or because no government would approve of how Cassandra's getting its information. Would we be right in thinking our current government is not too happy about being excluded?" said Molly.
"And would we, by any chance, be doing our government a favour by intervening?" I said. "Do we perhaps need something from it?"
"So cynical,"
said the matriarch. "Please," I said. "I'm a Druid."
It wouldn't hurt to have the current administration owe us one, the matriarch conceded. Never know when we might need to call it in. But that's not why we're sending you. We have our own reasons for wanting Cassandra Inc. brought down. It started selling information on where Druid field agents are going to be and what they're going to be doing, and that is unacceptable. No one gets to interfere with Druid business.
Molly had a sudden moment of insight and bounced up and down in her chair.
That's why they need you, Eddie. All your fellow field agents are compromised and running round in circles trying to avoid the futures predicted for them. You're the only one without a current mission.
She broke off, then sat still and frowned.
No, wait, hold on a minute. If Cassandra Inc. really can predict the future, it should know about this meeting and know that we're coming. According to the family psychics, Eddie has been through so much in so many weird and unusual places that he has become unpredictable, said the matriarch. I've always thought so, said Molly.
Cassandra must be stopped,
the sergeant said flatly.
The organisation is sabotaging our missions, interfering with the family's ability to operate in the shadows, making it impossible for us to defend humanity from all the things that threaten it.
Again, Cassandra should know that, I said. Isn't the organisation putting itself at risk along with everyone else?
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Said the matriarch. We get a free pass a lot of the time, because good and bad alike can see it's in their best interests to leave us alone. We couldn't operate if we were constantly at war with everyone who disagreed with us.
Well, we could, said the sergeant, but it would be messy.
Damned right, I said. We're supposed to be shepherds, not stormtroopers.
We protect humanity,
said the sergeant.
Whatever it takes.
We have reached out to Cassandra, directly and indirectly, as a reminder of this, said the matriarch. But the organisation refuses to talk to us. We think it's just in it for the money. Make as much as possible, as quickly as possible, and then disappear and leave everyone else to clean up the mess it's made. Or it could be, said Molly, that whatever Cassandra's using to predict the future has a limited shelf life. The organisation has to squeeze what it can out of it while it can. That's why it's prepared to take on people like you.
Could be,
said the sergeant.
Your mission is to infiltrate Cassandra's secret headquarters and find out how it's doing this, said the matriarch, fixing her attention on me. And then decide whether we should co-opt it and take it in-house or shut down the whole operation with extreme prejudice.
That's why you want Molly to accompany me, I said, because she's the really destructive one. Molly smiled at me dazzlingly.
You say the nicest things. A plan of action has been prepared for you, said the matriarch.
How can we be sure Cassandra won't know we're coming? I said.
Our Esper section is getting ready to flood the ether with psychic chaff, just in case, said the matriarch. Overload the scene with so much information that Cassandra will be temporarily blinded. And no, I don't fully understand that either, so there's no point in asking. Basically, they'll be generating a psychic blind spot for you to move in. But apparently that takes a lot out of them, so they won't be able to maintain it for long. Once you leave the hall, you'll be working against the clock. Take too long, and your protection could just vanish. I thought you said Eddie was unpredictable, said Molly. And what about me? Will they be able to see me?
Since we don't know how Cassandra gets its information, we can't be sure of its limitations, said the sergeant. Stick close to Eddie, and you should be fine. Of course, if you're worried...
I'm going, said Molly. I just don't like being taken for granted.
Trust me, I said. Nobody does. They wouldn't dare. She beamed at me.
Somebody's getting something special in their Christmas stocking.
If we could please stick to the subject, said the sergeant. We need to get the two of you moving as soon as possible.
Given our psychic department's past record, I said, I can't say I have much faith in psychic chaff. I wouldn't trust that bunch to guess my weight.
I'm sure they know that, said the matriarch. Now, since you'll be operating inside a blind spot, you won't be able to communicate with the family until the job is over.
You mean I won't be bothered constantly by my family-mandated handler? I said.
Gosh, what a pity! Never mind.
Now, what is the mission, exactly? Information gathering, property damage, or blow up everything and sow the ground with salt afterwards?
Whatever you decide to be necessary,
the matriarch said carefully.
It's up to you to discover what's really going on and do whatever it takes to resolve the situation. Permanently.
I looked steadily at her. Do I need to remind you I have sworn I won't kill again, even in the line of duty? I'm an agent, not an assassin. The matriarch met my gaze unflinchingly.
I'm not asking you to kill, Eddie. Just asking you to spy.
The sergeant moved over to the left-hand wall, and the creeping vines drew back to reveal a view screen. An image of a massive aircraft carrier appeared, in flight. It seemed to be sailing through the clouds quite serenely, without any obvious means of support. So high in the sky, there was no sign of ground anywhere.
Cassandra Inc.'s secret headquarters, said the sergeant. It remains constantly in flight, never landing. Held aloft by alien tech acquired on the black market.
While you're there, said the matriarch, find out what this tech is and where Cassandra got it, so we can shut down the suppliers as well. There's far too much alien contraband out in the world these days, drawing attention to itself. We're supposed to be the only ones with that kind of advantage.
The unknown technology also seems to hide the headquarters from the rest of the world, said the sergeant. No one knows where the ship is, apart from us.
How do we know? I said.
Because we're Druids, said the matriarch. We know everything.
If that was true, this mission wouldn't be necessary, I said. What you mean is, somebody talked.
Exactly, said the sergeant. Someone, and it really doesn't matter who, bought future information from Cassandra. Whatever it was, it upset them so much they ratted Cassandra out. And once we knew what to look for, nothing could hide Cassandra from us.
Our new armour is settling in nicely, said the matriarch. Doing really good work.
How are we supposed to sneak onto an aircraft carrier zooming around in the stratosphere? I said. In fact, if it never lands, how does Cassandra get its own people on board?
Shuttles,
said the sergeant.
Our first thought was to have you join the next replacement crew, but that would take too long. We want this operation shut down now.
I suppose I could try the Merlin glass, I said. Have it open a door somewhere inside the carrier.
No, the matriarch said flatly. We can't trust that unnatural thing anymore. Not after it's let you down so many times. And besides, using that much power would almost certainly blast right through the psychic chaff. You'd be spotted immediately.
We never did find out why Merlin gave the glass to the family in the first place, said the sergeant. As I am head of security for the family, that has bothered me for some time. The Trojan horse insists on coming to mind.
Merlin Satanspawn didn't exactly have a reputation for kindly deeds, outside of King Arthur's court, said Molly. I mean, come on. The clue is in the name.
He was born to be the Antichrist, I said, but declined the position because of his friendship with Arthur, and because he believed in Arthur's dream of Camelot. As far as I'm concerned, that buys him a lot of slack.
Only because you've never met him, said Molly.
And you have? I said.
Oh, sure. In Strangefellow's bar, in the night side. Of course, that was after he'd been dead for centuries. What was he like?
Said the matriarch.
Grumpy, said Molly.
She looked at me thoughtfully.
He did say a few things. Did he work with the Druids back in the day?
Hard to know, I said. A lot of the family's earliest records are missing. Some say deliberately destroyed. The family is supposed to have done some things when it was starting out that we're better off not knowing. Supposedly, Merlin presented us with the glass as a gift for helping him take down Arthur's greatest enemy, the evil sorceress, Morgana Le Fay.
Really?
Said Molly. Who knows? I said. Go back that far, and it's as much legend as history.
If we could please return to the matter at hand, said the matriarch.
Go ahead, I said. Don't let me stop you.
You can't use any transfer mechanism or teleport spell, the matriarch said firmly. They're all too susceptible to prediction. You're going to have to do this the hard way, sneaking on board inside the blind spot. Don't worry, Eddie. We have a plan worked out for you.
And then she smiled. So did the sergeant-at-arms. I'm really not going to like this, am I? I said. After the plan had been explained to me, and I'd stopped shouting and calmed down a bit, I escorted Molly out of Drood Hall and round the back. It didn't help that she'd laughed so hard she'd given herself hiccups, though whether this was because the more extreme aspects of the plan appealed to her, or just because she loved seeing me lose my temper with my family, was open to question. The hall grounds stretched away into the distance, with hardly anyone about. No snow or ice here, just perfectly manicured lawns under a darkening sky. The only sounds on the quiet afternoon were the cries of peacocks and the occasional howl from the griffins. It was too cold for anyone to be out and about if they didn't have to be.
"Where are we going?" said Molly. "I thought we had a plane to catch."
"You've never seen where my family keeps its fleet of Black Hawk jets," I said, cheering up a little. "You're in for a treat." We'd only just rounded the corner of the hall when the lawn before us split open and pulled apart, the two grassy sides rising up and up to reveal a vast hidden bunker deep underground. The straining of hidden mechanisms sounded loudly on the still winter air, until the two huge green sides were practically vertical, and rising steadily into the air between them, on a gleaming hydraulic lift, was a sleek black futuristic jet. The Drood Black Hawk. Guaranteed to get you there in one hell of a hurry and not lose your luggage along the way. It slammed into position and stopped, and a bridge appeared so Molly and I could walk out over the long drop to board the plane. Molly squealed loudly and clapped her hands together delightedly.
"That is so Tracy Island."
"Some ideas are just classic," I said. "You'd be amazed what we keep under Stonehenge." The Black Hawk's massive jet engines thundered to life as it readied itself for takeoff, and I flinched away from the sheer volume. Molly didn't. The side door opened as I led Molly across the bridge, and a stairway descended. Molly all but danced up the steps. I've travelled on the family jets so often, a lot of the thrill has worn off, but I enjoyed Molly's reaction. She stopped just before the open door and looked back at me.
"What about the runway?"
"Doesn't need one," I said. "Vertical takeoff."
"This just gets better and better. Your family has all the best toys."
Inside the plane, it was all very comfortable, even luxurious. The urgency of the situation meant we got the whole cabin to ourselves, and we could take our pick of the rows of empty seats. Molly took her time selecting a seat, before finally settling on one roughly in the centre.
"Safer,"
she said vaguely. She sat down by the window, and I sat down beside her. I prefer an aisle seat. Gives me room to stretch my legs. "Doesn't this beat having to hang around an airport for 3 hours for security checks?" I said. "There's only so much duty-free you can shoplift before you get bored."
"I wouldn't know," said Molly. "It takes a lot of effort and some major league disguise spells to get me through airport security these days. I may have given up being a supernatural terrorist, but some people just can't let it go. I stick to teleport spells and transfer gates these days. Less harm to the environment, and a lot harder to intercept."
The pilot's voice came over the intercom, that calm, relaxed, never mind an engine's just fallen off the wing, everything's fine voice that all pilots have to have. I think it's a law. "This is Elliot, your pilot for this flight. Welcome aboard, Eddie and Molly. Make yourselves comfortable. It's going to take us at least 2 hours to get to the other side of the world. No cabin crew, no complimentary drinks, no point complaining. We're in a hurry. Not expecting any real turbulence, but if things should get a little shaky, try to get some of it into the bags provided. I'll let you know when we've arrived, so don't bother me." "And people wonder why there are no Drood diplomats," I said.
"No, they don't,"
Molly assured me.
"Are there any magazines?"
"Just the family in-house organ," I said, pulling the latest issue out of the seat holder in front of me. "The Drood Times, packed full of family chat, helpful articles, and inspirational thoughts. Ghastly beyond measure." Molly took it from me anyway, just to be contrary. The front cover had a carefully posed photo portrait of the matriarch with a new look, and the tag, "A new matriarch means a new dawn for the family!" Exclamation mark. Molly leafed quickly through the glossy pages, curled a lip in disbelief, and tossed the thing to one side. "Lots of people do that," I said.
"Are you ever in it?"
said Molly. "Only as a dire warning," I said solemnly. "Apparently, I am a bad influence."
"I am so proud of you,"
said Molly. There is also an entirely unofficial house organ called the Drood Inquirer, produced infrequently, very much in secret, and circulated from hand to hand when no one's looking. Full of scandalous gossip, tales told out of school, and all kinds of things the higher levels of the family would rather the rest didn't know about. It keeps being shut down and resurfacing almost immediately. I have been known to contribute the odd piece now and again. "Well," I said, "so much for my family. Any news from your sisters? Has Isabella blown up anything big, or Louisa killed anyone particularly important?
They're around, Molly said vaguely. Almost certainly doing something your family would not approve of.
I smiled. She wasn't usually that circumspect. What's the matter? Afraid someone in my family might be listening?
Can you be sure they aren't?
Said Molly. She looked at me, considering.
Are you really happy to be back working with your family again, given what you've had to do for your relatives and what they've done to you? You keep leaving, but you keep going back.
That's family for you, I said. This will do, for now, for want of anything better. It helps that there's nothing morally uncertain about this mission.
As far as you know, Molly said darkly. Why was the matriarch so keen to keep it secret from Ethel?
I don't know, I said. I'm going to have to look into that when we get back. Ethel's motivations have always been a mystery, but the fact is the family couldn't operate without her. I can't see any way in which picking a fight with Ethel could be in the family's best interests.
Do you trust Ethel? Said Molly.
She's never given me any reason not to, I said carefully. But she's never explained just why a major entity such as herself would want to babysit the Droods. Some people outside the family have hinted to me that she has her own reasons, and that when we finally find out what they are, we're really not going to like them.
Is that why you're back? Said Molly. To keep an eye on things?
I need to be doing something, I said. I need a good reason to get out of bed in the morning.
What about me? Said Molly.
You're a reason to get into bed. I need to be someone worthy of you, to be doing something that matters. The Droods make that possible.
You're talking about duty and responsibility and all those other things I can't be bothered with, said Molly.
You used to be one of the world's feared supernatural terrorists, I said. Brown-trousering authority figures on a regular basis. Are you really saying there wasn't a moral component to that?
Hell no, said Molly. I just get bored easily.
A few hours hard flying later, I was dozing, while Molly slept the deep, untroubled sleep of the entirely conscience-free. Elliot came back on the intercom to inform us he was currently maneuvering the Black Hawk into position, high above Cassandra Inc.'s flying secret headquarters. Molly stopped snoring with a very unladylike grunt, lifted her head off my shoulder and stretched languorously. I got up out of my seat and did a few deep knee bends and stretches. I felt the need to be in really good form for the crazy and quite possibly suicidal plan ahead of me. All I got for my troubles were some loud cracking noises from my joints and a few paranoid thoughts about deep vein thrombosis. I started down the aisle to the rear door, and Molly came hurrying after me. Somehow she'd magically changed her entire outfit when I wasn't looking, and now she was wearing a snazzy black leather catsuit, complete with a great many belts and buckles. Molly always believed in dressing for the occasion. I dressed anonymously, because I was a spy, and because I don't give a damn. "We are now flying directly over the airship," said Elliot. "Matching its speed exactly. All the Black Hawk's security measures are functioning perfectly, but even so, I don't feel like hanging around here one moment longer than I absolutely have to. So please take up your position by the rear door and wait for the green light. Then feel free to get the hell off my plane as soon as humanly possible." I couldn't help noticing that the easygoing element to his voice had disappeared. I stood before the rear door, with Molly tucked in close at my side. I ran through the matriarch's plan in my mind again, and still thought I should have insisted on something better, or even something else. A red light glared fiercely above the door, and a whole bunch of alarms sounded as Elliot rapidly reduced the air pressure in the cabin. There was a prolonged shrieking sound, and everything not strapped down flapped around like dying fish. I sub-vocalized my activating words, and golden armor shot out from my torque round my neck, covering me from head to toe. Immediately I felt stronger and faster, more awake and more alive, like I'd just been jolted out of the ordinary doze of living. My armor is the great family secret. It makes us untouchable and unstoppable. Mostly. I wasn't sure just how well it could protect me in the unfortunate event of my falling out of a plane and slamming into the deck of a flying airship at high velocity. I glanced at Molly. She'd surrounded herself with a mystical shield, its crackling and coruscating energies protecting her from earthly and unearthly dangers, while also supplying her with air to breathe. Again, I had no idea how much help the shield would be when it came to jumping out of an airplane with no parachute. She seemed cheerful enough, even smiling in anticipation. But then, That was Molly. We waited before the rear door as the pressure dropped, equalizing itself with a rarefied atmosphere outside. My golden hands clenched into fists. Molly stared unblinkingly at the red light over the door, willing it to change. Red became green. All the alarms shut down, and the rear door blasted open. The great roar of air rushing past came clearly to me as I stepped up to the opening to look down. And there it was, Cassandra Inc.'s secret headquarters, cruising through the skies some 200 feet below us.
"I've brought the Black Hawk down as much as I dare," said Elliot. "Any lower and someone would be bound to notice."
"This will do," I said. "Can't really miss at this range," said Molly. "Can I have that in writing?" I said.
"Are you sure you want to do this, Eddie?"
said Elliot. For the first time, he sounded honestly concerned.
"I mean, just jump and hope for the best?"
"Of course," I said.
"I'm a Druid field agent. We can do anything. It says so in our job description." "But what if you should miss? You wouldn't believe how strong the winds are out there. You could even be shot out of the sky. My sensors are showing me some appallingly big guns."
"Really not helping my peace of mind, Elliot."
"Sorry. Go when you're ready."
"Are you sure about this?" said Molly.
"Of course not," I said. "Where would be the fun in that?"
Molly laughed. "A man after my own heart. Let's do it." I concentrated and grew a pair of sturdy golden handles out of the back of my armor, right between my shoulder blades, so Molly would have something to hang on to. I stepped into the open doorway and looked down at the long drop. The airship seemed very small and very far away, just a small grey object in the wide open sky. Molly clapped me on one golden shoulder to let me know she was ready, and took a firm grip on the two handles. I threw myself out the door and plummeted down. The Black Hawk roared away, leaving Molly and me behind. The freezing air rushed past me. I could hear it even if I couldn't feel it. I kept my arms close to my sides and my head pointed down, aiming myself at the flying airship like a golden arrow. Molly clapped her legs around my hips and hung on tight as the turbulence buffeted both of us. She was whooping with glee so loudly I could hear her above the rushing wind. I fixed my gaze on the ship below, which was growing steadily larger. We dropped like a golden stone, building up speed, and the secret headquarters came rushing up to meet us. Really big gun positions took up a lot of the deck, along with any amount of sophisticated sensor tech. We'd better be hidden inside my family's psychic null, or those guns would have no trouble at all shooting me out of the sky. I didn't think they could actually hurt me inside my armor, but they could certainly blow me off target. And then it would be a really long way down to the ground. But the gun stations didn't react at all as I drew closer, and I breathed a little more easily. I waited as long as I dared, until I was heading for the ship like a golden bullet, looking for the one point on the deck I had been assured was a blind spot for the ship's sensors, just in case. I concentrated, and broad golden glider wings shot out from my armor's sides. They immediately caught and cupped the air, slowing me down. I was still falling, but now I had at least some limited control over my speed and direction. I glanced back over my shoulder to check whether Molly was okay. She'd tightened her legs around my hips and let go of one of the handles on my back, so she could wave one arm in the air like a cowgirl riding a bronco. I had to smile. I was close enough now to see that the airship really was a ship, a mothballed aircraft carrier, tons of steel, blatant and uncompromising, sailing through the skies as though it had every right to be there. The deck rushed up, filling my sight till I could no longer see both ends of the ship at once, coming at me like a windscreen on the freeway. I stretched my glider wings as wide as possible, braced my legs, and finally touched down so gently I barely had to bend my knees. Ethel's armor never ceases to amaze me. I quickly pulled my glider wings back into my armor. It's a strain to maintain any big change in the armor for long. Molly dismounted lightly from my back, dropped her mystical shield, and then danced triumphantly around me. I sucked the golden handholds back into my shoulder blades. "That was fantastic," Molly said loudly. "I want to do that again." "Later," I said. "You unrepentant little thrill-seeker, you." I flashed up a map on the inside of my mask so I could see where we needed to go. The interior of the ship was a warren of narrow steel corridors, but the marked route seemed clear enough. How my family acquired this information,
about what was, after all, supposed to be a rival organization's secret headquarters hadn't been made clear to me. But my family has a way of always knowing what it needs to know, and then being smugly mysterious about it afterwards. As soon as I had the directions memorized, I dismissed the map and armored down, sending the golden strange matter back into its talk. I didn't want to risk drawing attention to myself, just in case the psychic chaff turned out to be not entirely effective, or even real. The buffeting wind hit me hard, and the cold was so vicious I shuddered violently. I turned to Molly and pointed down the deck, shouting to be heard over the wind. "That way!" "Let's do it!" she yelled back, stepping behind me so she could use my armoured form as a windbreak. We crept forward along the steel deck, stepping around and over all kinds of technological protuberances, and fighting our way into the teeth of the howling wind. I peered briefly over the nearest side. It really was a hell of a long way down. There were actually dark cloud banks between the ship and the ground. I glanced at Molly to see how she was coping with the thin air. She was shivering, but grinning broadly. For her, it was always going to be about the adventure. I looked up and down the great length of the ship, and wondered how Cassandra Inc. had been able to launch such a huge flying fortress into the sky without anyone noticing. I said as much to Molly, shouting into her ear. "Probably bribed all the right people to look the other way," she shouted back. "Paying them off with future information. That's what I would have done. And you have to admit, Eddie, this is the perfect place to hide a secret headquarters. Beats the hell out of a cavern inside a volcano." And then the wind dropped suddenly, and her last few words sounded loudly in the quiet. Her head came up sharply, and she looked quickly around her. "We're not alone here, Eddie. Someone just joined us." "Cassandra can't have found us already." "I don't think it's Cassandra." Molly pointed off to one side with a steady hand. Standing alone on the far side of the deck, a tall, still figure in a grey monk's robe was staring at us. His cowl was pulled well forward to hide his face. His feet were bare, and his hands were clenched into fists at his sides. The wind had dropped to almost nothing, and the cold was gone. I had no doubt that was all down to him. He had an air about him of cold intent and implacable purpose. I'd met his kind before. Such men are dangerous. "Who the hell is that?" I said. "And what's he doing here, now?" "I know him," said Molly, "and not in a good way. That is the Manichaean monk, a spiritual enforcer, specializing in righteous retribution. Jumped-up thug with a halo." "You mean like the walking man?" I said. "The wrath of God in the world of men?" "Oh, please, he wishes," said Molly. "The monk's just a general troubleshooter. He mostly operates out of the Adventurers Club these days, in the night side. I worked with him on a few cases some years back." "I won't ask," I said. "Best not," Molly agreed. "Except to say, in my own defence, it seemed like a good idea at the time." "So many unfortunate things do," I said. "But the Adventurers Club? He's one of the good guys? Can't say I've ever heard of him." "He does try to be a good guy, in a frightening sort of way," said Molly. "Manichaeans are heavily into duality. Good and evil, light and dark, law and chaos, and nothing at all in between. He hunts down heavy-duty sinners on behalf of the Church of Last Resort. Humanity's saviours, self-appointed. When you've tried everything and everyone else, they're what's left. If you're sure your cause is just and your conscience is clear. Manichaeans have a really unpleasant way of dealing with time-wasters." I shot her an amused glance. "Okay, how did an odd couple like you two end up working together?" "I may have lied to him just a little," Molly said airily, "about who and what I was." "It's okay," I said. "I understand. We've all got a dodgy ex or two somewhere in our past." "He's not an ex. He was never an ex. Oh, hell, he's coming over. Look penitent." The monk came striding forward, stern and determined, like a force of nature on the move. For a man in a monk's robe, with no obvious weapons, he still managed to look pretty damned threatening. "Does he believe we're here to stop him?" I said. "Or is he here to look you up, in a not-at-all friendly way?" "We worked perfectly well together, thank you," Molly said coldly. "And parted on good terms, I thought." "Could he be here for the same reason we are?" I said. "I suppose it's always possible, if Cassandra really pissed off his church with the wrong kind of prediction.
but I wouldn't have thought so. The monk deals with individual sinners, not organisations.
Then I refer you to my previous question, I said. Why is he looking at us like that?
I'll ask him, said Molly. He'll listen to me, unless he's found out who I really am. Hey, monk! Been a while. What's going on?
The Manichaean monk crashed to a halt, a cautious distance away. He ignored Molly, all his attention fixed on me. I still couldn't make out his features inside the shadows of his pulled-forward cowl. When he finally spoke, his voice was harsh and grating.
It's time to pay for your sins, Strood.
Oh, hell, I said. It's family business. Look, monk, I'm a bit busy right now. I'm sorry, but I just don't have the time for this.
Don't be flippant, Eddie, Molly murmured in my ear. The monk has no sense of humour about what he does. I found that out the hard way.
Another story for another time, I said. Is he dangerous, do you think? To us or our mission?
Could be, said Molly.
I nodded politely to the monk. Okay, what sins are we talking about here?
The murder of innocents,
said the monk. I never killed anyone who didn't need killing, I said coldly.
Your family has.
I can't answer for everything my family's done.
Someone has to,
said the monk.
Something's wrong here, Eddie, Molly said quietly. This doesn't feel like the man I knew. There's something off about him.
Well, I said loudly to the monk, we can't stand around here chatting all day, or Cassandra's security is bound to notice us. Hello, monk?
Why is he just staring at me, Molly? Why isn't he saying anything? Can't you just teleport him out of here?
Answer that last question first.
He's shielded, said Molly. And...
Why did I just know you were going to say that? And what?
Bad news part 2, said Molly. The monk has a special gift from God.
Really?
Apparently. He can shut down people's powers and abilities. Doesn't last long, just enough to give him an advantage. He's already shut down my magics. Try your talk.
I called for my armour, and it didn't come. A chill ran through me. I'm not used to feeling unprotected. I knew this mission would turn out to be a pain in the arse, I said. I just didn't think it would happen so quickly. Look, what do you want, monk?
Your death,
said the monk.
In payment for your sins. Your bloody-handed guilt.
Can't we talk about this? I said. I'm working here, and just for the record, I have sworn never to kill again.
Too little, too late,
said the monk.
You're guilty. You're a Druid.
I looked at Molly. What powers does he have? What weapons?
He doesn't need any, said Molly. He can't lose because he's always in the right. Comes with the job.
Terrific. The monk lunged forward. His hands came up and he went for my throat, and just like that, we were going head to head and hand to hand, throwing punches and wrestling each other back and forth across the uneven steel deck. Molly held back, not wanting to get in my way. The monk was almost inhumanly strong and fast, and driven by a terrible fury. But he didn't have my fighting skills or experience, drilled into me by the old sergeant-at-arms when I was a lot younger, over many painful lessons, just so I'd be able to defend myself if I didn't have my armour. I avoided the monk's grasping hands, ducked and dodged his punches, and hit him whenever I felt like it. He didn't even try to defend himself. He just kept coming at me. I hit him in the head and ribs so often and so hard, I hurt my hands, but he never made a sound. So I darted back out of his reach, waited for him to come after me, and then stepped inside his defences and caught him with a perfectly timed left uppercut to the jaw. His head snapped right back, but he still didn't fall. His cowl fell away, revealing his face at last. His eyes were wild and unblinking, and he snarled at me like an animal frustrated in its rage. I backed away. There's no point in fighting a man who doesn't care how hard you hit him. He came after me, because only getting his hands on me could calm the rage burning inside him. I ducked to one side and kicked his legs out from under him, so that he fell forward onto his face, and then I dropped onto his back with both knees, driving all the breath out of him in one explosive grunt. And still the monk struggled to throw me off. I couldn't believe it. I twisted one arm up behind his back and put all my weight into holding it there. I put my head down beside him so I could yell into his ear. You thought you couldn't lose because you're always in the right. So the fact that you're losing now should tell you something. I'm not the bad guy here. Really, I'm not.
So call this off, stand down, and we'll talk. There must be some way we can sort this out. We don't have to do this. Stop fighting me and listen, damn it. We're both on the side of the angels."
"You have to die,"
said the monk, throwing all his strength against me.
"Trude, murderer."
I weighed down on his twisted arm, ready to break the bone if I had to, but he reared up so strongly I couldn't hold him. He threw me off, and I rolled away across the deck. What was it going to take to stop this man? By the time I'd got my feet under me again, he was off and running, straight at Molly. She gestured quickly, but her magics didn't work. Her small hands closed into fists, but he was already upon her. She punched him hard in the mouth, and he didn't even feel it. He buried his fist in her gut, bending her right over. I cried out in fury at seeing her hurt, and ran to them. The monk grabbed hold of Molly as she struggled to get her breath back, and hauled her over to the edge of the deck. She fought him fiercely, but couldn't break his grip. His hand closed tightly around her throat till she was gasping for air. He looked down at the long drop, and then looked meaningfully at me. I slowed to a halt some distance away. I didn't want to panic the monk into doing something stupid, or even deliberate. I held my hands up placatingly. "Take it easy, monk."
"I could jump,"
said the monk, breathing hard.
"Just step over the edge and take your woman with me. Or you could save her."
"All right," I said. "I'm listening. Tell me what to do. Just don't hurt her."
"I want you to jump,"
said the Manichaean monk.
"Jump off this ship and fall to your death, Trude. Your armor will return once you're out of my range of influence, but not even Druid armor can save you after a fall from this height. You'll have a long time to think about dying all the way down, to suffer as your family made me suffer. It's up to you, Druid. Either you agree to jump over the side, or I jump and take her with me."
"Why?" I said. "Why are you doing this? I haven't done anything to you. I don't even know you. And Molly was your friend."
"Jump, Druid, or watch her die for your family's sins."
I called desperately for my armor, but it didn't come. I was on my own. I couldn't rush the monk. He was too far away, and already far too close to the edge for my liking. I had a gun tucked away in my pocket to mention, but I didn't dare draw it. Just the sight of it might provoke him into jumping. I stood very still, trying to work out what my options were. I'd got too used to relying on the advantages my armor gave me. Now it was down to me. I moved slowly forward and stood on the edge of the deck, carefully maintaining my safe distance from the monk. He studied me closely, his hand still closed around Molly's throat. She'd stopped trying to fight him, watching me with worried eyes. I looked down over the edge. I couldn't even see the ground. The clouds were in the way. I wondered what it would feel like to fall through them, knowing my death was waiting on the other side. And just that thought showed me I'd already made my decision. The only one I could make. I looked back at Molly, who was helpless in the monk's grip, and did my best to smile reassuringly at her. "Take it easy, Molly," I said. "Everything's going to be all right." Molly saw the look on my face, and her eyes widened with horror. "No, no, Eddie, you can't! You mustn't! Don't you give this bastard what he wants! Don't you do it, Eddie!" "I have to," I said, "because if it's down to you or me, that's no choice at all." She struggled fiercely to break free. The monk almost broke her arm, holding her in place. She cried out, her face twisted in agony, and fought him anyway. There was nothing I could do. The monk could take them both over the side in a moment. Molly finally subsided, breathing harshly and staring miserably at me with tear-filled eyes.
"Hush,"
the monk said to her.
"It will all be over soon."
"Why are you doing this?" said Molly. "You know this isn't right. It can't be what God wants."
"It's what I want,"
said the monk.
"Do it, Druid. Jump. Or I go, and she goes with me."
I believed him. I nodded to the monk and stepped right up to the edge. I felt strangely calm, now all other choices had been taken away from me. There was just what I had to do to save Molly. I took a deep breath. I didn't look down. There was nothing there I wanted to see. I looked at Molly so I could take the memory of her face with me. I wanted her to be the last thing I ever saw. "Please, Eddie," she said. Please, I'm begging you. Don't do this.
I have to, I said. It's all right, Molly. I've always known you were worth 10 of me. She screamed then, in rage and horror, and slammed her heel down hard on the monk's bare foot. The sudden pain distracted him, catching him off balance, and Molly bent sharply forward, putting all her strength into the judo throw that sent the monk flying forward over her shoulder. The pain to her arm must have been unbearable, but she never hesitated. The monk shot right over her, unable to stop himself. He lost hold of her arm and crashed to the steel deck at her feet. Molly kicked him savagely in the ribs. The monk shot out a hand and grabbed hold of her ankle. I was already off and running the moment Molly freed herself from the monk. I knew I had only one chance to get this right. The monk saw me coming, let go of Molly's ankle, and scrambled up onto his feet again. Molly beat at his head and shoulders with both fists, but he didn't seem to feel the blows. He grabbed one of her flailing arms and dragged her back to the edge of the ship. She fought him every step of the way, slowing him down and buying me time to get to them. The monk realized I was going to reach them before he could jump. He threw Molly to the deck and turned to face me. He struck out at me with vicious strength. I ducked under the blow and hit him hard with a lowered shoulder. I hit him square on, and the impact sent him staggering back, towards the edge. He tried to grab hold of me, to take me with him, and then he was over the edge and gone. Molly ran to me and hugged me tightly, and I held her as close to me as I could. After a while, we walked over to the edge and looked down. There was no sign of the monk. I hadn't even heard him scream. Molly spat after him. "Bastard!" "Yes," I said, "but that's not a good enough reason to kill someone."
Eddie?
"I've killed again, Molly, after I swore I never would."
You had no choice. He was out of his mind. Everyone will understand. You have no reason to feel guilty.
"But I do," I said. "I should have known. God does love to make a man break his word."
You would have jumped to save me, wouldn't you?
"Of course."
Then I wish the monk were back here so I could kill him for you.
"You knew him," I said. "Was he a good man, then?"
The man we just met wasn't the man I knew," said Molly.
She frowned.
"There was something wrong with him. I could feel it. Maybe something happened to him in the night side. If he'd been in his right mind following his duty, he couldn't have lost. Hey, my magics are coming back. Is your talk—"
"Yes," I said. "Come on, we still have a mission here, and it had better turn out to be worth it." By the time we reached the entrance point marked on my map, the cold was back and the wind was rising again. It turned out to be a single square hatch, securely bolted on the inside. I knelt down beside it, and Molly craned over my shoulder.
"What is it, Eddie? The fire exit, or maybe an inspection hatch?"
"It's our way in."
If Cassandra really can predict the future, there's probably a whole army of security guards down there waiting for us.
"Good," I said. "I feel like hitting a whole bunch of people." I armoured up one arm and ripped the steel plate away. The closed bolts sheared clean through, the hinges flew away like shrapnel, and the steel plate crumpled in my grip like tinfoil. I tossed it to one side, and it clattered loudly away across the deck. I barely heard it over the rising wind. I peered down through the opening, couldn't see anything, and dropped down into the corridor below. I landed easily and looked quickly around, but there was no one waiting. I wasn't sure whether I felt relieved or disappointed. Molly dropped down, landing as lightly as a cat beside me. I armoured down my arm, not wanting to draw unwanted attention, and considered my new surroundings. Steel bulkheads everywhere, with all kinds of pipes and conduits, but no frills or fancies. Just a loud background hum of straining machinery, as though only a constant effort from the hidden alien technology held the secret headquarters this high in the air. I set off along the corridor, following the map in my head and moving deeper into the flying ship. Molly strode along beside me, looking happily around like a tourist on a day out. I was glad she could still enjoy the game. The mission had gone sour for me. I just wanted it over and done with.
"Do you need to call up your armour again to check the map?" said Molly after a while. "Only we do seem to have taken rather a lot of turns without actually getting anywhere."
"I know where I'm going," I said. "I memorised the route."
"You always say that. And I always end up having to ask people for directions.
Only because you don't have my sense of direction.
Oh, come on. You can get lost trying to find the bathroom in the middle of the night.
She was trying to cheer me up. I played along as best I could.
So, how far is it now? Said Molly. To wherever it is we're going.
You didn't read the briefing notes on the plane, did you?
Molly sniffed. I have you for that. I had some important beauty sleep to be getting on with.
According to the map, there should be a communications centre up ahead. That's why we came in through that particular hatch. We can use their computers to find the source of Cassandra's predictions. I stopped abruptly, and Molly stopped with me. A large group of uniformed people were bustling down the corridor, straight at us, chatting loudly together. Molly looked at me.
Do you want me to whip up some kind of invisibility spell? My magics are only just returning, but I should be able to manage something basic.
No need, I said. Just look confident. If we act like we belong here, they'll assume we do. On a ship this big, they can't know everyone.
What if somebody does challenge us?
Then I get to hit a whole bunch of people after all.
Suits me, said Molly.
Sure enough, when the uniformed technical people finally reached us, they were too wrapped up in their own conversations to pay us any attention at all. I walked straight at them. Molly stuck close to my side, and the crowd just parted automatically to let us through. I nodded briefly to anyone who glanced in our direction, and they nodded back and kept going. Sometimes confidence is the best weapon a spy has. The communications centre turned out to be just a few minutes away. There was even a helpful sign on the door. No one standing guard, no obvious security. Some people don't deserve to have secrets. I kicked the door open and barged in, Molly right behind me. Half a dozen technical staff looked up, startled. I was about to armour up when Molly barked out the single word, "Sleep!" and they all fell fast asleep at their posts. A few of them even snored gently. Molly looked at me suddenly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eddie. Did you still need to hit someone? I could always wake them up again.
Thanks for the thought, I said, but the moment's passed. Stand by the door and keep an ear out while I check this place over. That she hadn't given me any grief for giving her orders was a sign of how concerned she still was about me. She just nodded and looked out into the corridor, while I examined the communications equipment. It all seemed standard enough. I chose a likely-looking terminal, armoured up my hand, and sent tendrils of golden strange matter sneaking into the system to override its restrictions and corrupt its programming. My armour can do many amazing things, and I don't understand half of them. Mind you, I feel the same way about most of the cars I drive. The ship's main computer couldn't have been more helpful, answering questions almost before I could ask them. It still took a while to dig out the information I needed, long enough for Molly to get bored at her post and wander back to join me.
I'm still not clear on what we're looking for here.
The secret of Cassandra's success, I said patiently, whether it's a what or a who. According to this, Cassandra's been selling future information for only about 8 months. So whatever it is, they haven't had it long. What do you think, alien tech or some gifted psychic? Remember the little old lady I told you about, the one at Lark Hill who could listen to the whole country at once?
If there was anyone like that here, I'd feel it, said Molly. I suppose it could be some kind of divination, powered by blood sacrifice.
Trust you to think of something like that, I said.
I've been around,
she said airily.
I've seen things.
I'm sure you have. The computer made a series of agreeable sounds, indicating that my armour had tickled it in all the right places, and it was now ready to spill the beans. Except the computer didn't actually know the source of Cassandra's predictions. Apparently, such knowledge was limited to upper management personnel only. But the computer did know where the source was. It even printed out a map for me, without having to be asked. I withdrew my golden tendrils and shut the terminal down. Molly pored over the map.
Not far, just a few corridors down. Nothing here about security measures, though.
Bound to be some, but there was nothing listed in the computer, I said. And trust me, I looked. Doesn't matter. I'll set my armour against anything Cassandra can put up. I mean, look around. It's not exactly state-of-the-art here, is it?
Maybe most of their budget went on some really nasty hidden security,
Molly said darkly. I took the map and headed for the door, and then stopped so suddenly Molly almost ran into me. I looked back at the sleeping members of the tech staff, still slumped in their seats. They will all wake up again on their own, won't they?
"Oh, sure," said Molly. "Eventually."
"What if they don't?"
"Then someone had better put a wall of thorns around them and hope for a handsome prince."
We headed briskly through the narrow steel corridors, looking so in charge that everyone we met en route just naturally hurried to get out of our way. It's all down to the walk. When we finally arrived at the right location, the empty corridor stretching away before us seemed entirely unremarkable. No one around, no signs or numbers on any of the doors. I counted them off until we were standing before the door marked on the map. Nothing about it to suggest it held anything special. Presumably that was the point. Still, no guards on duty, no obvious surveillance. I didn't like it. It's always the defences you don't spot that end up ruining your day.
"You'd think they'd at least have a few warm bodies standing around," said Molly. "Someone to shout, 'Who goes there?' and wave a gun around in a menacing manner."
"Oh, I'm sure someone's on guard," I said. "We're just not seeing them."
"Don't touch the door."
"I wasn't going to. This isn't my first burglary, and don't you shout at me, Eddie Drood. I was just getting a feel for the surroundings."
It felt good to have things back to normal between us. "You go right ahead," I said. "Don't let me stop you. Feel things." She carefully considered the door with her witchy sight, and then its immediate surroundings. She scowled and shrugged unhappily.
"There's something here, but it's really well hidden. I'll try a spell to force hidden things to reveal themselves."
"Have you got enough magic for something like that?" I said carefully.
"Just about. I've been running on fumes ever since the monk shut me down, but it's coming back."
She did the business, with a minimum of chanting and arm-waving, and just like that, the security measure was hovering right there in front of us. A single massive eyeball floating on the air. It was so big that it blocked the corridor all on its own, complete with a pair of eyelids that were currently closed. The skin was a pale blue with dark straggling veins. I edged around the giant eyeball in a complete circle, being very careful not to touch or disturb it, but somehow, no matter where I was, it was always facing me.
"What the hell is it?"
I said after I'd run out of anything else to do. I did think about prodding the eyeball with a golden finger, but I couldn't convince myself that was a good idea.
"If that is what I think it is, and I'm pretty sure it is, we are in deep doo-doo," said Molly.
"It's never good when you use language like that," I said. "Okay, hit me with the bad news."
"It's a basilisk's eyeball," said Molly. "Removed from its host, almost certainly without permission, greatly enlarged and then weaponized for sentry duty. If the eyelids open, it will quite definitely kill everything it looks at."
"Let's try to avoid that, then," I said. "Any idea what might set it off?"
"Well, making it visible probably didn't help," said Molly. "I mean, we walked right through it when we didn't know it was there, and it didn't care. Now, probably any unauthorized contact with the door will wake it up in a hurry. But, Eddie, there is no way Cassandra could have done this on its own. This is specialist work."
"It still settled for just the one eyeball."
"That's like saying just the one nuke. My point is, Cassandra must have contracted out for security, and weaponized supernatural body parts don't come cheap. If Cassandra could afford to set something this nasty on guard duty, it must be making serious money."
"If we should happen to wake it up," I said carefully, "could your magics protect you?"
"In my current condition, probably not,"
Molly said reluctantly. "So, let sleeping giant eyeballs lie?"
"Sounds like a plan to me."
I did think about armouring up, but just my armour's presence might be enough to trigger a response. So I edged past the eyeball to stand before the door. Molly edged round from the other side, hugging the wall. I looked the door over. No obvious booby traps, and just a standard lock. I couldn't believe it would be that simple, that easy. So, when in doubt, go sneaky. I knelt down and sent just a trickle of golden armour running down my shoulder and arm and into the lock. I tensed, but there was no reaction from the eyeball. I concentrated, and my armour unlocked the door in a moment. I withdrew the tendrils, straightened up, and flashed Molly an encouraging smile. Piece of cake. I opened the door, and every alarm in the world went off at once. The eyelids snapped open, and the eyeball swiveled round to focus on its closest target, which was Molly. I didn't have time to do anything but jump between her and the eyeball, sub-vocalizing my activating words as I moved. The armour leapt out of my talk as the basilisk looked at me, and a terrible light blazed up, filling the corridor and dazzling me even through my mask. A great force erupted from the eye, fierce and wild and deadly. It hit my armour, rebounded and slammed into the eyeball. The lid slumped shut again, the eyeball shook all over, and then it fell to the floor, landing hard and somewhat squishily. The alarms all went quiet, as though embarrassed. I blinked several times until my eyes cleared, and then glanced over my shoulder. Molly was still behind me, unharmed. I armoured down, and she punched me hard in the shoulder.
"Ow!" I said. "What was that for?" "For protecting me," she said. "I can look after myself."
And then she grabbed me and kissed me hard.
"Thanks for the thought, though."
"You're welcome," I said. "But next time, can we go straight to the kissing?" Molly looked at me thoughtfully.
"Did you know your armour could protect you from the basilisk stare?"
"Of course," I lied. I led the way through the open door. Molly immediately pushed past me just to make a point. And then we both stopped dead in our tracks. A large cage, made entirely of silver bars, took up most of the room. A pentacle, old school and intricate, had been painted on the floor surrounding the cage. I could feel a presence on the air, a terrible power barely restrained. It was like staring at the door to a massive furnace and wondering if it might leap open at any moment. I looked at Molly. "Any ideas?"
"This is bad," she said quietly. "I don't know what they've done here, but... bad, Eddie. Seriously not good."
"Okay," I said. "Let's go take a closer look."
"A man after my own heart," said Molly.
The cage looked to be some 20 feet on a side, each silver bar so thick I would have had trouble closing my hand around it. Inside the cage, a man sat slumped in one corner, paying no attention to us. Just an ordinary man in shabby clothes, his head lowered so I couldn't see his face. He had to know we were there, but he didn't even raise his head to acknowledge our presence. I looked around the cage, but there was no sign of a door anywhere. It was as though the cage had been constructed around him, with no plan of ever letting him out again. Was this the goose that laid golden futures? I reached for the bars, and Molly suddenly grabbed my arm to stop me. When I looked at her, Molly's face was pale with something very much like shock. "What is it?" I said, keeping my voice down. Even though the man looked completely out of it, something about him suggested it wouldn't be a good idea to disturb him. "Molly, what are you seeing? And may I please have my arm back before you cut off the circulation? Thank you." "Sorry," said Molly. She wasn't looking at me. Her gaze was fixed on the shabby man in the far corner of his cage. "Armour up, Eddie. You need to see what I'm seeing." I armoured up. It wasn't just a man in a cage. I already knew that at gut level. But I still wasn't prepared for what I saw when my mask's sight kicked in. Instead of a man, a gigantic humanoid form filled most of the cage. 10, maybe 12 feet high, curled up in a ball, and wrapped in heavy feathered wings. It had a perfect form and face, like a colossal marble statue brought to life. Inhuman in its perfection. The skin was a shining, shimmering white, the kind that contains every colour at once. And just like that, the cage turned my stomach. It felt wrong that something so mean could have been done to something so marvellous. Like someone had walked into a gallery and thrown acid across a masterpiece. I looked to Molly. "Is that what I think it is?" "Oh, yes," said Molly. "It's an angel." "Are you sure? I mean, I've never seen one before. I don't suppose many have, but—" "Hush, Eddie. You know what it is." And I did. You only had to look at it to know. "All right," I said. "From above or below?" "The devil has power to assume a pleasing form," said Molly. "So I suppose it could be either."
I'm imprisoned, not deaf, said the angel. I can hear you.
It sat up in a great spreading of wings and looked at us. Its voice had been rich and thrilling, but when it fixed us with its glowing golden eyes, I winced and stumbled backwards. It was like staring into a spotlight. Even imprisoned, there was still something inhumanly judgmental in the angel's gaze. I made myself stand my ground and glare back. I'm a Druid. We don't bow or bend the knee to anyone. That's the point. "Hello, Eddie Drood," said the angel. "Hello, Molly Metcalf. I've been expecting you."
"Oh, shit," said Molly. "It knows us."
"I am Heaven's warrior," the angel said quite calmly. "I am the will of God made flesh, to enforce his wishes in the mortal world. I know everyone."
"Then how did you end up here?"
I said. The angelic form disappeared, replaced by the shabby man. He stood facing us, his hands in his pockets. His face was calm, empty, anonymous. "My presence is too much for human sensibilities, so I take this form of my involuntary host to shield and protect you. You're welcome."
"Thank you,"
I said. In its presence, it was hard to think of anything but the angel, as though it was more real than us. "Well," said the angel, "I am one of the good guys. Are you here to set me free?"
"Depends," Molly said quickly. "I've known men possessed by things from the pits, but you're claiming to be a man possessed by an angel? Has that ever happened before?"
"There is another," said the angel, "in Shadow's Fall."
"Doesn't surprise me," I said. "They'll let anyone in. What's going on here?"
"I am an angel imprisoned inside a man, as he is held within these bars. He is my cage."
"What does Cassandra want with you?" said Molly.
"I make its business possible. All angels exist outside of time and space, so we can see more clearly, to be about our business. Past, present, and future all at once. I was part of the Angel War, fought in the night side over the unholy grail."
Molly put a hand to her mouth, her eyes wide.
The shabby man smiled at her. "Yes, you were there, weren't you, Molly Metcalf?"
"You were?" I said, staring at Molly. "You were there when angels came to the night side from above and below to fight openly over the cup that Judas drank from at the Last Supper, and you never said?" "I don't tell you everything," said Molly.
"Just as well," said the angel, "considering why you were there. What matters is, I was attacked and weakened and fell to earth. Hauled down from my high station, I was captured and imprisoned within a powerful human psychic, the only cage that could hold me. But just the effort of such a possession drove the man insane, and I refused to do anything my captors wanted. They had no way of compelling me. They dared not injure the host for fear of weakening his hold on me, and for fear of what I would do once I was free again. So I was traded back and forth among various powerful organizations and individuals, some because they hoped to find a way to force information out of me, some because they wanted me to intercede with heaven for them, and a few just wanted to have sex with a man who had an angel in him. I refused to cooperate with any of them, and the psychic remained crazy. There's not much of him left now, just this shell. Finally, the people who became Cassandra bought me at auction. They wanted to know the future, and they got answers out of me by threatening to freeze my host in cryogenics so I would never be free. They also promised to release me once I'd answered a specific number of questions. That number is almost up, but I don't believe they will keep their word. I can't see for sure. I'm not allowed to see my own future. But I believe Cassandra Inc.'s management are too scared of what I might do to them once I was no longer constrained, for daring to compel an angel. And they're quite right, of course. They're currently searching for a way to destroy my host that would also send me straight back to heaven. He laughed softly, a ghastly, merciless sound. Like that would protect them from the wrath of God.
"Why has heaven allowed you to remain caged for so long?" I said.
What are a few moments in time compared to eternity?
"If you suspected Cassandra Inc.'s management were lying to you, why tell them what they wanted to know?" said Molly.
"Because of the possibility of freedom," said the angel. from being caught in the matter trap. I had a feeling my actions would result in someone coming here who could free me.
Yes, I said. I can do that.
Molly grabbed me by the arm and moved me urgently back to the door so we could speak quietly together. I wasn't sure what difference that would make where an angel was concerned, but I went along. Molly glared at me.
Really? She said. Let it out? Just like that? I'm not so sure that's a good idea, Eddie. Angels are beyond our understanding. They move in mysterious and often very scary ways, particularly when someone's really pissed them off. I do not want to end up as a pillar of salt.
Doesn't matter, I said. It's the right thing to do.
Look at it, Molly.
See what they've done. It's not right to keep heaven in a cage. I walked back to the silver bars, with Molly straggling reluctantly along behind me. The angel looked back at me with its human face, not begging or pleading, not ordering or demanding, just waiting to see what I would do. Time to go, I said. Time for you to go home. What do you want in return? Said the angel. No conditions, I said. No bargains. That would be wrong. There are things I could tell you, Eddie Drood. Things I could do for you. It wouldn't be right, I said, to compel an angel.
Don't look at me, said Molly. He gets like this sometimes.
What a refreshing change, said the angel. I would ask, I said, leave the people on this ship to human justice. Please. Since you asked so nicely, said the angel. But still, nothing for yourself? Then allow me to express my gratitude. I see death hanging over you, Eddie Drood. Nothing can stop it. Plan accordingly, and beware the Merlin glass. When you look into that mirror, you're not the only one who looks back. I waited, but that was all he had to say.
I don't get anything, said Molly.
Don't push your luck, supernatural terrorist, said the angel.
Fair enough,
said Molly. I took the silver bars in my golden hands and forced them apart. Strange magics and unnatural energies flared around me, so bright and fierce Molly had to turn her head away, but none of them could touch me in my armor. The silver bars broke and shattered, and I threw the pieces aside until one whole side of the cage was gone. I stepped quickly back from the opening I'd made, and the man with an angel inside came out. He looked at the pentacle painted on the floor, sniffed dismissively, and stepped easily across the lines. Amateur night, he said.
Okay, said Molly. That's freed the host, but how are we supposed to get the angel out of him? I'm guessing an exorcism wouldn't work.
I was hoping you'd have something, I said.
Way outside my experience, said Molly. I suppose we could always kill the host.
Kill an innocent man to release an angel, I said. I'm guessing seriously bad karma. Molly looked at the angel.
I don't suppose you've got any ideas?
Not really my area of expertise, said the angel. I need to talk to my family, I said to Molly. Can you boost the signal or something?
Maybe, said Molly. Let's try.
She moved in close and touched my talk with the fingertips of her left hand. They trembled slightly on the strange matter, like the most intimate of touches, like she was touching my soul. I could see the strain in her face as she fought to marshal what magic she had left. I called out to the members of my family through the talk, and they heard me. My handler's voice rang loudly in my ears.
Eddie, this is Kate. I've been waiting here all evening just in case you needed me. What's happening?
All kinds of weird and wonderful things, I said. Listen, I'm on board Cassandra's ship, but I need you to do something for me.
Of course, Eddie. That's what I'm here for. What do you need?
Tell the family psychics to stop generating their chaff and to put all their power into helping someone here with me. They'll be able to locate him easily enough. He's possessed. By an angel. I'll explain later, I promise. But right now, I need them to concentrate on breaking the binding so the angel can go free. Can you sort that out? There was a pause.
Only you would get involved with something like this, Eddie, said Kate. I'll see what I can do. Hang on. She likes you, said Molly.
I know.
No, I mean she really likes you.
I know. You don't mind, do you?
I think it's very sweet,
Molly said firmly. She went over to the door and looked out into the corridor.
I was sure breaking the cage would set off some kind of silent alarm, but I don't see anyone.
Doesn't mean they're not on their way.
True. Do you still feel like hitting a whole bunch of people?
And then the psychics must have come through, because the human host's head suddenly came up, as though reacting to something only he could hear. He smiled for the first time. "Thank you, Eddie Drood, Molly Metcalf. I'll put in a good word for you." The angel burst out of the man in a blast of unbearable light. What we'd seen before had just been an impression of an angel, what it allowed us to see, scaled down so it wouldn't damage us. Wild and glorious, magnificent and free at last, the angel departed in a direction I could sense but not name. The whole room rocked as the forces unleashed in its passing shook the flying airship from end to end. Molly and I clung to each other as the floor dropped out from under us. There was the sound of a whole string of explosions, and all kinds of systems breaking down, along with any number of alarms and sirens, and a great many people panicking. One end of the room dropped dramatically as the airship began to fall out of the sky. Molly and I staggered back and forth and had to hang on to what was left of the silver cage to steady ourselves. "I asked the angel not to hurt anyone," I said. "I should have specified. That included not dropping the bloody ship out of the sky with us still on board."
"I told you it would come out in a bad mood," said Molly. "I'm just relieved I didn't end up as a salt lick."
At the back of the cage, the human host was lying curled up in a corner, not moving. He'd clearly been dead for some time, probably killed by the original shock of containing the angel. Only its presence had kept his body going. Decay was setting in now and making up for lost time. The airship lurched again, and Molly and I clung desperately to the silver bars. I armored down to keep Molly company. "I think we need to get to the control room," I said. "See how bad this is and what we can do to help."
"Really?"
said Molly.
"After everything they've done, let them crash."
"Not everyone on board is necessarily guilty," I said. "I doubt most of them even knew about the angel. Probably just ordinary working stiffs."
"You and your conscience,"
said Molly. The room steadied for a moment, and I quickly headed for the door. Molly stuck close behind, holding on to the back of my belt with one hand, in case things got a bit unsteady again. I could hear running feet approaching before I even got to the door, and when I looked out into the corridor, it was full of armed guards, who took one look at me and immediately opened fire. I ducked back inside the room and armored up. Molly yelped briefly as the hand she had holding on to my belt was pushed aside by the enveloping armor. The doors sprang open, and the first guards charged in, opening fire again the moment they saw me. I stood between them and Molly, not moving. Bullets slammed into my armor, and it absorbed them all, effortlessly soaking up the massed firepower. With my old armor, the bullets used to ricochet, but that could lead to unfortunate incidents with innocent bystanders. I don't know what my current armor does with the bullets it absorbs. I've never quite dared ask. More and more guards burst into the room, targeting me with their various weapons. The sound of so much gunfire in the confined space was deafening, and I just stood there and took it all, staring calmly at the guards through the featureless golden mask that covered my whole face. That always freaks people out. One by one, the guards stopped firing and lowered their weapons. In the sudden echoing quiet, the security men looked at one another, and then reluctantly looked back at me. I raised one golden fist and grew heavy spikes out of the knuckles. "Run," I said. And they did. They'd been gone only a few moments before two men and a woman came charging into the room. Young business types in smart power suits. They didn't even look at me, all their attention fixed on the broken silver cage. One of the men actually moaned. The woman finally looked at me and Molly. Behind the understated makeup, her face was pale, but her mouth was still a flat, stern line. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm a Drood," I said. "Who are you?"
"We're Cassandra Inc.'s management," said the woman. "What have you done?"
"Let the angel go free," I said. "You had no right to hold it here."
"We bought that angel,"
said one of the men.
"We paid good money for it. It's ours." "You let it go?"
said the other man.
We were going to be rich.
We didn't imprison the angel, the woman said carefully. We just bought the man with the angel already inside. We made a deal with it.
But did you intend to keep your side of the bargain? I said. The angel didn't think so.
It was just business, said the woman.
Didn't you think of all the damage you were doing with your predictions? I said. When you interfered with the Druids, you put the safety of the world at risk.
It was just business, said the woman. What gives you the right to interfere?
You messed with my family, I said. No one gets to do that. The woman looked at the two men.
Do something.
They looked at each other and ran back out the door. The woman went after them, bitterly calling them cowards.
We didn't even get their names, said Molly.
Do you care?
You let them go. I would have turned them into frogs.
My family will see that word gets out that they're responsible for all the trouble Cassandra caused, I said. Those three will be on the run for the rest of their lives.
Nasty, said Molly.
I like it. Let's go find the control room, I said.
Let's,
said Molly. I armoured down, and we fought our way through the narrow steel corridors, through crowds of desperate, panicking people looking for escape pods, parachutes, or any other way off the sinking ship. Having met the management, I was willing to bet there weren't any. The crowds paid no attention to me or Molly, except to curse us when we got in their way. I tried to ask directions to the control room, but no one had the time to talk to me. In the end, I just grabbed a man at random, slammed him up against the wall, thrust my face into his, and demanded directions, and he was only too happy to supply them. But by the time I crashed onto the bridge, with Molly right behind me, the whole place was deserted. It was a room full of computerized control systems, with dozens of workstations and even an old-fashioned wooden steering wheel, facing a massive windscreen, and not one crew member at his post, trying to keep the ship in the air. They ran, I said, deserted their posts. Useless shit-bastard cowards.
Rats deserting a sinking ship, said Molly. Still think these people are worth saving?
Let them run, I said. My family will see they're rounded up and made to pay for what they've done. Once I've saved them, I can't just leave them to die, Molly.
You think the law can touch people like these?
Said Molly. Who said anything about the law? I'm talking about my family. I wandered round the various workstations, trying to make sense of the controls. There must be something we can do. Molly pointed speechlessly at the massive windscreen before us. The ship's prow was sinking even lower. It had already passed through the cloud banks and was plummeting towards the earth at increasing speed.
Eddie, we need to get the hell off this ship,
Molly said in a calm and extremely controlled voice.
And I mean right now.
Do you have the magics for a teleport?
Well, no, but...
I suppose I could wait till the last minute and jump, I said. Hold you in my arms and trust the glider wings. Molly glared at me.
Any other ideas?
I grinned at her. Save the ship.
Let it crash. Everyone on board deserves it.
I'm thinking more about where the ship might crash, I said. The people it landed on might not deserve it. And besides, in the ordinary everyday world, oversized flying aircraft carriers aren't supposed to suddenly drop out of the sky and make a really large crater in the local surroundings. Druids are supposed to protect people from ever having to know things like that can happen.
All right, said Molly. I get the point. Save the bloody ship.
I found the main control station and sat down, armoured up one hand, and sent tendrils of golden strange matter surging through the systems. Computer screens burst into life all around me, packed with information. I grasped what I could, thought for a moment, and did the only useful thing left to me. I slaved all the systems to the steering wheel. I retrieved the golden tendrils and moved over to stand at the wheel. It was solid oak, very sturdy. I armoured up, took a firm hold, and tilted the wheel back to raise the prow. The ship didn't want to know. I set the power of my armour against the wheel, and slowly, inch by inch, the prow came up.
That really is very impressive, Eddie,
Molly said quietly beside me.
But we are still falling out of the sky.
The main engines looked to be undamaged, I said. According to the computers, it's just the guidance systems that are screwed. That's why I put everything through the wheel. Think of me as the manual override. If I can just hold her steady, the engines should slow the ship down.
Should?
Hey, I'm dancing as fast as I can.
Anything I can do? Said Molly.
Wish me luck, I said. This isn't going to be easy. I fought to guide the ship down, using all my strength. The armour could do only what I told it to do, multiplying my strength and intent. And the ship's weight, speed, and sheer inertia fought me every foot of the way. Systems broke down all around me, workstations exploding one after another and bursting into flames. Black smoke drifted across the bridge. Molly found a fire extinguisher and ran from station to station, fighting the fires. The ship groaned loudly as its whole superstructure began to buckle under the strain. I held the wheel and kept the prow up. My back was screaming at me, my arm muscles howling with pain. Sweat was running down my face underneath my mask. Molly?
Yes, Eddie, I'm here.
If you can scrape together enough magic to teleport yourself off this ship, do it.
I won't leave you, Eddie.
My armour will protect me.
After a crash from this height?
Yes, theoretically. Molly, you have to go. I'm serious. I think the ship is breaking up. The best I can hope to do is crash land it somewhere it'll do the least harm. Molly moved in beside me.
I won't leave you, Eddie. I'll never leave you.
We stood together a while as I fought the falling ship. Wait a minute, I said. Look out there, up ahead. Is that an open body of water?
It can't be the sea, can it?
No, we're not that lucky. I think it's a reservoir. Yes. Any port in a storm. I guided the ship as best I could, working with a few systems still cooperating. But in the end, all I could do was aim the ship at the water, and then just let it drop. I held on to the wheel for as long as I could, and then turned away and grabbed hold of Molly. I concentrated, and my golden armour swept out to envelop her as well. The strange matter sealed us in together, and we held each other tightly inside our golden cocoon as the aircraft carrier smashed down into the reservoir. Somehow, the ship held together. When the noise and reverberations from the impact had finally died away, I armoured down, and Molly and I rolled away from each other and scrambled to our feet. I hurt all over, but I was alive. I grinned tiredly at Molly, and she whooped loudly.
You did it, Eddie! You brought her down! Damn! You know, I would have bet good money against that. But you did it! You saved the ship!
And she grabbed hold of me and danced me round the bridge. I went along, forgetting my aches and pains in the triumph of the moment. It's good to celebrate the little victories in life. Finally, we stood together, looking out the windscreen at the calm and placid surface of the reservoir. We can't just leave the ship here, I said. People would notice.
Of course, said Molly. It's illegally parked. I hear they can get very tough when things like that happen on reservoirs.
Most of the ship's protections should still be working, I said. Enough to keep it hidden until my family can get people here.
What will they do? Said Molly. Break the ship up for scrap metal?
I grinned. Why waste it? Haven't you ever wanted your very own flying aircraft carrier?
Your family is weird, Eddie.
I looked around me. All its future predictions, and Cassandra Inc. never saw this coming.
Cassandra Inc. never saw us coming, said Molly.
Damn right. Chapter 2. Deadline. So I called home, and my handler assured me the family would send a Black Hawk to pick us up. After it had landed back at Drood Hall, refueled and loaded up with all the people necessary to take care of business at my end. I politely pointed out that this would undoubtedly take some time, and what were Molly and I supposed to do till then? Kate just sniffed.
You're on a boat, aren't you? It's hardly going to sink.
This typical example of Drood tact and consideration is why I ran away from home first chance I got. And yet, I keep going back. I think one of us assumes the other is going to change someday, and I don't know which of us is the bigger idiot. Fortunately, Molly's magics returned long before the Black Hawk, and she teleported us back into the Drood family grounds, right outside the hall. She smiled at me, just a bit smugly, because she knew she wasn't supposed to do that. In fact, technically speaking, she shouldn't have been able to do it, given that the Sergeant-at-Arms is constantly upgrading all our protections and defences. Droods have spent centuries keeping people safe, and as a result we have a lot of enemies. But no one's ever been able to keep Molly Metcalf out of anywhere she wants to be, especially if she thinks someone doesn't want her to be there. Good to be home, I suppose, I said. The next thing I knew, I was lying on a bed somewhere, flat out, a pillow under my head, fully clothed but with a blanket over me. I started to sit up, and Molly was quickly there at my bedside, putting a restraining hand on my chest and telling me to lie back.
"It's all right, Eddie," she said quickly. "I'm here. You collapsed out in the grounds. I couldn't move you, and you wouldn't wake up, so I had to call for help. Your family carried you into the hall and brought you here. We're in the infirmary."
She managed a small smile.
"You should have seen them panicking. The sergeant was convinced you'd been struck down by some unseen enemy, as the start of some major attack on the family. I told them you'd just fainted."
"I don't faint," I said. And then I stopped as I took in the look on Molly's face. What she was really feeling, and that she'd been trying to hide with artificial cheerfulness. "Molly? What is it? What's happened?"
"The doctors have been examining you," Molly said carefully. "I was concerned after what the angels said about death hovering over you, so I insisted they run a full series of tests. Check everything. They were very thorough. You've been out for more than 3 hours, Eddie."
I didn't know what to say. Nothing like this had ever happened to me before, and I once had an entire hotel fall on me back in the States. Even when I'm not actually in my armour, I'm used to feeling protected against anything the world can throw at me. I did my best to smile reassuringly at Molly, but it didn't feel like it came out right. There was something in her eyes, something she knew that I didn't. "What's wrong, Molly?"
"Eddie."
She couldn't bring herself to say it. Her voice choked off as tears threatened to spill down her face. I looked at her, bewildered. It takes a lot to make Molly cry. For the first time, I realized 6 medical staff in white coats were standing around, watching me closely. One of them, Dr. Mary Drood, stepped forward. I used to see her all the time back when I was a kid, when the old sergeant-at-arms would beat the crap out of me on a regular basis, for this infringement or that. She was the one who stopped the bleeding and got me back on my feet again. She was older now, of course, a medium-height, middle-aged woman with a calm professional presence, a warm smile and cool grey eyes. These days she was in charge of the special isolation area. I sat up abruptly, despite Molly's objections. I didn't feel feverish, or injured, or in pain. So what the hell was I doing in the special isolation area? That was reserved for the most extreme cases, where the patient had to be kept away from everyone else to protect the rest of the family. I felt the first cold touch of fear in my heart. I made a point of ignoring Dr. Mary while I took a good look at my surroundings. The whole place had been painted stark white, bright, gleaming walls, without even a poster or a notice to break up the view. Clean and antiseptic, no doubt, but not a touch of warm colour anywhere to bring comfort to the patient. Because if you were in the special isolation area, it was a bit late for that. There were only 3 beds in the room, and mine was the only one occupied, because to be here was very rare. There was just the one sign over the door: "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." Drood humour. I had been here once before, though no one else knew that, to visit another field agent, Dylan Drood. This was a long time ago, back when I was still just the secondary field agent for London, doing my duty as a Drood while keeping as great a distance as I could between me and my family. I came back to the hall without being summoned and against standing orders, just to visit Dylan, one of my few real friends from childhood. I had to sneak back into the hall, slipping past the defences and protections, because Dylan had been declared out of bounds once he'd been admitted to the special isolation area. I chose my moment carefully when the day shift was giving way to the night, put on a white coat, picked up a clipboard and just strolled in. No one looked at me twice, which gave me more than enough time to find Dylan and read his case notes. Apparently, he'd been sent into the Welsh mountains to fight an other-dimensional incursion by strange mutated creatures from another Earth. He drove them back and closed the gate, stopping the invasion, but not before he picked up something from them. Something nasty. He managed to get back to the hall before he collapsed. Now, anyone he'd come into contact with was in quarantine, and he was in the special isolation area. I found him lying on a bed just like mine, looking very small and vulnerable, surrounded by all kinds of medical equipment. There were sensor feeds all over his body, and tubes going in and out of him, keeping him alive. His face was flushed and slick with sweat, and his eyes rolled back and forth. His breathing was worryingly fast, like that of a panting dog. I spoke to him, but he didn't even know I was there. Judging from what I could understand of his case notes, that was probably a good thing. Whatever he'd picked up from the invaders was burning him up, boiling his brains in his head. He was dying, and there was nothing anyone could do but watch and take notes. That was the first time I really understood that my armor couldn't protect me from everything, that I could die out in the field. I'd always known that, but now I believed it. I ran away from Dylan, from the special isolation area, from the knowledge of my own mortality. And now here I was, back in the dying place. I shuddered briefly and looked back to Dr. Mary. She was in charge. She wouldn't have turned out for an individual case unless it was something extraordinary. "Hello, Eddie," said Dr. Mary. Her voice was professionally calm and reassuring. "You had us all worried. Now, I need you to listen to me before I explain what's been happening and why you're here. I brought in all my colleagues for this case, Eddie. Every discipline, every speciality. Together, we cover everything from combat surgery to alien diseases to enforced genetic mutation. So when I say we've dealt with pretty much everything at one time or another, I'm usually right. But none of us have ever seen anything like what's happened to you." "So, this is serious?" I said. "Yes, Eddie." "Life-threatening?" I said, trying hard to keep my voice steady. Dr. Mary didn't say anything, just nodded. I put out my hand, and Molly was there to hold it tightly. "We've sent down to the librarian," said Dr. Mary. "He's searching through the more obscure areas of the old library just in case. You've been poisoned, Eddie. An unknown chemical has been introduced into your system, and it's killing you. We can't stop it. We can detect its presence, but we can't identify it. We have no antidotes, no cure, and we can't even treat the symptoms. You've been murdered, Eddie. You just didn't know it until now." "I'm a dead man walking," I said, trying hard to keep my voice as steady as hers. "Didn't expect to hear that when I got up this morning. How did this chemical get into me? Could I have been poisoned while I was at Cassandra's secret headquarters?" "No," said Dr. Mary. "Given how much damage it's already done, we think the poison must have been introduced some time back, almost certainly while you were here, recuperating from the big game." "I was poisoned inside the hole," I said. "How could the killer get inside the hole past Drood security, without anyone noticing?" She didn't react to my rising voice. "Those are very good questions, Eddie. We've contacted the Sergeant-at-Arms and he's on his way. But you mustn't give up hope. There are still things we can try. Constant dialysis, coupled with complete blood replacement, organ transplants and cyborg implants. But you must understand, that would just be addressing the symptoms, slowing the poison's progress, to give us more time to think what to do." "No," I said. "I don't want extreme measures taken just to keep me alive. I don't want to lie helpless in my bed, dying by inches, hooked up to machines. I want to still be me when I go out." I was thinking of Dylan. I looked to Molly. "Isn't there anything you can do?" "It's a poison," she said. "Not a spell or a curse or a possession, just chemicals. If it were an ordinary poison, I might be able to do something. But this is so different, my magic can't even touch it." I turned back to Dr. Mary. "I need to be up and about, doing something. Is there anything you can give me to keep me going? Keep me strong while I work? Buy me some more time?" Dr. Mary looked at the other doctors, but they were already shaking their heads. "Anything extreme enough to affect you now would be countermanded by your talk. It's constantly monitoring and reinforcing your natural defenses, fighting the poison, protecting you from all outside influences." "Then why is he still ill?" said Molly. "Without the talk, Eddie would have been dead weeks ago," Dr. Mary said steadily. "The talk is all that's keeping him alive. You really need to speak to Ethel about this, Eddie. She can tell you more about the talk and its capabilities." And then she leaned forward, lowering her voice. "But don't do it here, or anywhere inside the hole." She straightened up again before I could say anything. Everyone looked around as the armourer hurried in. Maxwell and Victoria, both of them looking indecently young and intimidatingly intelligent, in their immaculate starched white lab coats, making the doctor's white coats look very much the poor relation. Maxwell was tall, dark, and handsome. Victoria was tall, blonde, and beautiful. They looked like a movie poster for love's young dream among the scientists. Given the mood I was in, I was ready to accept them as comic relief. But for a change, neither of them was smiling. They nodded quickly to me, and then gestured for an assortment of their lab assistants to wheel in a whole bunch of unfamiliar equipment, most of which had that fresh-from-the-drawing-board look, with loose wires and bits not properly attached. Dr. Mary frowned, but said nothing. Maxwell and Victoria stood at the bottom of my bed and looked at each other to see who wanted to go first.
"We bring presents,"
Maxwell said finally.
"And hope," said Victoria. "Just a few things we've been working on that we thought might prove useful. Though, of course, we're not really in the healing people business, more the killing and blowing people up. But we've adapted our most powerful and sensitive scanners," said Maxwell, "to see if they can find something everyone else has missed. Because that does happen," said Victoria. "Oh, yes, you'll be surprised." "Quite right, Maxie, dear. You tell him." "I am telling him, Vicky. Don't you worry, Eddie. We're here now."
"Thanks for coming," I said. "I could use some cheering up."
"Well, quite," said Maxwell, with the air of someone who knew he'd missed the joke but wasn't going to admit it. "You just let us go to work," said Victoria. "We can do this," said Maxwell. "We can't lose you, Eddie," said Victoria. "Not so soon after losing Jack. We'll think of something. We always do."
And then they stopped and looked at each other again, lost for anything more to say. A clattering of steel paws on the bare floor announced the arrival of the robot dog, Scraps.2. The doctors looked like they wanted to object to his presence, but couldn't think of an acceptable reason. Scraps.2 reared up to place his front paws on the side of my bed and fixed me with his glowing red eyes.
"Honestly, I turned my back on you for 5 minutes. Have they told you you're dying?"
"Yes," I said.
"Good. I did wonder if they'd got round to it, or if they were still busy being tactful and understanding. You know what your Uncle Jack would have said about this?"
"Yes," I said. "Do my duty to the family." Scraps.2 snorted loudly, a disconcerting sound, given that he didn't have a real nose.
"Hardly. He'd have said, 'Find the bastard who did this to you and really ruin his day.'"
"Sounds like a plan to me," I said. Dr. Mary looked over the equipment the assistants were assembling around my bed and glared at the armourer.
"What is all this? You can't just bring untested equipment into a sterile environment." "We can if it's an emergency," said Maxwell. "We can do anything if it's an emergency. Probably part of our job description, isn't it, Vicky?" "Almost certainly," said Victoria. "Don't you mess with us, Dr. Mary. We have guns and other things."
"Oh, yes," said Maxwell.
"And our other things are much worse than guns." "You have nurses," said Victoria. "We have lab assistants. Fear their ingenuity."
I smiled at Molly. "I am definitely feeling better for their being here." She smiled back, but didn't say anything. In the end, the doctors just backed off and let the armourer get on with it. Molly stayed where she was. She wouldn't let go of my hand. The assistants took one look at her and worked around her. I leaned back on the bed, ready to object if anything looked like it was getting invasive. But they just took it in turns to point things at me and then studied the results on their laptops. I watched their faces closely, and the way Maxwell and Victoria muttered together as they considered the various readings. There was a growing tension in the air, as one by one the assistants were forced to admit there was nothing their marvellous new equipment could usefully do. Maxwell and Victoria ended up standing at the foot of my bed again. "I'm sorry, Eddie," said Maxwell. "I really thought we had something to bring to the table." "We brought exotic tech and alien tech," said Victoria. "And a few things various field agents picked up in their travels. And Droods have been to some pretty strange places. We even brought a few things the assistants came up with specially, just for you." "Too extreme to be tried, usually," Maxwell admitted. "But none of it worked." Victoria's voice rose sharply. "Hush, dear, hush," said Maxwell. "We've done all we can. It's not enough." "We can see the poison, Eddie," Maxwell said steadily, "but not identify its components. Whatever it is, it's outside our experience. Completely unknown. Not from around here." One by one, the lab assistants departed, taking their equipment with them. The doctors tried hard not to look like they were thinking, "We told you so." The assistants looked to me like mourners filing out of a funeral. Maxwell and Victoria stood close together, too busy comforting each other to think about comforting me. Victoria was dabbing at her eyes with a crumpled tissue. "If anyone should be crying here," I said, "I think it should be me. Stop trying to upstage me."
"He's being so brave," sniffed Victoria.
"We're the armourer," said Maxwell.
"We're supposed to come up with something amazing at the last moment and save the day, but we didn't. I can't help thinking your Uncle Jack would have succeeded."
"No, he wouldn't,"
Scraps Point 2 said firmly.
"Trust me, the first thing you need to learn about your job is that not every problem has a solution. Come on, I'll take you back to the armoury. You can think better there."
He turned his heavy steel head to look at me.
"Sorry to leave you, Eddie, but I can help them. I can't help you."
"Understood," I said. The armourer went off with the robot dog, leaving me with the doctors. I looked at them steadily. "How long have I got?" They muttered together for quite a while, not wanting to commit themselves, but every time they glanced at me, I was still looking at them, so they went back to debating the matter. Finally, Dr. Mary faced me squarely.
"Best estimate, 3 months, and the last month will be pretty bad."
It hit me hard to hear my death sentence announced so certainly. "So all that's left," I said after a while, "is to track down my murderer and make him pay." I looked at Molly. She was crying quietly. I squeezed her hand. "Don't, love. I'm dying and I'm not crying. It's just another deadline. We can do deadlines." Molly stopped her tears through an effort of will and nodded her head firmly.
"Who could have done this?"
"I might know,"
said the sergeant-at-arms.
"Everyone but Eddie and Molly leave the area. This is a security matter."
No one argued. No one does when the sergeant says that. The family trusts him to keep us safe. The doctors filed out quickly. I got the sense they were almost relieved to be getting away from the accusing gaze of the man they couldn't save. I knew I was being hard on them. I didn't care. The sergeant waited till he was sure everyone was gone, and then leaned in close.
"There is a man most people believe to be just an urban legend of the hidden world. Dr. DOA. Blamed for every death that has no obvious cause, he is the killer that other killers fear. The assassin who strikes from the shadows, who murders his victim without even being noticed. By the time the victim finds out he's been poisoned, if he ever finds out, it's too late. Dr. DOA's poison is always fatal. Always."
"No one has ever recovered?" said Molly. "No one's ever beaten the poison?"
"No," said the sergeant. "And he's supposed to have killed some people I would have said were unkillable. Whatever he's using, there's no defense against it, and no cure."
"What do we know about this Dr. DOA?" I said.
"Not much. No one knows who he really is, where he came from, or how he does what he does, which is why most people prefer to believe he's just an urban legend. But this fits his usual MO, and his usual arrogance. To get inside Drood Hall, past all our security, poison one particular Drood, and then get out again without ever being noticed. Before today, I would have said that was impossible."
"Calm down, Sergeant," I said. "A complexion that colour can't be good for you." I was genuinely amused to see him taking all of this as a personal affront. He sniffed loudly.
"I will find out how he did it, and if any of my people have been lax, there will be blood on the walls."
"Any idea as to how he might have got in?" I said.
"I'm working on it,"
he said grimly.
"In the meantime, I have questions for you, Eddie. Where you've been, who you've spoken to."
"Later," I said. The sergeant started to say something, saw the look on my face, nodded abruptly, and left. I turned to Molly. He must really be concerned. He was actually being considerate. The special isolation area seemed very quiet, with just the two of us in it. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and got carefully to my feet. Molly was quickly there at my side, ready to catch me if I fell. But my legs held steady, and my head remained clear. I felt fine, not at all like I was dying. I smiled reassuringly at Molly, and hoped the smile looked more convincing than it felt. "See? Not dead yet. Tell you what, let's go for a walk. I need to be out among living things. See the world while I still can." Molly started to say something and found she couldn't. She grabbed hold of me and crushed me tightly to her, hanging on like a drowning woman. I could feel her heart hammering next to mine, almost as fast as mine, like trapped birds in cages who can see the cat approaching. I murmured comforting words in her ear and made myself be calm, to calm her down. It helped me to be able to help her. It stopped me thinking about me. I gave her one last hug and pushed her gently away from me. She let go immediately and stood back. There were still patches of raised colour on her face, but her eyes were dry and her mouth was steady.
"We find him and we kill him," she said. "Nothing else matters."
"Right," I said. We stood and looked at each other for a while. She'd never seemed lovelier or more determined. I wanted to look at her forever. "All the things I meant to do, for you and for me," I said. "Places I meant to take you, sights I meant to show you, special places I always meant to share with you, when I had the time. Things I put off because I always thought there would be more time. And now, suddenly, there isn't."
"You can't die," said Molly.
"What would I do without you?" "Typical," I said. "Always thinking of yourself." We both managed a small smile, trying to be supportive of each other.
"I refuse to believe your death is inevitable," said Molly. "I mean, the first time we got together you were dying, poisoned by strange matter from where you'd been shot with an arrow by an elf lord. Ethel pulled you back from that at the last moment. You need to talk to her, Eddie, even if your family isn't talking to her. Maybe especially because it isn't. What's going on there, anyway?"
"Damned if I know," I said. "I'll have to find out before we leave the hall." Molly leaned in close, lowering her voice.
"Your family might be listening to us."
"You think my family would bug a hospital ward?"
"You don't?"
"Given that I haven't a clue what's going on with the new matriarch, I'm not sure about anything right now."
"Could her falling out with Ethel have something to do with Dr. DOA's getting into the hall undetected?"
"Good point," I said. "Something else to look into."
"Then there was the time that immortal almost killed you,"
said Molly, reverting to her normal tone of voice.
"and I had to go haul your ass back from limbo. You're really very hard to kill, Eddie. So, third time lucky."
"Of course," I said. I didn't believe that, but I could see Molly needed to, so I went along. "Let's get out of here," I said. I walked back through the hall, striding it out because I didn't want to have to stop and talk to anyone. Molly hurried along at my side. Everywhere we went, people fell back to watch us pass. Some fell silent. Others murmured urgently together. Word had got around. I could feel the pressure of their gazes. I wanted to turn suddenly and shout "Boo!" at them, just to see what would happen. I increased my pace, and Molly stuck close, glaring at anyone who looked like they might even be thinking of getting in our way, or even getting too close. We left the hall through the front door, and I felt a very real relief at putting the huge old building behind me. I've always associated the hall with bad news and the worst parts of my life.
"You should never have come back, Eddie,"
said Molly, echoing my thoughts.
"Bad things are always happening to you here. Hell, they nearly killed me once. This whole place is just one big jinx."
I decided to go for a walk through the grounds, across the wide open lawns under the iron-grey sky. I set off at a steady pace, breathing deeply, savouring the familiar rich scents and the bracingly cold air. How could I be dying when I felt so alive? How could I be murdered when the world was still so full of life? I looked around me, and it was like seeing it all for the first time. The lawns and the flower beds, the copses of beech and ash and oak trees, the artificial lake. Molly moved along beside me, saying nothing, just being there. The peacocks scattered as I approached them, letting out their eerie cries in protest. But the griffins ambled happily forward to greet me. Great lumpy creatures with scaly grey bodies and long morose faces, just psychic enough to see the near future and serve as an early warning system against intruders. They were the only part of Druid defences that actually looked forward to an invasion, because they got to eat the invaders. They smelled appalling, because they ate carrion and loved to roll in dead things, which is why they're never allowed inside the hall, even when it's raining. Especially when it's raining. They bumped against my legs and nuzzled my hands with their soft mouths. I used to sneak scraps out to them when I was a kid, I said.
I doubt they remember, said Molly. They can't be the same ones.
Griffins live for centuries, I said. Lucky bastards. A sudden surge of anger burst through me. I pushed the griffins aside and strode on. Molly had to hurry to catch up. We passed a huge display of weird and unnatural flowers, with great heads bobbing at the top of long stalks. The heads blossomed and turned to watch me as I passed. Bad news really does travel fast, I said. I circled round the ancient hedge maze with its tall green walls. There was a time when the maze served as a prison for the living rogue armour, Moxton's mistake. I had to wear it once to survive. My skin still crawled at the thought of its embrace. Everywhere I looked reminded me of some past adventure, some vital part of what was once my life, and now was history. I took Molly down to the artificial lake to watch the swans sail elegantly by. They saw us and held well back. They'd learned to be wary of Molly, because she had a tendency to throw things at them. Hard, heavy things, not at all bready. The surface of the lake was still, the swans hardly moving. It all seemed so peaceful, like nothing bad could be happening on such an ordinary day. I did wonder if the Undine might manifest for me, I said, but apparently not. I felt obscurely upset about that. She'd made an appearance for Jack's funeral.
She knew Jack, said Molly, following my thoughts with the ease of long acquaintance. I never did get to the bottom of that. You didn't know her, did you?
No, I said. I just thought she might. She's another of the mysteries of this place I always took for granted. I knew there was a story, but I never pressed anyone. Don't suppose I ever will now. I moved on, and Molly came with me. It didn't seem fair to me that the world should just keep on going when I wouldn't.
You could always come back as a ghost, Molly said brightly. Like Jacob in the old chapel.
The family doesn't allow ghosts to hang around, I said. Or you wouldn't be able to move in the corridors for ectoplasm and poltergeist phenomena. The family gets through a lot of soldiers in its never-ending war.
Didn't stop Jacob from occupying the chapel, said Molly.
He had a special dispensation, I said. And what would I do anyway as a ghost? Stick around to watch you grow old? Watch you start a new life with someone else? Move on and forget me?
I would never do that, said Molly.
Of course you would. That's what the living do. You had a life before me, and you'll have a life after I'm gone. I stopped and looked at her. Molly, that's what I want. She looked into my face searchingly.
Really?
Well, I said, if truth be told, what I really want is for my passing to break hearts and ruin lives. I want mass weeping and a month of national mourning. But then, after that, everyone should just get on with their lives. I looked around. It wasn't that long ago I was here for Jack's funeral, and soon they'll be holding mine. I hope the weather's nice. I looked back at the hall, far behind me now. Just a great brooding presence on the horizon, weighed down by history and all the generations of Druids who'd lived and served in that hulking edifice to duty and responsibilities. So many stories come and gone. And that's all I would be now. Just another story with a beginning, a middle, and an end. Which made me think of the Winter Hall, that cold, empty place where I passed the time in limbo, caught between life and death. A frost-covered shadow of my home, where I walked through empty corridors haunted by memories. Until Molly came and got me and brought me home. She wouldn't be able to do that this time. She liked to boast she'd been to heaven and hell and everywhere in between, but she'd never brought anyone back from the dead. There are some limits even the Wild Witch of the Woods has to respect. The Winter Hall reminded me of the other hall, which briefly took the place of my hall, thanks to the dimensional engine Alpha Red Alpha. The other hall had been home to a whole different family of Druids on a different Earth. Someone killed them all and blew up their home, leaving only burned-out ruins and dead bodies. Some still wrapped in half-melted golden armour. I never did find out who was responsible for that. Another thing I'd always meant to get around to, but life kept getting in the way. For a while there, I thought I was the last Druid. So many people have died on my watch. Friends and family, allies and enemies. Some I'd seen die, some I killed myself. for what seemed like good reasons at the time. More faces, more stories. So much death in my life. I wandered on through the grounds, just going where my feet led me, visiting various places Molly and I had been before. On the edge of the grounds, I found a place of dead earth and dark trees. I stopped. "This was where we broke into the grounds the first time I came here with you," I said, "after my family had declared me rogue and wanted me dead." "Yes," said Molly. "I remember." "This is where we met the scarecrows." "I know. I still have nightmares about them sometimes." "That's my family for you." The scarecrows are part of my family's outer defences. Stuffed and preserved human figures that look like they've just come down off their crosses with bad intentions on their minds. Unstoppable, unfeeling things, driven to fight all intruders. My family makes them out of the bodies of our most hated enemies, to guard the family they tried to harm. Eternal punishment, or for as long as they last. I remembered how they looked, lurching out of the shadows to face us, their clothes rotting and falling apart, their faces stretched taut, brown as parchment and as brittle. Tufts of straw protruded from their ears and mouths. Their eyes were still alive, still suffering. I remembered names. Lorelei, the water elemental assassin known as the Liquidator. Mad Frankie Phantasm. And the Blue Fairy, who had been my friend, my ally and my enemy. Half druid and half elf, and never sure which was his true nature. In the end, he guessed wrong. My relatives have always found it hard to forgive those who betray them. I led the way back across one of the biggest lawns, where once an army of accelerated men had come spilling onto the grounds to attack us, through a dimensional gate opened by our worst enemies, the Immortals. It seemed to me I could still see the ghosts of dark figures running straight at the Druid defenders, superhumanly fast and strong, burning themselves out just to get at us, used by the Immortals as supercharged attack dogs. Hundreds of accelerated men died on this open ground, lied to and betrayed, sacrificed on the altar of our enemies' hatred. We killed them all. We had to. "So much fighting," I said finally. "So much blood and death on these grounds, and so few picnics and pleasant walks. That's the Druid life for you." "You never cared much for picnics or walks of any kind," said Molly. "You were always more interested in a pie and a pint at the pub, or a good book in a comfy chair." "I might have developed a taste for such things if I'd had the time," I said. "We were always so busy, always in such a hurry." "I could conjure us up a picnic hamper," said Molly, "if you like. We never did get our Christmas meal. We could just sit down here, take a break." "No," I said. "I'm not hungry right now. Maybe later." It occurred to me that I had to stop saying that. Stop putting things off. Because all too soon there wouldn't be a later. A sudden horror took me. A despair at being caught in a trap with no escape, no way out. Trapped in a body that had turned against me. My heart lurched in my chest at the sheer unfairness of it all, and for a moment I couldn't get my breath. Molly saw the panic rising in my face. She moved in close, placing her hands on my chest and murmuring comforting words until I had control again. I nodded slowly and smiled my thanks to her. "Live in the moment," I said. My voice sounded harsh, even to me. "I can do this. I have to do this. I've been close to death before. It comes with the job. Why does it bother me so much now?" I looked at Molly and knew why. Because now I'm not just losing me, I'm losing you. We walked on, together. "We never did get married," I said after a while. "I never asked you," said Molly. "I could have said something," I said. "There would have been problems with my family, but—" "Eddie, I never wanted it." Her voice was firm. "I never felt the need. We had each other, and that was all that mattered." She stopped suddenly, so I stopped with her. She looked at me. "I said had. Like it's already over. I won't accept that. I'll never accept that." "At the end," I said, "if it gets bad, I don't want you around me. If I do end up dying by inches in some hospital bed, I don't want you to see me like that." "I'll never leave you," said Molly.
You'll always be my Eddie. Do you really think I'm that shallow?
I don't want you sitting at my bedside watching me die, I said. You shouldn't have to go through that. I wouldn't do it for you. I couldn't. A man should die on his own. It's the last important thing he has to do. He should be left alone to concentrate on getting it right.
You do talk crap sometimes, said Molly. You know damned well you can't do anything practical without me there to help.
Of course, I said. What was I thinking? The two of us together. Not forever, after all, but together till the end.
I can live with that,
said Molly. We smiled and walked on, arm in arm.
How do you feel?
Said Molly. I don't know, I said. It's all happened so quickly. I cheated death so many times out in the field that I stopped thinking about it. But I should have known. Everyone's luck runs out eventually.
You were ready to die for me earlier today, said Molly, standing on the edge of that airship.
That was different, I said. There was a purpose to that. This feels so random. Like I just drew a bad ticket in some lottery. Mostly I feel angry that I won't have the life, the future I thought I was going to have. With you.
I don't know what I'll do once you're gone, said Molly.
You'll think of something, I said.
Are you scared?
Said Molly.
I'm scared.
Don't be, I said. I've had a good... Well, I don't know about good, but I've certainly had an interesting life. And I had you. Finding you was enough good luck for any one life.
How can you be so accepting?
Said Molly. I'm not, I said. But I can fake it long enough to find Dr. DOA and put a stop to him. Not just for me, but for all his victims. Be strong for me, Molly. For when I can't.
I'm here, Eddie. I'm here.
We came at last to the great grassy mound at the rear of the hall, under which was buried a dragon's head, struck off by Baron Frankenstein centuries ago, but still somehow living. I found it, alive and lonely, under a hillside overlooking the ruins of Castle Frankenstein. So I brought it back to Drood Hall, because it didn't seem right to just leave it there. The dragon's head seemed quite happy in its new home, always ready to chat with any passing Drood. It seemed to me that the mound was somewhat bigger than I remembered from the last time I visited. Sorry it's been a while, I said. I've been busy.
That's all right,
said the dragon's voice, deep and resonant, rich as wine, old as the hills.
The armourer and their lab assistants are always popping by. My condition fascinates them. They're always bringing strange new machines to my mound to try out on me. And the librarian often stops by so we can discuss history. I've seen so much of it. I do miss the old armourer, your Uncle Jack. He kept saying he was going to grow me a new body, but... I have heard what's happened, Eddie. I understand how you're feeling. I wasn't ready to die either when the old Baron cut off my head.
But you're still alive,
said Molly, almost accusingly.
You call this living?
Said the dragon.
Sorry, that was an old joke even in my time. The point is, I didn't expect to survive my beheading. It had been such a long time since I'd seen any others of my kind, I had no idea we were so... durable. I really believed my time was up, and even though I'd lived for centuries, I still wasn't ready. No matter how long you've had, it never seems enough. You're never ready to let go. At least you have some time, Eddie, to put your affairs in order.
And get revenge on my murderer, I said. The dragon rumbled approvingly.
You would have made a good dragon.
I said my goodbyes to him, just in case we didn't meet again. It occurred to me I was probably going to be doing a lot of that. And then I carried on through the grounds. Molly was quiet for a long time.
"Promise me one thing," she said finally.
"If I can."
"Don't ever say goodbye to me. I've never been any good at goodbyes."
"I'll probably have other things on my mind," I said kindly. I was trying to look at everything, force every detail into my mind, because once I left the hall to go after Dr. DOA, it was possible I might never get to come back, never see any of this again. I could die chasing the man with death for a name. It felt like I was saying goodbye to my life, to my world. I walked up and down and back and forth, and Molly followed along wherever I wanted to go. She didn't say anything about the time passing, until I realized I was just putting off going back to the hall to begin my last mission. I stopped, took a deep breath, and headed back to the hall by the shortest route. I always felt better and stopped worrying about things once I'd settled on a course of action. Molly saw where we were heading and understood our break was over, that we were going back to work.
"What are we going to do?" she said.
"Well, to start with, we don't panic," I said. "We work the possibilities. I don't care who this Dr. DOA really is. He can't operate in a vacuum. He can't do his work in our world without leaving traces. He has to arrange things, buy things, make travel plans. There's got to be a trail somewhere. So we go out there and start leaning on people. Someone will talk. Someone always talks. Enough to point us in the right direction." "What's wrong, Molly? You look disappointed."
"When you said possibilities, I thought you meant looking for a cure."
"Molly..."
"We can't just give up."
"I'm not," I said. "But I'll leave the last-minute miracle stuff to the experts. They have the resources and the time. We have to concentrate on what we can do."
"There's still the night side," said Molly. "There's always someone in the long night who can do anything, if you've got the money."
"Somehow that thought doesn't exactly fill me with confidence," I said.
"Money is a great motivator," said Molly. "You know, if all else fails, I could always bring you back, like Dead Boy."
"No, thank you," I said firmly. "I don't want to be like that."
"You don't know," said Molly. "You've never met him."
"I've heard about him. I've heard lots about him."
"Or like Larry Oblivion, the dead detective."
"Even more no thank you. I've met Larry. We worked a case together some years back."
"You never said."
"I don't tell you everything."
"There are other places outside the night side,"
Molly said desperately.
"All kinds of extreme hospices, voodoo parlours, future tech establishments. All the shadowy places on the borderlands where they do things no one else can. I know places. I know people."
"My time is limited, Molly. I'd rather spend what's left of it hunting down the man who killed me and making him pay, rather than risk his getting away because I was too busy chasing false hopes."
"I still have friends in heaven and hell who owe me favours."
"Not anymore," I said. "All your old pacts and agreements were rendered null and void when your debts were taken care of by the powers that be. Remember?"
"Damn,"
said Molly.
"OK. Look, I'll contact my sisters, see what Isabella and Louisa have to say. They know things and people I don't."
"If you like," I said. We headed for the hall. It loomed up before us, heavy with fate and foreboding, as though just by walking back through its door, I would be committing myself to my last mission. No stepping aside, no turning back. I'd be starting down a road that had only one destination. I looked the old building over carefully, trying to see it clearly one last time. Drood Hall is old, really old, and it's always been colourful as hell, just like the family it contains. The sprawling old manor house dated back to Tudor times, and the central section still had the black and white boarded frontage, along with heavy leaded glass windows and a jutting gabled roof. 4 extensive wings had been added down the years. Massive and solid in the Regency style, they contained thousands of rooms. We're a big family. The roof rose and fell like a great grey-tiled ocean, complete with any number of gargoyles, and grotesque ornamental guttering that probably seemed like a good idea at the time. Add to that an observatory, an eyrie, and a whole bunch of landing pads for the steam-powered autogyros, futuristic helicars, flying saucers, and winged unicorns, because my family has always been ready to embrace anything that works. The hall, solid and firm in stone and wood, people and causes. The Druids have always weighed heavily on the world.
Do you have a bucket list?
Molly said suddenly. What, things I should do while I still can? I said. Never got around to thinking about it. Bit late now. I've got work to do. Do you have a list?
I always plan to take you on a pub crawl of the hidden world, said Molly. To all the especially off-the-beaten-track places I go, when I really want to let my hair down. Show you all the special places that meant something to me. We never talked like this before.
Never had cause to before. I thought about it as the front door drew nearer. I suppose I should update my will before we leave. Make sure you're properly provided for.
Can you be sure your family will abide by your wishes?
I grinned. My family doesn't know half of what I've got tucked away. We stopped before the front door. Molly grabbed hold of me and hugged me fiercely.
I can't let you go! I won't let you go!
I held her tight and said nothing, because I knew there would come a time when I'd have to let Molly go, and go on alone. Chapter 3. Everyone wants to help. There are days when you think things can't get any worse, but somehow they always do. I walked back through the front door of Druid Hall, with Molly on my arm, and there, waiting for me, was the Sergeant-at-Arms, standing right in the middle of the entrance hall, with his arms tightly folded, and with the air of someone who'd been waiting for some time, and really wasn't happy about it. I couldn't be bothered to give the impression that I gave a damn. I planted myself in front of him and raised a single eyebrow. He drew himself up to his full height, the better to look down his nose at me. I could feel Molly stirring dangerously at my side, and amused myself wondering which way the sergeant would fall after she hit him. "What?" I said.
"I'm here to escort both of you to a meeting with the matriarch and her advisory council,"
the sergeant said flatly.
"Your attendance is requested."
That last word stopped me. If he was being polite, if the matriarch was being polite, something was up. Something had changed. So, of course, I had to go, especially if Molly was included in the invitation. Normally, my family does everything short of declaring open hostilities to keep Molly out of council meetings. Partly because she's not family, but mostly because she likes to sit at the back, eat popcorn, and heckle. "Lead the way, Sergeant," I said graciously. "Molly and I would be delighted to attend your little tea party."
"Ooh, a party," said Molly. "Will there be tea and crumpets?"
"We can but hope," I said. The sergeant gathered his injured dignity around him, turned on his heel like the poker up his arse had just sprouted spikes, and led the way into the familiar embrace of the hall, without once looking back to check we were actually following. I ambled along behind, while Molly stuck close by me, glaring watchfully around for ambushes, unfortunate comments, or just the wrong look on someone's face. I let her. I didn't want her to notice how worried I was. I'd thought I had time to do all the things I needed to do. Was the matriarch about to tell me that I didn't, after all? It soon became clear we weren't heading in any of the directions I'd expected. I closed the gap between the sergeant and me and raised my voice. "We're still not meeting at the sanctity, even though it's a full council meeting?"
"No,"
said the sergeant. "At some point," I said, "you're going to have to explain to me just what the hell is going on."
"Not my place,"
said the sergeant, carefully not looking back at me. I couldn't help but notice that wherever we went, everyone hurried to step back and avert their eyes from me. No more pointing or muttering, no more gathering in groups to enjoy the spectacle of a dead man walking. Possibly because I was with the sergeant-at-arms now. We made our way into the East Wing, which meant we weren't going back to the matriarch's new garden centre office. So where else would the new matriarch feel safe from Ethel? There wasn't much in the East Wing. It's mainly offices and meeting places, where general policy gets discussed and the details hammered out. Druid equivalent of the civil service. Not the most glamorous work, but necessary for the smooth running of family business. Personally, I'd rather hammer nails into my head. The sergeant finally took us out of the East Wing through a side door, and just like that, we were outside the hall, facing the old family chapel, where the ghost of Jacob used to hang out. I stopped where I was, ignoring the sergeant's unhidden impatience, so I could take a good look at the chapel. It had been some time since I'd last been there. It used to be one of the few places I could go to get away from my family, where I could feel safe from what the family wanted of me. And now my family had even taken that away. But why were we meeting the matriarch and her council here? What was so important, so significant about this battered old edifice? Once upon a time, it really was the family chapel, back before we went multi-denominational. This was after a rather embarrassing period, when the then matriarch decided the family was in danger of becoming too inbred. Too many marriages inside the family. Too many cousins connected in too many ways. We were in urgent need of fresh blood. So an outreach program was launched, and any number of Druid chicks were kicked out of the nest and told to fly off in search of partners. The result was a great many new marriages with outsiders, inevitably followed by an inrush of new ideas and new values, one of which was a more relaxed attitude to Druid religious observance. The chapel was abandoned, and apparently for a while you couldn't move in Druid Hall for new churches, red-hot religious debates, and even a few duels. I miss out on all the good stuff. I'm amazed our established church lasted as long as it did, anyway. There's nothing like having regular contact with the agents of heaven and hell to make anyone a dedicated free-thinker. The old chapel was a squat stone structure with crucifix-slit windows. It looked Saxon, but was really just an 18th century folly, put up to replace an older and far more authentic building that was simply too old and too boring. The chapel looked as ugly as ever, its rough stone walls all but buried under thick mats of crawling ivy, some of which was already stirring threateningly as it detected our presence, until the sergeant-at-arms glared at it, and the ivy settled sullenly back down again. No one argues with a sergeant, which is, of course, why I always did. I tried the door, and to my surprise it opened easily. In the old days, I had to put my shoulder to the heavy wood just to get it to move, because I was the only one who ever used it. But now all the old gloom was gone, dismissed by newly installed electric lighting, and the interior looked completely different. There used to be a pile of old wooden pews stacked against the far wall, and a big black leather recliner chair where Jacob would slump at his ease and watch the memories of old television shows on a set that didn't even have any workings, and an old-fashioned freezer, somehow always full of ethereal booze. For a ghost, Jacob really did like his comforts. But all of that was gone now. The place had been cleaned up and cleared out. Someone had even swept the floor, revealing old flagstones worn smooth in places by massed bent knees. The matriarch was sitting at the back of the chapel, behind a richly polished mahogany desk, complete with telephones and a laptop so she would never be out of touch. She sat up straight in her chair, her hands together and resting on the tabletop before her. She looked calm and composed, with everything she had to say carefully rehearsed in her head, so she could shut down any objections I might have before they could get off the ground. The sergeant went to stand beside her, holding himself at parade rest. The armourer, Maxwell and Victoria, sat side by side before the table, close enough that they could still hold hands. I had to wonder whether that was an affectation, or whether I'd always been too old for love's young dream. Love, real love, came somewhat late in life for me. I glanced round to make sure Molly was still at my side, and she smiled and slipped a reassuring arm through mine. I looked back at Maxwell and Victoria. They seemed younger than ever in such a formal setting, which was more than could be said for the old gentleman sitting opposite them. He looked tired and fretful and out of place, though it had to be said William the librarian did appear pretty spruce for once, in a heavy tweed suit, a clean white shirt, a peach cravat held in place by a diamond pin, and fluffy pink bunny slippers, suggesting his ongoing rehabilitation to civilized behaviour wasn't entirely complete just yet. His bushy white hair had been attacked with a brush and comb and partially subdued, and someone had shaved him recently. His gaze was clear and his mouth was firm, but there was still an air of vagueness about him, as though he were trying to remember why he was there, or why he'd ever thought turning up was a good idea in the first place. The reason for the general improvement stood beside him, his wife, Ammonia from Acht, the most powerful telepath in the world. Ugly as a bulldog licking piss off a thistle and about as convivial, Ammonia had a square, almost brutal face, not improved by a permanent thunderous frown. Short and squat in her shapeless grey suit, Ammonia was still an impressive, striking figure. She and William were devoted to each other, and there was no denying she'd been good for him. The librarian was a lot more himself these days. It amazed me to think how far he'd come since I brought him back from where he'd been hiding, at the Happy Acres High-Security Institute for the Criminally Insane. But technically speaking, Ammonia shouldn't have been present at a council meeting. Just marrying a Druid wasn't enough to make you family. But as she was only a psychic sending and not physically present, everyone made allowances, because Ammonia didn't give them any choice. Her image looked real enough, until you noticed her feet didn't quite reach the floor. Because of her incredible telepathic abilities, Ammonia couldn't bear to be around people. She lived alone in a cottage on the coast, miles from everywhere, and preferred to limit her travelling to her spirit form. She looked solid enough. I had to resist the urge to give her a quick prod, just to check. She looked at me coldly, as though she knew what I was thinking. I quickly turned my gaze to the matriarch. "Where are the heads of the war room and operations?" I said. "Shouldn't they be here? They were still part of your advisory council, last I heard."
"They're busy," said the matriarch. "Cleaning up the mess in the field left by Cassandra's interference. I'll brief them later. Take a seat."
I stood my ground. "Why are we meeting here, of all places?"
"Because this location is steeped in ghostly energies and temporal complications, thanks to Jacob's peculiar afterlife existence," said the matriarch. "The psychic plane is so saturated with information, it should be impossible for anyone to observe us."
"Including Ethel?" I said.
"Yes,"
said the matriarch. "Is that right, Ethel?" I said. There was a long pause. Everyone's head came up, listening, but response came there none. "What is going on?" I said.
"I'll tell you when you return from your mission," said the matriarch.
"Why not tell me now?"
"Because you're going to speak to Ethel about your condition before you leave. I would."
"Am I not supposed to tell her what we discuss here?" I said.
"That would be wisest,"
said the matriarch. She gestured again at the 2 empty chairs set out before her table, set out exactly halfway between the armourer and the librarian. I decided I'd pushed her as far as I usefully could, and sat down. Molly settled onto the chair next to me, as stiff and watchful as a suspicious cat. I looked at Maxwell and Victoria, but they didn't want to meet my gaze. William reached out to pat me on the arm, as though reassuring a restless dog.
"I've been ransacking the library ever since I heard, looking for something to help you, Eddie. Found all kinds of interesting things, none of them particularly helpful as yet, but early days. It's a big library. In fact, I'm not even sure just how big the old library really is. I have a suspicion the boundaries move when I'm not looking. My assistant Yorith, you remember Yorith? Of course you do. He's searching through some of the more arcane areas while I'm here."
He stopped to look meaningfully at the matriarch.
"I still don't know why my presence was deemed so damned essential. You'll do what you decide to do, whatever any of us have to say, just like always."
"I value your opinions,"
said the matriarch.
"Then you should pay more attention to them,"
said the librarian.
"Hush, dear,"
said Ammonia. Her hand hovered just above his shoulder, and he settled a little at the seeming touch.
"We need to get on with this, William, so Eddie can get on with what he has to do."
"Of course,"
said the librarian.
"Sorry, Eddie."
"We are still pursuing a number of promising leads,"
Maxwell said loudly.
"Very promising. The lab assistants have dropped everything else." "You must come down to the armory before you leave, Eddie," said Victoria. "You really must. We'll have something for you."
"To help you on your mission," said Maxwell.
"Something useful,"
said Victoria.
"We are all doing our best for you, Eddie,"
said the sergeant.
"The whole family is outraged at what has been done to you. An attack on one Druid is an attack on us all."
"Are you so outraged because I've been poisoned?" I said. "Or because Dr. DOA got to me despite all your vaunted security?"
"We will throw all of the family's resources into tracking down your attacker,"
said the matriarch, which I noted wasn't exactly an answer to my question.
"I know you feel the need to pursue this case yourself, but should the worst come to the worst, and Dr. DOA is able to hide himself until you are no longer capable of going after him, I promise you, the family will continue the hunt for as long as it takes. He can't hide from all of us." "You couldn't see him when he was here in the hall right under your noses," Molly said angrily. If Eddie hadn't collapsed, and if I hadn't insisted on a complete medical check, you'd never have known Dr. DOA was ever here.
There was a pause, as everyone took it in turns not to look at one another. I like to think they were feeling guilty, rather than just caught out.
All of our security protocols are being overhauled,
said the sergeant.
All protections and defences are being seriously upgraded as we speak.
After the horses sneaked in and out, I said.
Have you found any trace of Dr. DOA yet? Said Molly.
No,
said the sergeant.
No sign he ever set foot inside the hall, which is disturbing. Before today, I would have said that was impossible.
Your parents are currently in London, Eddie, said the matriarch, putting together a new department of Uncanny under their leadership. We are endeavouring to contact them to tell them what's happened so they can come back. They will be here waiting for you when you return.
It was nice of her to say when instead of if.
I'll turn the library upside down if that's what it takes to find some cure, some answer,
said William.
There has to be something in the records. Nothing is ever really new. Everything comes from somewhere. The poison must have been used before, must have been developed and tested. If the family has ever encountered it, there'll be a record somewhere, and I will find it.
There's always the Pook,
Molly said suddenly. There was a long pause as we all thought about the strange rogue presence that sometimes appeared in the old library. That old spirit which sometimes makes itself known as a giant white rabbit, terribly powerful and sometimes worryingly terrible in its aspect.
We still don't know exactly what the Pook is, the matriarch said carefully.
Or what its true intentions are,
said the sergeant.
We know it followed William home from the asylum, which doesn't exactly fill me with confidence that it is what it appears to be.
Whatever that is,
said the matriarch.
I trust him,
said the librarian.
You would,
said the matriarch. I looked to Ammonia. You've spent time inside William's head. You've seen the Pook through his eyes. What do you think?
It's an old power,
Ammonia said slowly.
Older than the Druids. It scares me. I think the Pook, or what we see of it, is only what it allows us to see. The tip of the iceberg. The smile on the face of the tiger.
I will ask the Pook if he can help you, Eddie,
said William.
But whether he'll answer...
What are things coming to? I said. When my best bet for survival would seem to be an invisible giant white rabbit that might or might not actually exist.
Yes, well,
said the librarian.
That's the Druid life for you.
I am receiving constant updates on your condition from Dr. Mary, Eddie, said the matriarch, representing all the medical teams. I've got every department in the family working on this. There's always a chance someone will come up with something. We have a wide range of your blood and tissue samples taken while you were unconscious.
Good, I said, because you're not getting any more. Hate needles.
I will reach out to the telepathic community, said Ammonia. Have them search for Dr. DOA. For any knowledge of where he is, and, more importantly, who hired him. After all, Dr. DOA is just the weapon, not the killer.
I liked what she was saying, but it still came as something of a surprise. I hadn't even known there was a community of telepaths. Beyond a certain point, telepaths tend to be solitary creatures for their own mental protection, to keep the world's voices outside their heads. They go their own way, like cats, highly individual and fiercely independent.
We don't congregate, said Ammonia, but we do communicate. We don't need to meet in person because we're never more than a thought away. Could Dr. DOA be a telepath? Said Molly. Could that be how he hides from people, and how he passed unnoticed inside the hall? Because he can make people not see he's there.
Our psychics would have detected his presence,
said the sergeant.
Not necessarily, said Ammonia. Not if he was a high-functioning telepath. There was a time I would have said it was impossible for any telepath that powerful to appear out of nowhere and not be noticed, but that was before Eddie found the artificially created telepath working at Lark Hill. The world is always moving on, leaving the rest of us to play catch-up. Not every telepath wants to be known.
You made a good point about who hired Dr. DOA, said the sergeant. There has to be a clue in that. Who wants Eddie dead that badly? Why him, of all of us, and why now? Why not go after someone more important in the family while he had the chance? He could have taken out any number of us. Hell, he could have poisoned us all.
Maybe one poisoning was all he could manage without being noticed, said Molly. Anything more might have attracted attention, revealed his presence, maybe even caught Ethel's attention. That's a point. Why didn't she detect his presence? Good question, said the matriarch. Perhaps you should ask her.
Haven't you asked her? I said. The matriarch made a point of moving on.
Everyone here has been checked. We're all free of the poison. The entire family is currently undergoing tests just in case, and all agents out in the field are being called in the moment they've completed their missions, on the off chance Dr. DOA might be targeting field operatives.
The question remains, said the sergeant. Who wants Eddie dead so badly? You've made your share of enemies, Eddie. It comes with the job and the territory. But I would have said the truly dangerous ones were all dead.
They are, as far as I know, I said. The kind of cases I get, you can't afford to leave any of the really bad guys alive. All the bad stuff will just start happening again. That's one of the reasons why I decided I wasn't going to kill anymore. Too much blood on my hands.
The family has never asked you to do anything that wasn't necessary, said the sergeant. Nothing that any member of the family shouldn't be prepared to do, for the greater good.
But the family didn't do it, I said. I did. And sometimes when I look back, all I can see are the ghosts lined up behind me. The matriarch leaned suddenly forward across her table, fixing me with her cool, implacable gaze.
I give you my word, Eddie. The family will not rest until everyone involved in your murder is caught and punished. No one does this to a Druid and gets away with it.
Are you doing this for me? I said, or to protect the family's reputation?
Yes, said the matriarch.
She sat back in her chair again and regarded me thoughtfully.
Where will you begin your search?
The sergeant's right, I said. The answer must lie somewhere in my past. Some case I worked, some mission left unfinished, some enemy I didn't kill that I should have. Or perhaps someone I did kill that I shouldn't have. I'll have to think about it.
In the meantime, said Molly, we go looking for answers. Talk to people who know things. The Wolf's Head Club is always the best place to start. Do I really need to tell you to be discreet? Said the matriarch. It wouldn't be good for our reputation if people discovered an assassin was able to poison one of us inside our own hall.
It wouldn't be good for people to know a Druid can be killed, said the sergeant. The protection our armour gives us is one of our most important weapons.
We know how to be discreet, I said.
It's just that normally we don't bother, said Molly.
True, I said. But just for you, Maggie, for the family, we'll give it a shot.
If necessary, said the sergeant, I will avenge you, Eddie. Personally. I will find your killer and pour his heart's blood on your resting place.
Everyone nodded sternly in agreement. Looking around the chapel, I could see genuine anger and resolve in all their faces. I was touched to see how upset everyone was on my behalf. I never knew you cared, I said.
We're your family, said the matriarch. You've done so much for us. We have to do this for you.
There was some more talk, but it just went round and round without getting anywhere. So I stood up and said I was leaving. Molly was immediately out of her chair and on her feet beside me. The matriarch and her council fell silent, and then, one by one, they wished me luck and said goodbye, trying hard not to sound like it was for the last time. I left the chapel with Molly, closed the door firmly, and strode off into the grounds again. Every time I left my family, it felt like a weight coming off my shoulders, and I was carrying enough burdens as it was. Right now, they might mean well, but I always remember which road is paved with good intentions. I walked for a while, though I went nowhere in particular, just putting some distance between me and the hall. Molly glanced up at the leaden skies.
Looks like it might snow soon.
Yeah, I said. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Hell of a present I got this year.
We'll just have to find the receipt, said Molly, so you can give it back.
We shared a smile. We had to keep it light, or we'd both go crazy.
You know, Molly said carefully, we don't have to do this alone. I mean, just this once it might be better to work with your family, use its resources. Have other field agents do the actual legwork while you stay here at the hall and orchestrate things, so you'd never be far from help.
No, I said immediately. I told you, no hospital bed for me. I need to be out of here doing something. I need to keep myself occupied. It keeps me from thinking too much. And anyway, we do have to do this for ourselves. Run our own separate investigation into what's really going on. Because it's always possible someone in my family might be behind this. That would explain how I could be poisoned inside Drood Hall despite all the security, and why no one noticed anything.
You mean Dr. DOA might still be here, inside the hall somewhere?
Molly could hardly get her breath, she was so angry.
Someone in your family could be helping him, hiding him.
I have to wonder, I said. Wonder why he chose the one poison my family couldn't cure. And I also have to wonder just how high up in the family his orders might have come from. It wouldn't be the first time my own matriarch wanted me dead. Molly lost it, big time. She shrieked out loud, a raw, painful sound of fury and despair. She spun round and hit me with a blast of concentrated magic, trying to cure the poison and save my life through sheer force of will. She hit me with one spell after another, chanting and gesturing, her face twisted with a wild desperation, her voice harsh and strained. Her whole body shook as she summoned up powerful and dangerous forces. The nearby griffins ran for cover, just before lightning bolts stabbed down out of an empty sky, blasting great charred chunks out of the lawns. They slammed down again and again, never quite touching me or Molly. Curling and coalescing, unnatural energies formed around Molly, staining the air like inky blots. I stood very still. My talk tingled painfully at my throat, but my armor didn't appear. It didn't feel threatened. It could tell Molly was just trying to help. I stared at Molly, feeling the danger she was putting herself in for me, and knew it was all for nothing. I couldn't detect any change in me. Molly had called up some truly terrible forces, but they couldn't seem to reach whatever it was Dr. DOA had put inside me, the thing that was killing me. It all stopped. The lightning strikes disappeared, and the summoned energies quickly dissipated. Molly stood slumped before me, trembling, exhausted. The oppressive atmosphere cleared. There was none of the usual peace and calm that follows a storm, because nothing had changed. Nothing had been resolved. The griffins came slowly slinking back, followed by a brief rain of dead frogs. Just the universe quietly correcting an imbalance.
There's nothing I can do, Molly said dully. Your talk is blocking my magics. Take it off, Eddie. You have to take it off or I can't do anything. No, dear, said Ethel. He can't do that.
There was none of the rose-red glow that normally accompanied her presence. None of the usual sense of well-being. Just her voice coming out of nowhere and sounding perhaps a little quieter, a little more distant. "Hello, Ethel," I said. "I was wondering when you'd show up."
"Why can't he take his talk off?" Molly said angrily. "What good is it doing him?" "It's all that's keeping him alive," said Ethel. "The talk is fighting the poison inch by inch, moment by moment. If Eddie should remove his talk or have it removed, he will die, quickly and horribly." "He's definitely going to die," said Molly. "Yes," said Ethel. "Then why aren't you doing something?" said Molly, grief and despair making her voice almost inhumanly harsh. "Hush, love," I said. "Hush. Ethel, there are some things you can do for me. I need you to sever all links between me and my family handler, Kate. In fact, it might be best if there was no direct contact between me and my family unless I instigate it, in case I find it necessary to do things my family might need to plausibly deny." "It's done," said Ethel. "You'll be able to phone home in an emergency through your talk, but as far as your family is concerned, you're currently ex-directory." "Kate will be upset," said Molly. "She'll get over it," I said. "Ethel," said Molly. "Yes, Molly. Please. There must be something you can do. Something. You helped him the last time he was poisoned." "I'm sorry," said Ethel. "I really am, but that was different. There's nothing I can do this time. The poison's progress is so advanced that no cure is possible. I can't save you, Eddie. I would have to rewrite your whole existence, and the physical laws of your reality are really very restrictive. Just trying to use that much power would force me out of your dimension, and your family still needs me, Eddie." "Really?" I said. "None of my relatives seem too sure about that just at the moment.
Can you tell me what's going on?"
"Of course,"
said Ethel.
"your matriarch is sulking."
"What?" said Molly.
"She demanded to know why I care so much about this family,"
said Ethel.
"why I provide you with talks and armour and so on. She was very insistent that I explain my reasons and motivations, and what I'm getting out of it. She really is a very suspicious woman for an ex-gardener, and I wouldn't tell her."
"Why not?" said Molly.
"Because my business is my business,"
said Ethel.
"So she's mad at me, and trying to pressure me by distancing the family from me as much as she can."
"That's it?" I said. "I can't believe she'd be so petty." "Well, actually I can, because she's a Druid. No one is ever allowed to be more important than the Druids. You're not thinking of leaving us, are you? Because of her?"
"No,"
said Ethel.
"I'm not sulking."
"Why are you looking after us?" I said.
"Perhaps I'll tell you,"
said Ethel.
"just you, when you get back from your mission."
"If I get back," I said.
"Let's all be positive,"
said Ethel.
"I promise you this. I will avenge you, Eddie, if no one else can."
"Everyone wants to avenge him,
"But no one wants to save him,"
said Molly. Her voice broke, and she looked away so I wouldn't see her, holding back tears.
"I'm sorry,"
said Ethel. Her voice sounded flat and quite final. "Can't you see who did this to me?" I said.
"No,"
said Ethel.
"and I should be able to. Isn't that odd? I'm going to have to think about this."
Her voice cut off abruptly. Molly and I both called after her, but she didn't respond.
"We have to find Dr. DOA,"
Molly said finally,
"and make him fix this. He wouldn't work with a poison unless he had a cure, in case of accidents."
"What if he doesn't?" I said.
"Then, before we kill him, we make him tell us who hired him,"
Molly said steadily.
"Who hates you enough to want you killed in such a horrible, cowardly way? Who doesn't have the guts to face you himself? I'll make him talk, and when he finally dies, it will feel like a release."
"I can live with that," I said.
"Don't you have any idea who it might be?"
"I've been racking my brains," I said. "But like the sergeant said, all my enemies are dead. It could be the family of someone I killed, or a friend. Sometimes, with the best will in the world, you can't avoid collateral damage in taking down an enemy. I like to say I've never killed anyone who didn't need killing, but other people are bound to be affected. The damage I do doesn't always end with a death."
"No,"
said Molly.
"this kind of killing feels more personal. There are real hate, real spite and vindictiveness in this. Remember the Manichaean monk on the airship? He was mad as hell about something, and he wanted you dead. Could he be connected to this?"
And then we both broke off as images of the armourer, unsteady visions of Maxwell and Victoria, appeared suddenly before us. I could tell they were projected images, because I'd seen Uncle Jack use the process back when he was armourer. He invented it some time back, and for a while he was sending images of himself all over the hall, when he had something to say and didn't feel like leaving the armoury. The hall was full of surprised squeals and startled bad language, as the armourer appeared out of nowhere in front of some poor unsuspecting soul. And then he bothered the sergeant-at-arms while he was on the toilet. The sergeant had a lot to say about that, and shortly afterwards image projection inside the hall was banned. It seemed Maxwell and Victoria had decided the ban didn't extend to the hall grounds. Perhaps they were jealous of Ammonia's sending.
"There you are,"
said Maxwell.
"We've been looking for you. You have to come down to the armoury before you leave,"
said Victoria.
"You must. Oh, you really must. We've got some things for you,"
Maxwell said temptingly.
"Really cool things,"
said Victoria. "I don't think I've got time," I said tactfully. "I have things to do." Maxwell and Victoria were immediately very upset. They looked at me with big, puppyish eyes, their lower lips trembling.
"But you have to,"
said Victoria. "I don't need anything," I said.
"But it's traditional,"
said Maxwell.
"You always see the armourer before you go off on a mission,"
said Victoria.
"I know we couldn't help with the poison,"
said Maxwell.
"but there are some things we can do. You have to let us help you,"
said Victoria. "All right," I said. "I'll come down." Maxwell and Victoria beamed hugely, and their images snapped off.
"We really don't have the time,"
said Molly. "I know," I said.
"But we're going anyway, aren't we?" You indulge them.
I know, I said. We went back into the hall. I was getting really tired of having to go back in every time I thought I was free of the place. I strode through the entrance hall with my best get-the-hell-out-of-my-way look on my face, but there was hardly anyone around, as though everyone had decided they didn't want to see the dead man walking anymore. Or maybe the sergeant had quietly had a word. As long as it kept people from staring at me like an exhibit on display, I was fine with that. And so we descended the steep stone steps that led to the armory, situated deep in the bedrock under the hall, so that when things inevitably go wrong or bang very loudly, it shouldn't affect the rest of the hall. The armourer's lab assistants have always had a prod it and see attitude when it comes to testing new things.
Why can't you have a nice, shiny, high-tech lab like everyone else? Said Molly. I always feel like I'm visiting some eccentric old boffin in his shed at the bottom of the garden.
The armoury is set up in what used to be the family's old wine cellars, I said patiently.
Really?
Molly suddenly looked interested.
Does your family still have wine cellars?
Oh, yes, I said. Extensive ones, under the north wing. One of the best protected areas in the hall. I've never been a great wine drinker myself, but my cousin Christopher once told me the family has been laying down fine wines since before the days of King Arthur.
What are you saving them for?
Said Molly. I stopped at the bottom of the stone steps and looked at her. Do you know, it's never occurred to me to ask.
Definitely something to look into when we get back,
said Molly. She wasn't quite rubbing her hands together in anticipation, but she had that look in her eyes. The armory is sealed away behind heavy blast-proof doors, designed to keep things in rather than out. They usually opened for me the moment I arrived, but not this time. New armourer, new security.
You could knock,
said Molly. On blast-proof doors?
I could huff and puff and blow them right off their hinges.
No time to be making enemies, I said. The doors opened on their own, heavily reinforced hinges groaning theatrically from the weight of the doors. Molly looked at me.
I don't see any cameras watching us, so how do they know we were here?
This is the armory, I said, home to many lab assistants with far too much time on their hands, no inhibitions, and even less regard for privacy.
Of course, said Molly. I was forgetting.
We stepped inside, and the heavy doors slammed back into place. The armory is basically a long series of connected stone chambers, with white-plastered walls and low, curved ceilings, mostly buried under a multicoloured spaghetti of tacked-up wiring. It's supposed to be colour-coded, but I've never been able to find anyone who could explain it to me. Some of it's been there since Tesla put it up. Stark fluorescent lights cover everything with an unrelenting glare, and the air conditioning works when it feels like it. Strange lights come and go, chemical stinks and pungent herbs drift on the air, and there are always some kind of gunfire and deeply disturbing laughter coming from the firing range. I strolled down the central aisle with Molly hanging on my arm, keeping a safe distance from everyone and everything. We also avoided glowing chemical spills and chalk-drawn pentacles on the floor. Someone had set up a man-trap in the shadows, heavy enough to hold Bigfoot. All around us, hard-working young men and women in charred and stained lab coats, clustered around workstations and test benches, combat areas and clearly defined no-go areas. It was all much more organised and efficient than it had been in the old armourer's time. Uncle Jack ran a tight ship, but he approved of individual initiative, even if it did tend to lead to a lot of cleaning up afterwards. His way led to many important new breakthroughs, and a lot of happy accidents, provided you were inclined to be somewhat loose in your definition of happy. I missed the spirited chaos of the old days, where I could always be sure of encountering something weird and wonderful on my visits. This new era of efficiency and discipline was no doubt safer for everyone, and maybe even more productive, but it did look a lot less fun. Less survival of the fittest, or at least the most ingenious. Until a lab assistant came running past, brandishing a really big butterfly net, in hot pursuit of a miniature horse with 8 legs. Not far away, another assistant was wrestling with a chainsaw battle-axe, while looking frantically for the off switch. And another assistant was looking down at the 4 extra arms protruding from his sides, with a look that clearly said, "This is not what I had in mind." A loud explosion from the firing range shook the floor, followed by screams, laughter, and much drifting black smoke. Something caught fire, something disappeared, and something else turned into something else. Young lab assistants at play. Business as usual in the armory, after all. Maxwell and Victoria came hurrying forward, smiling happily at Molly and me, until they remembered the solemnity of my condition and did their best to look properly grave and professional.
"Welcome to the armory," said Maxwell. "Been a few changes since you last saw us," said Victoria. "But we still do good work," said Maxwell. "Of course you do," said Victoria. "His trouble is he's too modest, Eddie. Aren't you, dear? You don't talk yourself up enough, Max." "Oh, I don't like to." "But you must, darling, you really must, or people won't take you seriously."
They suddenly remembered they had guests and put on their professional aspects again.
"We still supply weapons, devices, and really quite appalling dirty tricks to agents in the field," said Maxwell. "Everything they need to baffle and brown-trouser the enemy." "Never really understood that expression," said Victoria. "I'll explain it to you later, dear." "Is it dirty?"
"Later, dear. What have you got for me, armourer?" I said. "What is it you think I'm going to need?"
"You can never be too careful," said Maxwell. "Or too well prepared," said Victoria. "I trust you still have your Colt repeater?"
I slapped my side. "Best gun my Uncle Jack ever turned out. Aims itself, never runs out of ammo, regular or specialised. A classic."
"Jolly good,"
Maxwell said vaguely.
"Here."
He offered me a small black plastic box with a dial on the top. I hefted it warily, but it didn't seem to be doing anything.
"That is a chemical nose," said Victoria. "It's been attuned to the poison in your system. Once you get near anything chemically similar, that box will take you straight to it."
"Okay," I said. "That could prove useful." I slipped it into my pocket. Maxwell handed over another small plastic box, this time in bottle green, with a single black button on top.
"This is a neural inhibitor. Only works at close range for the moment, but point this at any opponent and hit the trigger, and it will interrupt their thinking quite dramatically. Don't point it at anyone you like. The side effects can be upsetting, and a bit messy." "Oh, don't remind me," said Victoria. "It took ages to clean up after poor Cuthbert. He volunteered. Not for that, he didn't. Moving on,"
Maxwell said quickly, holding out yet another small plastic box, this time in a garish purple.
"Now, this is something rather special. You'll be the first to test it."
"Meaning it hasn't actually been used in the field?" I said.
"Not as such, no," said Victoria. "Once you turn it on," said Maxwell, "it generates a field that compels people to tell the truth. They don't even realise anything's changed. It all feels perfectly natural."
I accepted the thing gingerly. "What are the drawbacks? Come on, there are always drawbacks."
"Well," said Victoria, "apart from a tendency to overheat and blow up quite dramatically if you leave it running for too long, remember you'll be inside the field too, so be very careful what you say out loud." "It does lead to a certain feeling of liberation," said Maxwell. "A desire to speak out and damn the consequences. People say all kinds of things, don't they, dear?" "Oh, my word, don't they?" said Victoria. "We had ever so much fun playing with this last week. I haven't been able to look at Jeremy the same way since." "Is that it?" said Molly,
as I tucked the various boxes away about my person, while making careful mental notes as to which colour did what.
"That's all you've got to offer? No weapons, no big guns, no unnatural nastiness, no protein exploders?" "Since when do you feel the need for weapons?" said Maxwell, just a bit defensively. "Since I decided this was a killing mission," said Molly.
Maxwell and Victoria looked at each other uncomfortably.
"Well," said Maxwell, "we do have something. We've always preferred to concentrate on espionage," said Victoria. "General sneakiness, aids to information gathering, that sort of thing, rather than death and destruction. But we do understand the need for weapons," said Maxwell. "So, we have this."
He handed Molly a very ordinary-looking wristwatch.
"What am I supposed to do with this?" said Molly. "Tell an enemy that it's later than they think?" "You hit the raised button on the side." "Don't touch it now," said Victoria. "After that, everything inside the field generated by the watch will accelerate in time," said Maxwell. "Thousands of years will pass in seconds," said Victoria. "We designed it to break down walls and other barriers, or destroy documents and other incriminating evidence. But you can imagine what it would do to a person, or any powerful creature. As long as you don't choose something naturally long-lived," said Maxwell.
Molly strapped the watch on her wrist with a casualness even I found disturbing.
"These are all really clever ideas,"
I said.
Jack would have approved. We hope so, said Maxwell. We got into this for the science. It was only when we took over here and had to concentrate on turning out useful things that we realized the uses our creations would be put to, out in the field. No use for pure science in the armory, said Victoria. We've always been more interested in creating things than destroying them. Have you ever considered that you might be in the wrong job? Said Molly. Yes, said Maxwell. But Jack came to us and asked us to take over for him. We couldn't say no. We're just not very interested in finding new ways to kill people, said Victoria. Mostly we let the lab assistants concentrate on the weapon making, said Maxwell, because you can't stop the little terrors coming up with all kinds of horribly destructive things. It's just not us, said Victoria. But we know our duty. Anything for the family. They stood together, holding hands quite unselfconsciously, like two children lost in the big bad wood. And then alarms went off all over the armory. Bells and sirens and flashing lights. Maxwell and Victoria moved quickly to stand back to back, trying to look in all directions at once. Lab assistants came running from all over, armed with whatever weapons happened to be closest. A dimensional doorway opened up between Molly and me and the armourer. Just a ragged gap in mid-air, not much bigger than an actual door. Looking through the gap, quite casually, was William the librarian. He smiled cheerfully at Molly and me.
Ah, there you are.
Maxwell and Victoria came hurrying round to see what we were seeing, and were immediately outraged and scandalized. They glared at the librarian, and then gestured for the lab assistants to stand down. They retreated reluctantly, still hanging on to their weapons. The alarms shut down, all except for one bell which kept on ringing until an assistant hit it. Maxwell pointed an accusing finger at William.
This is not acceptable behaviour, librarian. How are you even doing that? Unauthorised entrances into the armoury aren't supposed to be possible. Not with all our security measures. That's right, Max. You tell him. I am telling him, dear.
William just grinned.
Amazing what you can find in books. Eddie, Molly, I need you to come and see me. Right now. I may have found something. Step through, please.
But we're not finished,
Maxwell said immediately.
You have more for us? I said. Well, no, but... said Victoria. But you always talk to the armourer before you go off on a mission, said Maxwell. It's traditional. We were looking forward to it, said Victoria.
Later, I said as kindly as I could. Thanks for your help. I stepped through the dimensional breach and into the old library, stepping carefully over the ragged edge at the bottom. I'd seen someone lose a foot to one of these things. Molly came through right after me, crowding my back, possibly because she didn't want to be left behind with Maxwell and Victoria. The dimensional tear slammed shut behind us. The old library hadn't changed a bit since I last saw it. Endless wooden stacks, packed full of books, stretching off into the distance for just that little bit farther than the human eye could comfortably follow. Pleasant, honey-coloured light hung over everything, from no obvious source. The stacks contained everything from modern paperbacks to leather-bound volumes, manuscripts in folders, to palimpsests on scraped skin, grimoires and bestiaries, maps of lands that no one now remembered, and visions of worlds yet to come. Books on everything under the sun, and the dark side of the moon. Druid records go way back. There was a general sense of peace and quiet, of academic solitude, and forbidden knowledge right there for the taking, slightly undermined by a constant sense of being watched from somewhere out in the stacks, possibly by the books. Away from the formality of the Matriarch's Council meeting, William had slipped off his tweed jacket and dropped it casually on the floor. He was sitting behind a sturdy old Victorian desk covered in opened books, and yet more books with markers in them. Piles of assorted volumes leaned up against the desk. That amiable young man, Yorith, assistant to the librarian, came forward out of the stacks, bearing another armful of books. He dumped them beside the desk, started to smile at Eddie and Molly, and then saw the look on the librarian's face. He shrugged easily, then produced a long handwritten list, and considered it briefly before heading off into another part of the stacks. "What's so important, librarian?" I said. William marked his place carefully in the oversized volume before him, and carefully closed it. He seemed very focused, for him. He'd taken off his cravat to use as a marker in one of the books, and his bushy white hair was looking wild and windswept again. But in his library, in his place of power, William possessed an authority he didn't have anywhere else. Here he was the man who knew things, when he could remember them.
"We don't just have reference in history books,"
he said in his formal lecturer's voice.
"All the information that comes to this family, from whatever source, ends up here, for storage and later retrieval. With your Earth's help, I was able to locate this particular and very interesting volume that I remembered reading some time back. It contains, among many other fascinating items, a request for funding from a very secret group whose members are dedicated to staying alive in the face of everything the world can throw at them. They call themselves the Survivors. They were extremely detailed in their proposal concerning their intended field of endeavor, so I had it bound in with a whole bunch of other interesting proposals, just in case they ever came up with something we could use. According to what I've been reading, just to refresh my memory, you understand, it seems they're willing to use science and magic and everything in between, including alien and other dimensional technology, and pretty much anything else they can get their hands on. Remarkably open-minded people. It seems entirely possible to me, Eddie, that they might have something to keep you alive."
"Where are they?" I said. "And what kind of people are we talking about?"
"What does it matter if they can help?"
said Molly. "It matters, love," I said. "Survival at any price? I don't think so. Some prices are just too high."
"Even if they can't actually cure the poison," said William, "they might be able to buy you more time."
"Where are they?" I said.
"The Survivors have their own very secret and very secure hidden bunker," said William, "inside a mountain. Don't ask me which one. Apparently, the only way in or out is via a teleport mechanism. Entrance strictly by invitation only."
"I could use the Merlin glass," I said. The librarian pulled a face.
"You still have that awful thing?"
"Yes," I said defensively. "It might not be as reliable as it was, but it still has its uses."
"If you'd read as much as I have about Merlin Satan's spawn, you wouldn't let anything he touched anywhere near you," William said coldly. "A truly devious and dangerous mind, with far too much power for his or anyone else's good, on no one's side but his own."
"Do you know why he gave the glass to the Druids in the first place?"
said Molly. William frowned.
"It does seem to me I read something about that long ago."
He scowled fiercely, struggling to find the memory. I waited politely. Molly somewhat less so. William worried his lower lip between his teeth, his gaze far away.
"The glass, yes. It isn't just a useful device. It has a specific purpose. It guards something. Or perhaps it was supposed to guard us against something."
His scowl of concentration gave way to frustration, his mouth twisting miserably, and he beat on his desktop with his fists, so angry with himself he was on the brink of tears. I stepped forward and patted him comfortingly on the arm, as he had with me. He didn't even know I was there. I held his hand still to stop him from hurting himself. William sighed heavily and sat slumped in his chair. A tired old man who'd been hurt too much and too often. I let him sit for a while and then tried again. "Why wouldn't the Merlin glass get me in to see the Survivors, librarian?"
"Because they have incredibly powerful defenses in place. They don't want to be interrupted in their work or share their progress with anyone who hasn't paid for it. To get in, you need to know someone on the inside, and we don't know any of the current prime movers, not these days. I've been going through the original proposal very carefully, but all references to the original founders were removed long ago. Someone in the family didn't want the names to be general knowledge. I fear that information is now lost."
"Come on," I said. "Someone must know. Someone in the family always knows."
"Usually, yes,"
said William. He'd resumed his calm, if not his poise.
"But we've lost so many of the old hands just recently. Martha, James, Jack, even the Druid in cell 13. Those who remain may have access to the information, but they don't know people, not the way the old guard did. They can't call in personal favors to guarantee an audience. And if I ever knew the right names, I don't remember them anymore. There's a lot I don't remember, not all of it through choice.
A familiar lost look filled his face. It was easy to forget how damaged he was when I first found him at Happy Acres. Just one more disturbed soul hiding from a terrible enemy among the other insane people. He'd come a long way since coming home, but he could still stumble over the gaps in his mind.
"Should we call Ammonia?" Molly said quietly. "Maybe she can help."
"No," said the librarian. "Don't disturb her. I'll be fine."
Molly looked at me, and I shook my head. You can't help someone who isn't ready to be helped.
"All right," said Molly. "We go to the Wolf's Head Club, because someone there always knows what's going on. Someone will know of a way into the Survivors' Mountain base."
"Remind me," I said, "are we still banned from the Wolf's Head?"
"Don't know, don't care," said Molly.
"I haven't given up, Eddie,"
the librarian said quietly.
"It's just that there are so many books, and the index isn't worth the vellum it's written on."
He fixed me with a surprisingly bright gaze.
"I've been to too many funerals since I returned. I would rather not have to attend another. But there is an old saying, Eddie. If all that's left to you is to die, die well, and take as many of the bastards down with you as you can."
Molly glared about her.
"Tell me, librarian, is the Pook still here?"
William looked at her oddly.
"No use asking me, my dear. The Pook comes and goes at his pleasure. I feel his presence more often than I see him. He's disturbingly playful for such an ancient entity. He shows up now and again for a spot of civilized conversation."
"What do you talk about?" said Molly.
"Oh, you know,"
the librarian said.
"Things."
"Do you know what the Pook is?" I said.
"You mean apart from a giant white rabbit that not everyone can see? To be honest, Eddie, I'm always surprised anyone else can see him. I thought I'd left him behind in the asylum."
"Isn't there anything in the library about him?" said Molly.
"Oh, yes,"
said William.
"Any amount, all of it utterly contradictory, which is only fitting, I suppose, given the Pook's nature. He's something from the very old days, when we all lived in the forest because there was nowhere else. He is the lightning in the skies and the laughter in the woods, a thing of March hare madness and pagan wildness, a survivor from a time when men talked with their gods every day and thought nothing of it, who comes and goes as he will, revealing himself to this one and to that one. To the broken people, like me, because he feels a kinship. He is the Pook. That's enough."
Molly turned away from him and raised her voice against the quiet of the old library.
"Pook? Are you there?"
We all waited, looking into the shadows between the stacks, but there was no response.
"Pook!" said Molly. "Damn it! We need you!"
And then we all tensed as we heard footsteps moving among the stacks, drawing slowly, steadily closer. Molly fell back. I moved in beside her. William sat up straight in his chair, until Yorith emerged from the stacks, carrying another armful of books. He stopped for a moment, clearly wondering why we were all looking at him, and then moved forward to put his books down beside the librarian's desk.
"You can't compel the Pook to do anything, Molly,"
the librarian said kindly.
"It isn't in his nature."
"The Pook?" said Yorith. "Is he back?"
"Apparently not," I said.
"Good," said Yorith. "He puts the wind up me something fierce." "Perhaps the Pook can't help," said Molly, "and just doesn't want to admit it."
"Perhaps,"
said the librarian. Molly studied the rows of stacks coldly, the glint of battle rising in her eye.
"Maybe if I—"
"No," I said immediately.
Why not? Said Molly.
Because this is no time to be making enemies, I said. Let's go. We have things to do and a deadline to beat. If we can find Dr. DOA and bring him down, at least we can avenge his past victims, and prevent any new ones.
That's not enough, said Molly.
No, I said, it isn't. But it's what we've got. Chapter 4. No Greater Love. As so often happens with the members of my family, I felt the need to hide something from them. So I gave Molly a significant look and just casually announced to the librarian that I was going to look for a book in the stacks before I left. William regarded me with a certain amount of surprise, not to mention suspicion.
Of course, he said. Tell me which book, and I'll have Yorith locate it and bring it here.
I'm interested in a particular field, I said, rather than a particular book. Think I'll just browse for a while, run my fingers across a few spines, see what I can turn up.
You're up to something,
the librarian said resignedly.
Full of obscure poisons and half dead on your feet, and you still won't be straight with me.
He smiled suddenly.
Typical Drood. Off you go, Eddie. Do what you have to, but if you so much as dog-ear a single page, I'll have your guts for bindings.
He busied himself with a volume before him, leafing through the heavy, oversized pages with thunderous concentration, so he could honestly tell the matriarch he had no idea what I was up to. Yorith dropped me a wink and disappeared back into the stacks with his list. I led Molly into a whole different area of the old library. She waited more or less patiently until she was sure we were out of the librarian's hearing, and then tapped me sternly on the shoulder.
A book? Really? That was the best excuse you could come up with?
The choices are somewhat limited in a library, I said. I could have volunteered to do some dusting, but I think he would have seen through that. Besides, there's dust here that hasn't moved since the venerable Bede decided to jot down a few odd thoughts. I have a horrible suspicion some of it might fight back.
What are we about to do that we don't want the librarian to know about? Said Molly. Crack open a book that's been sealed for centuries and write rude comments in the margins? Steal something? What?
I'm going to use the Merlin glass to transport us directly to the Wolf's Head Club, I said.
Okay. And why do we need to be so secretive about that?
Because technically speaking, I'm not supposed to have it. On the family's orders, I handed the glass over to my Uncle Jack shortly before his death so he could examine it. But he didn't have time. He left the glass to me, unofficially. The librarian knows, because Jack trusted him to give me the glass, but the matriarch probably still thinks it's in the armory somewhere. And I think I'll feel just that little bit more secure, having an advantage the matriarch doesn't know about. Molly nodded slowly.
I don't want to go to the club, Eddie. Not yet. There's somewhere else I think we ought to try first. Isabella once told me about this very private medical establishment just off Harley Street, the Peter Paul Clinic. I really believe they can help you.
I looked at her thoughtfully. Can't say I've ever heard of the place. And Harley Street and its environs used to be part of my regular beat, back when I was a field agent for London. Is it new?
Sort of, said Molly. And very specialised.
She met my gaze steadily as I thought that over. She'd never been good at lying to me, but she'd always been very good at misdirection. What kind of specialists are we talking about here, Molly?
Hopeless cases, said Molly. Lost causes. If I'm remembering correctly, they have a really good track record when it comes to saving people everyone else had given up on.
Why didn't you mention them before?
Because it's a long shot, all right? And quite definitely illegal. Not something I want to be discussing in front of your high and mighty relatives. They wouldn't approve.
Ah, I said. One of those establishments. Look, Molly, thanks for the thoughts, but I'm really not keen on wasting time on possible miracle cures. Not when my time's so short.
You can't just give up, said Molly. You can't just assume you're going to die. Please, Eddie, I really think they can help you. Listen to me. Let me help you. You have to let me help you.
All right, I said. For you, Molly. She was right. I had given up. I was going to die, just like all of Dr. DOA's victims. I'd come to terms with that. All I had left was one last chance for justice and revenge. But if it would keep Molly happy to chase after some quack's homemade remedy, then I'd go along. For now. I reached into the pocket dimension I keep inside my trouser pocket and brought out the Merlin glass. Just a simple hand mirror, at first glance, An oval glass in a scrolled silver back and handle. Nothing you'd look at twice in an antique shop. I was always surprised at how light it felt in my hand, given how much historical weight it carried. But that's often the way in the hidden world. It's always the most dangerous things that like to look most innocent. Mr. Hyde, spying on the world through the eyes of Dr. Jekyll. Molly looked dubiously at the Merlin glass, not quite turning up her nose.
You really believe we can trust that thing, given how many times it's let you down? It's almost like the glass has developed a mind of its own, along with a really nasty sense of humour.
Wouldn't surprise me in the least, I said, considering who made it. But we don't have a choice. You've burned through a lot of magics today. A cross-country teleport spell would wipe you out, wouldn't it?
Maybe,
said Molly, not giving way in the least.
I could still surprise you.
You always do, I said generously. But this is not the time for you to be left defenseless. Once word gets out that I'm weakened, you can be sure vultures will start to gather, like the Manichaean monk on the airship. If my family's enemies smell blood in the water and come looking for me with trouble in mind, I'm going to need you strong enough to protect me, for when I can't.
All right, said Molly. I get it. When did you get so damned pessimistic, Eddie?
Right after I found out I was dying, I said.
You're not dead yet.
No, I'm not. I'm just being practical. So, we go with the glass, yes?
Even after everything the librarian just said about it?
Nothing I didn't already know, I said. And given how many times I've already used the glass, I think if it was going to do something really nasty, it would have done it by now.
But what if it is guarding something?
Said Molly. She looked at the glass in my hand as if it were a snake that had just started hissing.
You said before, there have been times when you were convinced there was another presence in the glass.
As long as it doesn't turn out to be a Victorian girl with long blonde hair or an Oxford mathematics genius.
If it was up to me, I'd exorcise that glass with a specially blessed mallet, said Molly.
I held the hand mirror up before me. Molly looked over my shoulder, crowding in close. All I could see in the reflection were Molly and me. I looked tired and drawn. She looked stretched thin. I made myself concentrate, studying every detail carefully and looking for something, anything, out of place. The angel had only confirmed what I'd suspected for some time now. When I looked at myself in the glass, I wasn't the only one looking back from the other side of the mirror. I didn't say anything to Molly. I didn't want her upset, because the angel had been right about death hovering over me. In the end, what I thought or felt didn't matter. We had to use the Merlin glass to get around, because we had a lot of ground to cover, and not much time to do it in. Molly looked behind her several times, comparing the scene in the mirror with reality, and finally shrugged.
All right, Eddie, let's do it. Maybe we are worrying about nothing.
That would make a nice change, I said. I shook the glass out to the size of a door, and instructed it to show us Harley Street. Our reflection was gone in a moment, replaced by a view I recognized immediately. It was the scene halfway down one of the most exclusive, not to mention expensive streets in London, where you could find all kinds of doctors and surgeons, alternative therapies and outright quackeries, science and magic and more weird shit than you could shake a caduceus at. Remedies from the past and the future, presented by highly qualified men and women with arcane areas of knowledge, professional smiles, and the souls of accountants. Medicine without limits, if you could afford it. Given some of the more outre establishments I remembered from Harley Street, it was just possible someone there might be able to help me. I felt the first faint twinge of hope, like sensation returning to a numbed extremity. Painful, but encouraging. People hurried up and down the crowded pavements with stressed and preoccupied faces, intent on their own business and unaware of the opening the Merlin glass had made. It's always been good at covering its tracks. I stepped through into Harley Street, with Molly treading on my heels. London, in the evening. Amber streetlights under a darkening sky already speckled with stars, and the thin sliver of a new moon. The fresh, chilly air was a relief after the close atmosphere of the old library. No one in the street saw us arrive, one of the more useful side effects of the glass. If they noticed us at all, they just assumed we must have arrived the same way they did, quietly and surreptitiously. Because no one comes to Harley Street for trivial matters, or the kind of problem one wishes to discuss with family and friends. I shook the glass back down to hand mirror size and slipped it into my pocket. There wasn't a lot of traffic around. It was mostly black taxi cabs dropping off important people, who stared straight ahead as they headed for their destination by the shortest possible route. And if by some unfortunate chance they should happen to bump into someone they knew, both parties would have the good manners not to acknowledge each other. An ambulance raced down the road, lights and sirens going. The taxis pulled aside to let it pass. Everyone paused to watch the ambulance go by like it was an albatross, a harbinger of doom. They watched till it was out of sight, and only then started moving again, breathing a little more easily because the shadow of death had passed them by. Another soldier had stopped the bullet. "I prefer the ambulances you see in old movies," I said, "when they had ringing bells instead of sirens. A far more pleasant sound."
"People don't tend to get out of the way of pleasant sounds," said Molly.
"You're so practical," I said.
"One of us has to be," said Molly.
I looked around. "So, where is this Peter Paul clinic?"
"Not far."
"Walking distance?"
"Of course,"
said Molly. "Then let's get a move on," I said. "We have things to be about." Molly looked at me.
"More important than this?"
"Probably," I said.
"Don't you have any faith in me?"
said Molly. "In you," I said. We set off. Harley Street is basically 2 long rows of Georgian terraces, tall, narrow establishments crowded together, with astronomically high rents to keep out the riffraff. Carefully anonymous facades hide all kinds of security measures to protect patients' privacy. Lots of doors, but hardly any nameplates. Either you knew who and what you were looking for, or you were probably in the wrong place. Most of the heavy, secretly reinforced doors would only open to buzzers after you had murmured the right passwords, and even then, you had to get past the heavily armed receptionist. I looked around, taking it all in. Being in Harley Street again brought back memories.
"All right," said Molly. "Why are you smiling like that?"
"Just thinking of the last time I was here," I said. I'd been sent to track down an important politician who'd made the mistake of going walkabout in the darker back streets of Bangkok, where he had a very close encounter with a lady thing, as a result of which he'd ended up pregnant with the exact opposite of a love child. My family had seen Rosemary's Baby and The Omen, so I was sent here to terminate the pregnancy with extreme prejudice.
"Eddie,"
said Molly.
"you didn't."
"No, of course I didn't," I said. "Just shot him with an ice needle made from holy water. That did the trick. My life was so much simpler then." I raised my sight to check what was really going on around me in the hidden world. If humanity could see who and what it shares this world with every day, humanity would crap itself. Though it has to be said, Harley Street was a special case. With so much life and death around, and so many unnatural procedures constantly being practiced, the balance between the two states had been seriously disturbed. All kinds of weird shit tend to congregate in Harley Street, and even weirder people. Ghosts walked in and out of buildings, some of which weren't there anymore. Images trapped in loops of repeating time, like insects in amber. A group of teenage girl vampires, in heavy caked makeup to hide their industrial-strength sunblock, came trotting down the street in dark goth outfits, hiding in plain sight. An alien grey walked hand in hand with a reptiloid, Romeo and Juliet from outer space. Moments like that give me hope. A demonic half-breed in a Savile Row suit and an old-school tie smiled at me as he recognized my talk. Hellfire burned briefly in his eyes. It looked like he was about to say something, but then he caught Molly's gaze and thought better of it. The hellspawn bowed politely and moved on, its shadow hurrying to catch up. Everybody comes to Harley Street. I looked at Molly. "That demon knew you."
"Probably."
"And?"
"Best not to ask."
"That covers so much of your life," I said. Looking up and down the street, I was pleased to see many of the old familiar establishments were still doing business, even though it had been, 10 years since I was last here? Where does the time go? St. Baphomet's Hospital still had the same brutally ugly exterior, because it wasn't there for the nice things in life. It specialized in treating the more unpleasant supernatural illnesses and unnatural conditions, where the cure was often not only worse than the illness, but a damned sight more expensive. Right next door was a Dr. D and Sons, the old firm, there to deal with the more extreme forms of exorcism. Its unofficial motto, "We get the hell out." They guaranteed to save your soul, but not necessarily your mind. A little farther down stood the Voodoo Lounge, for those who needed to consult the lower courts. People forget that voodoo isn't just a system of magic, it's also a religion practiced all across the world, with a huge pantheon of gods, most of whom are in dispute with one another at any given time. And since a large part of voodoo worship is based on possession of the living by the lower, things are bound to get a bit argumentative on occasion. You need a really good advocate if you're arguing a case in the lower courts. Molly led the way, striding it out, and everyone hurried to get out of her way. Some people clearly recognized her, some just as clearly didn't, but they all knew trouble on two legs when they saw it. Molly was in no mood to be messed with. Though, to be honest, I would be hard-pressed to name a time when she was. I had to hurry to keep up. "An angel this morning, and now a demon," I said. "It's like the afterlife is rubbing my nose in it, just to remind me how close it's getting. Or maybe it's because the afterlife is drawing nearer that I'm seeing its denizens more clearly." I looked thoughtfully at Molly. "What do you know about the afterlife, Molly? I mean, really know. You're always saying you've been to heaven and hell and everywhere in between, but you never talk about what you found there. Or at least, not to me." "No," said Molly, not looking at me. "I never talk about that to anyone." "I spent some time in limbo," I said, "in the Winter Hall, whatever that was." "Think of it as a waiting room," said Molly, "or a holding cell." I could tell she really didn't want to talk about it, but that just made me all the more determined to press the point. "Talk to me, Molly," I said. "I need to know what you know." "There's nothing I can tell you," said Molly. She finally turned her head to meet my gaze, but instead of the stubbornness I was expecting, her face was full of helpless concern, like someone had asked her for a lifeline and all she had was empty hands. "I don't remember anything of what I saw or experienced in the other realms, because I'm not allowed to. Mortals can't know such things, because it would interfere with our experience of this world." "Come on, we've spent our whole careers interacting with angels and demons and all manner of agents from above and below. We've known any number of people who've slept with demons or channeled angels." "I know," said Molly. "And if you think about it for a moment, you'll remember none of them have ever said anything useful, or in any way illuminating. And it's not because some of them didn't want to. You know Hellspawn love to mess with our minds, but anything that enters our world, from above or below, has restraints placed upon it, as a condition of entry." "Who decides that?" I said. "Who enforces that?" "Who do you think?" said Molly. "These things are decided where all the things that matter are decided, in the courts of the holy and the houses of pain. And keep your voice down, Eddie. You never know who might be listening, especially in a place like this. Yes, we've met angels and demons, but they might not have been what they seemed, or what they claimed to be. They could have been lying, or playing games with us, or any number of equally worrying things. I know what you want, Eddie. You want me to tell you what's going to happen to you after you die. But I don't know." "Does anybody?" I said. "No one whose answer I'd trust," said Molly. "Beyond a certain point, the maps just end, usually in large open spaces marked, 'Here be mysteries.' Everything we know or think we know about the afterlife can only usefully be discussed through metaphors, simpler truths, to allow us to contemplate a far more complicated situation. There are some things human beings really aren't meant to know, and believe me, my sisters and I have tried very hard to find out, often in disturbing and subversive ways." "Doesn't surprise me for a moment," I said dryly. "Who have you talked to about this?" "Zombies and vampires, ghosts and ghouls, deathwalkers and necronauts," Molly said in an entirely matter-of-fact way. "And we couldn't get a straight answer out of any of them. Or at least nothing that wasn't immediately contradicted by the next person we talked to. The only thing they would agree on is that you can't trust anything the dead tell you, because the dead always have their own agenda." "It seems to me I might have heard that before," I said. "Did you try the ghost finders?" Molly sniffed loudly. "Amateur night." "Snob," I said, not unkindly. Molly looked at me with real pain in her eyes. "I wish I could be more of a comfort to you, but I don't know, and anyone who says they do is either lying or has a vested interest in making you believe them. Would you rather I lie to you?" "Maybe later," I said. "You know, it occurs to me that we've been walking for quite some time. Are you sure you know where you're going? Should we stop someone and beat directions out of them?"
I've never actually been to the clinic myself, said Molly. I'm just going by what Isabella told me. This isn't the kind of address you can look up on Google Maps. It shouldn't be far now.
What was Isabella doing at this clinic, anyway? I said.
She wouldn't tell me, said Molly, which usually means don't ask, as the answer would only upset you.
You're not exactly selling me on this, I said.
Isabella told me the Peter Paul Clinic could save people everyone else had given up on,
Molly said stubbornly. Maybe, I said. But did she say how? Because I'm going to say it again. Some prices can be too high.
Relax, said Molly. I brought my credit card.
I thought the company cancelled it.
That's what they think. Ah, this looks right.
She took a sudden turn down a narrow side street, and just like that, the whole character of the neighbourhood changed dramatically. The bright lights disappeared, replaced in a moment by subdued lighting and sprawling shadows, as though no one here wanted to be seen too clearly. The terraces in this street were decidedly older and less well-maintained. Smaller, less ostentatious businesses squeezed in side by side, with a general air of enter-at-your-own-risk about them. Establishments where it would always be cash in hand, and no questions asked on either side. There was hardly any traffic on the quiet road, apart from the odd ambulance, and none of them bothered with lights and sirens, as though there was no need for them to hurry any more. A few people on the pavements, definitely more down-market than the visitors to Harley Street. Everywhere I looked, all the windows in all the buildings were covered. By blinds, drawn curtains, even heavy wooden shutters with hex signs carved into the frames. There were lights on here and there, but no trace of movement. The whole street had a gloomy, depressing ambience, a place where people came to watch their loved ones die. I went to raise my sight again, and found I couldn't. A really heavy-duty security barrier was in place, suggesting everyone here took their privacy very seriously. I couldn't decide whether I found that reassuring or not. And it did bother me that I didn't recognize this particular side street. I thought I knew all the streets in this area. It was part of my local knowledge as a London field agent. I looked around the grubby walls for the name of the street, but there wasn't a sign to be seen anywhere. I turned to Molly. "Where are we?"
"Off the beaten track and off the side of the map," Molly said briskly. "One of the shadowy places, because the kind of miracle you need can only be found in places the light can't reach."
She stopped abruptly before a small, anonymous establishment. From the outside, it could have been any kind of storefront. Bare brickwork, covered with accumulated grime, interrupted here and there by long streaks from the leaky guttering. It looked to me like the kind of place where unlicensed surgeons would perform unauthorized cosmetic surgery on people who'd been turned down by everyone else. The kind of place where you could take the cure for tanner leaf addiction, or a taste for recreational possession, or get an elemental off your back. Off-white plastic blinds covered the only window, and the dull brown door didn't even have a number. Nothing about it said medical clinic to me, apart from the small and very discreet sign above the door, the Peter Paul Clinic. I looked at it doubtfully. "Is that the name of the guy who runs this place?"
"No."
"Then—"
"Look, just wait till you get inside," said Molly. "Everything will be made clear."
"That's what's worrying me," I said. I looked dubiously at the lone ambulance parked a short distance away. There were no patients being unloaded, no driver at the wheel. It was just waiting. I found its presence ominous and more than a little creepy. Suddenly I couldn't get my breath. I was shaking all over. I shook my head hard, trying to clear my thoughts. Part of me just wanted to turn and run, and keep running. Molly moved in close beside me, slipped an arm through mine, and pressed it firmly against her side. So I couldn't run, even if I wanted to. Her presence did help me to feel a little calmer.
"We're almost there, Eddie," she said.
"You sound like a dental nurse," I said numbly, announcing, "The dentist will see you now," like that's a good thing.
"You get scared of the strangest things," said Molly. "I've seen you stand up to demons and ancient gods and never blink an eyelid, but—"
"I'm allowed to hit demons and ancient gods," I said.
"Better now?"
said Molly. "Some," I said. She looked me over carefully till she was sure I could stand on my own, and then disengaged her arm and approached the clinic door. She didn't try the handle. She knew it would be locked. She leaned over the intercom grill, set into the rough brickwork beside the door.
"It's Molly Metcalf, Isabella's sister."
The buzzer sounded immediately, and Molly pushed the door open. I followed her in, thoughtfully. Her name, or that of her sister, was a password. The interior turned out to be much larger than I'd anticipated. A great open space, with pleasant pastel-painted walls designed to be calming and soothing to the eye, and to the troubled mind. Comfortable chairs had been set out in neat rows. Vending machines offered snacks and hot drinks, and bland, inoffensive music played quietly in the background. But there were no signs on the walls to describe the practices or options available. No list of doctors or departments, as though you were supposed to know what you were getting into. A flowery perfume hung heavily on the still air, undermined by something astringently antiseptic. "You take a seat," said Molly, "while I go and sort things out. Do you want to get something from the vending machines?" "You have got to be kidding," I said. "Boiling hot flavoured water and sugary cholesterol bites? If you weren't sick when you came in, that stuff would do it to you." "You're in a mood, aren't you?" said Molly. "Yes," I said. "I wonder why." I looked suspiciously around the reception area while Molly just walked off and left me, heading straight for the long reception desk at the far end of the room. It was manned by a half-dozen bright young things in starched white uniforms, all of them doing their best to appear professional and efficient as they worked their computers and answered the constantly ringing phones. Molly planted herself in front of one of the reception staff and just glared coldly at her until she put down her phone. Molly then proceeded to talk urgently and implacably to her, in a way that made clear she wasn't going to take any variation on no as an answer. I left her to it. Visitors and family members, and those there to be supportive, had their own section off to one side. They sat in quiet rows, showing great concentration as they read the magazines provided, so they wouldn't have to think about anything else. On the other side of the room, a man with a horse's head sat next to a man with a shrunken head, who sat next to a man with two heads, under a sign that said simply, "Cursed." They seemed quite resigned, all things considered. Not far away, a middle-aged man in a crumpled suit sat on his own staring at the floor, while half a dozen smoky ghosts swirled around him. Their faces were vague and unfocused, all dark eyes and chattering mouths, all of them talking at once while the man did his best not to listen. The miserable look on his face showed he'd been listening for some time. I sympathized. Haunted houses are bad enough. Haunted people are worse. A woman sat alone, bent right over on her chair. At first I thought she was hunchbacked, given the way her ridged spine rose up to press against her coat, but then I saw her back heave and swell before subsiding again. Something inside wanted out. The woman's face was pale and drawn from the pain, and slick with sweat. Her eyes had a lost, hopeless look. I hoped someone here could help her. There were a great many other patients, sitting quietly, all of them wrapped up in their own problems, hoping, against hope, someone in this very out-of-the-way clinic could do something for them. They looked at me, searching for symptoms, and when they couldn't see anything obviously wrong, they looked away again. Not one of them. A woman in one of those distinctly unflattering hospital gowns that do up only at the back came marching through the waiting room. She was attached to an IV drip on a stand, but it didn't slow her down. Heading for the front door, she strode past the other patients without even looking at them. When she got there, she propped the door open just enough to smoke a cigarette, through a hole in her throat. She blew the smoke outside, her face impassive. I winced. If I ever got to that stage, I think I really would seriously consider quitting. The woman looked round, caught me watching her, and stared me down. She blew a smoke ring at me through the hole in her neck. I shuddered, and she smiled briefly. And then I looked up sharply as the background music changed to a sappy orchestral version of Blue Oyster Cult's Don't Fear the Reaper. Hospital humour. Molly came hurrying back to join me, and I nodded to her thankfully. "What took you so long?" I said. "We had a bit of a discussion," said Molly. "What's the problem?" "You mean, apart from the fact that this place is depressing the hell out of me? I mean, look at it. Are you sure we haven't accidentally wandered into the night side?" Molly smiled. "It's not that easy to get into the night side, even in this part of London. Trust me, if we were actually in the long night, you'd know it. This is more like an overlap. So much weird shit happens in Harley Street, it calls out to other strange stuff. It attracts abnormal places and situations, shadowy areas, and they attach themselves to the real world. We're in the shade, Eddie.
The overlap between the day and the long night.
Why didn't I know this street was here? I said.
Sometimes it isn't, said Molly. This is a place for people who don't want to be noticed. And even then, nothing that happens here is important enough for the Droods to care about. Look, never mind all that. I've got you an emergency appointment. The doctor will see you right now.
You intimidated a hospital receptionist? I said.
Damn, girl, you're good.
Money talks, said Molly.
How much?
I told you, don't worry about it. I've got you covered. See the white door at the far end? Go through there, and Dr. Benway will see you. I'll wait for you here.
You're not coming in with me? I said.
I don't want to go in alone. Strange doctors make me nervous. Don't be such a baby, Molly said briskly. It's just hospital rules to protect your privacy. You're the patient, I'm just a friend. What do you want me to do, anyway? Hold your hand?
That would be nice, yes, I said.
Get in there.
Do I get a nice sweetie afterwards?
Eddie?
All right, I said. I'm going. I made my way somewhat gingerly across the open space, trying not to notice all the other patients hating me for jumping the queue. I knocked on the white door, and a cheerful voice invited me in. I strode in, trying to project a confidence I absolutely didn't feel. It could have been any consulting room anywhere. Pleasantly appointed, comfortable furnishings and fittings, a desk to one side, and a long red leather couch on the other. I looked hopefully for a human skeleton standing in one corner, but there wasn't one. I always felt there should be. The usual framed diplomas had been carefully mounted on the walls. It occurred to me no one ever checks the details on these documents. They could say anything. Framed prints displayed unthreatening countryside scenes. At least there wasn't any background music. The doctor came out from behind his desk to greet me. Middle-aged and unremarkable, in an expensive suit, he seemed a smooth and plausible sort, with a professional smile already in place. His handshake was firm and reassuring.
Hello, old man. Do come in. Make yourself comfortable. I'm Dr. Benway.
He leaned forward to look closely at my talk, which startled me just a bit, because civilians aren't supposed to be able to see it. Unless you're the seventh son of a seventh son, and family planning has mostly taken care of that. He straightened up again and nodded cheerfully.
And there it is, the famous Drood talk. Amazing, remarkable.
How are you able to see it? I said.
Oh, all part of the job, old man, to be able to see hidden things.
He smiled in a satisfied sort of way.
Eddie Drood. Never had a Drood in here before. Heard all about you, of course. Before you leave, you really must let me examine that thing.
No, I said. Not a chance. He shrugged, entirely unconcerned.
Didn't think so, but I had to ask. Come and sit down, sit down.
He sat behind his desk again, and I sat down facing him.
Now then, old man, what are the symptoms?
Didn't Molly tell you anything? I said.
For the amount of money she's paying for this emergency consultation, she didn't have to, Benway said cheerfully. Besides, I always prefer to hear the details of any problem direct from the patient. Don't be shy, old man. We really have heard it all before.
My family doctors tell me I've been poisoned, I said, with something they've never seen before. No cure, no treatment. According to them, I've got 3 months, if I'm lucky. Benway sat back in his chair. He nodded slowly, his face giving nothing away.
Well, well, that is a bit of hard luck, isn't it? Your family doctors do have an excellent reputation in the medical field. If they've said there's nothing they can do for you, I wouldn't doubt them. And you came to us. That is a compliment. I think we'd better take a close look at you, old man. Let the dog see the rabbit, eh? Lie down on the couch, please.
I got up from the chair, went over to the couch and stretched out on it.
Can I just say I hate needles? Me too, Benway said cheerfully. Fortunately, we don't go in for that sort of thing around here.
He produced a pair of sunglasses from inside his jacket and fitted them carefully on his narrow nose. They had silver frames and deep purple lenses. He leaned over me, hands behind his back to keep them out of the way, and looked me over carefully from head to foot. His expression never changed, but he did go, several times. He finally straightened up again, took off the sunglasses, and put them away.
Yes, I see. Really quite remarkable. You have been poisoned. I already told you that, I said. Indeed you did, old man, and quite right you were. I've never seen anything like it. An entirely new poison. Quite appallingly toxic stuff, too. It's a wonder to me you're still alive.
But is it going to kill me?
Oh, yes, quite definitely. Your doctors gave you 3 months, you say? Well, they know your system better than I do. Personally, I wouldn't bet on it.
I lay back on the couch and looked up at the ceiling. I'd known he was going to tell me there was nothing he could do, but it still hit me hard. A small part of me had really hoped he'd find something the Druid medics had missed, that they'd got it wrong and it only looked like I was poisoned, that he knew what to do.
You really have no idea what the poison is? I said finally. Haven't a clue, old man, said Benway. Not from around here. Not of this world, I would say. Lots of visitors around these days, of course, but they're usually so different, their little problems don't affect us. How did this poison get into your system in the first place?
I don't know, I said.
Then I really can't help you with identification, said Benway. Fortunately, that won't be a problem. It's a good thing you came to us, old man. None of the traditional forms of medicine could do a thing for you, but we're not in any way traditional.
I allowed myself to feel a faint twinge of hope. You can help?
Of course, old man. Don't you worry yourself. We have what you need.
I sat up on the couch and looked at him.
What is it you do here, exactly? What is your particular discipline? How can you help me? Easy, old man. One thing at a time, eh?
Benway smiled at me reassuringly.
Here at the Peter Paul Clinic, we rob Peter to pay Paul. We don't deal in drugs or surgery, science or magic, as such, or any kind of healing. We deal strictly in the transfer of life energies. Don't ask me to explain how it works. I'm not entirely sure I understand myself. It works, and that's all that matters.
What about the side effects? I said.
Nothing you need to worry about, old man, said Benway. Though you might want to think about embracing a healthier lifestyle after you leave here. Nothing to do with the poison or your treatment. Just general good advice. I say that to all my patients. If people could only see the damage they do to themselves. Well, never mind.
I must have been giving him a really hard look, because he snapped back to the subject.
We drain the life energies from willing and very well-paid volunteers, and then transfer these energies to the patient, who needs them more. The volunteers all give a little, and we give it to you in one big dose. They don't miss it, really. No more than a blood donor. This new life energy doesn't actually cure anything, but it does slow down the dying process quite dramatically. The poison will still be in you, but the new life energy will slow its progress right down and buy you more time. It's not a cure, but the sheer amount of life energy will keep you going for years and years. You'll feel perfectly well and healthy, with no unfortunate symptoms. Basically, we're putting off your death, old man. And when you've used up all the new life energy, you can always come back here for more top-ups. Which will be expensive, of course, but then you're a Druid. I should point out that this is not an indefinite process. Each transfer of life energies does take its toll. Each time, your body will accept less of the new energies, until finally it won't accept any. We're selling health, old man, not immortality, or would be charging a damned sight more, and you must understand there are problems.
Somehow, I said, I just knew there would be. What sort of problems are we talking about?
To overcome a condition as severe as yours, Benway said carefully, and a poison as malignant as yours, will require a really massive accumulation of life energies. And it's not like we keep it here in bottles. It has to come straight from a suitable donor, and they don't just hang around here waiting to be needed. We'll have to put a call out to as many of them as possible, and pay over the odds to get them to come in as quickly as possible. Rounding them up will take some time.
And then he broke off as the phone on his desk rang. He smiled reassuringly at me, excused himself, and went to answer it.
Benway? Yes, he's here with me now. I've just been telling him. Oh, are you sure? Well, if you're sure, go ahead and start the procedure. I'll get the patient ready.
He put the phone down and came back to smile at me some more.
It seems you're in luck, old man. Apparently, we do have sufficient donors to hand after all. The transfer of life energies is being prepared even as we speak. Lots of money really does talk very persuasively. Your partner, Ms. Metcalf, has already sorted things out with my colleague, Dr. Raven.
So what do you use? I said. Some kind of alien or future technology?
Oh, no, we use a leech.
What?
I know, said Benway. It does sound like a terrible step backwards, doesn't it? But this is a genetically engineered, really big leech, originally created by a very secretive group called the Immortals, whoever they were, all but wiped out now, I understand. We bought the leech at an auction of their effects. Got it for a really quite reasonable price, too, because no one knew what it was or what it could do. Neither did we until we started experimenting with it and had a few accidents. But we know what we're doing now.
I'm very pleased to hear that, I said.
Oh, yes, said Benway. All very simple. We just slap the leech onto the donor, let it suck up some life energies, and then take it off again. Repeat as necessary. Once the leech has accumulated enough energies, we just slap it on the patient and persuade the leech to transfer all it stored.
How do you do that?
Oh, we just zap it with a cattle prod. Look, stop asking questions if the answers are going to upset you so much. All you need to know is that this process will give you many years of extra life. Trust me, I'm a doctor. This has all been very thoroughly tested. Dr. Raven is in the next room right now, getting ready to acquire the necessary energies. Shouldn't take long.
But something in that didn't feel right. Benway said he needed to call in volunteers, and then gather enough energy from them to save me. It couldn't be happening already. Benway must have seen something in my face, because he gave me his best reassuring smile.
Just lie back on the couch, think of the bill and go, ah! A little private medical humour there.
Just how expensive is this going to be? I said.
Oh, very, Benway said cheerfully. That's what happens when you have a monopoly on the market, and everyone wants something only you can supply.
So basically, I said, you're drug dealers.
You're the one in need of a fix, said Benway. Remember, old man, you came to us, but you don't need to worry about the cost. Your partner, Ms. Metcalf, has already taken care of everything.
He looked at me thoughtfully.
She must be very fond of you.
Something in the doctor's voice didn't ring true. I can always tell when I'm being sold a bill of goods. I sat up and swung my legs over the side of the couch. Benway made vague motions with his hands, as though he wanted to push me back down again, but knew better than to try to force me. I looked at him, and he fell back a step.
I want to talk to Molly, I said, before we start this.
But you can't, said Benway. I'm sorry, old man, but it's just not possible. I can't allow you to...
That was it. Something in his face, in his voice, was setting off major alarm bells. I was up and off the couch in a moment. I grabbed 2 handfuls of his jacket front, forced him all the way back across the office, and slammed him up against the wall. He cried out in shock and then broke off abruptly as I shoved my face into his. "Where's Molly?"
"Don't hurt me," he said immediately. "It wasn't my idea. It's not my fault."
"What's not your fault?" I said. "What have you done? Where's Molly?" I realized I was slamming him back against the wall with each question, and stopped to let him answer. He looked terrified of me, and he was right to be.
"She's next door. I told you, she's right next door. But you can't go in there."
I threw him to one side, hauled open the door, and stormed out of the consultation room. Patients and visitors looked at me in surprise, took in the expression on my face, and quickly looked away. I tried the door to the next room, but it was locked. I called out Molly's name and beat on the door with my fist, but there was no response. I armoured up. Cries of shock and alarm filled the waiting room as golden strange matter swept over me. I didn't care. I hit the door with my shoulder, and it burst open, slammed right off its hinges. The next room looked just like the one I'd left, only Molly was lying on the red leather couch with another doctor leaning over her. A large, fleshy sort in a baggy suit, with cold eyes and a professional smile. He was holding a really big leech with a pair of long silver tongs. It was the size of a beanbag, jet black with pulsing scarlet veins. The doctor was holding it over Molly's neck. He spun round at my sudden entrance, took one look at me in my armour, and immediately fell back from Molly. He retreated all the way across his office, not taking his eyes off me for a moment, until he banged up against his desk. He dropped the leech into a handy steel bowl, dropped the tongs onto the desk, and then held up both shaking hands so I could see he was no threat to anybody. Molly looked at me and turned her head away. I turned to the doctor. "What were you doing?"
"I'm Dr. Raven,"
he said, trying to retrieve some of his dignity.
"Miss Metcalf arranged with this clinic to give up all her life energies to the leech so they could be given to you, to save your life. She volunteered. She agreed to a price for the service and signed a contract."
"Get out," I said. He ran for the door. He thought I might kill him, and I thought I might too. I armoured down and sat on the couch beside Molly. She didn't want to look at me. I didn't know what to say, except... no.
Please, Eddie.
I could barely hear her, with her face pressed into the leather of the couch.
Let me do this. I want to. I need to do this for you.
Give up your life to save mine, I said, working hard to keep any trace of anger out of my voice. You think I want that? You really think I'd want to go on living, knowing I'd bought my extra years at the cost of your life? I can't let you die, Molly, because then I'd die anyway. She finally turned her head to look at me. Tears were coursing down her cheeks.
You think I want to go on living without you?
This isn't the answer, I said. This way, only one of us lives. I won't settle for any solution that doesn't involve both of us, and I won't give up till I find it. Don't you give up hope, Molly. I haven't.
Really? I wasn't sure.
Neither was I. Till now. She sat up and wiped at her nose with the back of her hand. She wasn't used to crying. You knew about the leech all along, I said. You knew what they do here.
Yes.
Molly looked at me defiantly.
Isabella told me ages ago. She told me and Louisa so we'd know what to do if it ever became necessary. I've been thinking about the leech ever since the Druid doctors told me you were going to die.
Why not just let the doctors here do their job? I said. Draw off small amounts of life energy from volunteers until they had enough to save me.
That was what I expected, said Molly. That was the plan. I'm not stupid. But when I explained the situation to Dr. Raven, he said they'd need hundreds of volunteers to amass enough energies to save a Druid, and that would take so long. The odds were you'd be dead before they could put enough together. And then he suggested that I could save you. My life forces are so much stronger than most people's because of my long exposure to the magics. Enough to save a Druid, all on my own. So I volunteered. I really did, Eddie. I agreed to this. No one forced me into anything.
Bad idea, I said as calmly as I could. I'm not even sure it would have worked. The more I think about this, the less I believe anything we've been told. Even after giving me all your energies, they could still have insisted I needed more. They could have kept me hooked on that leech forever, always telling me I needed more energies to keep the poison at bay, leeching more and more money off me for each treatment, bleeding me dry, and then my family, until they decided money wasn't enough and they wanted the Druids to do them a few little favours. Or they could have just lied to me. Told me they were saving my life when they knew they'd never have enough energies to do it. They could just keep taking my money until I died. This whole life energies transference thing doesn't strike me as an exact science. This isn't a medical clinic, Molly. It's a con job. Molly looked at me, thunderstruck.
They conned me. Me!
Just goes to show how upset you were, I said. You weren't thinking straight. I'm flattered, I think. Molly was up on her feet in a moment, her whole body shaking with rage. She mopped at her face with a handkerchief until she had her composure back, and when she finally spoke to me, her voice was calm and steady and extremely dangerous.
Let's get out of here, Eddie, before I decide to kill a whole bunch of people just on general principles.
Sure, I said. Want to smash the place up and burn it to the ground before we leave?
You always know the right thing to say to cheer a girl up, said Molly.
She grabbed hold of me, kissed me fiercely, and then held me tight, and I held on to her, because I'd wanted this to work so badly. Now, more than ever, all we had was each other. Alarms started ringing out in the reception area. Loud, strident, and quite petulantly upset alarms. Molly and I let go of each other and exchanged a smile.
They're playing our song, said Molly.
Time to go, I said. I think we've worn out our welcome. I moved over to the open doorway and looked out into the waiting room, and then I beckoned for Molly to come and join me. She crowded into the doorway beside me and slowly began to smile. All the patients and visitors had been herded off into a far corner, along with the reception staff under Dr. Raven, who was looking very unhappy. Dr. Benway was standing in the middle of the great open space, glaring at Molly and me. He looked like a small child who just had his favourite toy taken away. And then he smiled nastily at me and at Molly, as though he knew something we didn't. I looked around the reception area, but there didn't seem to be anything in place to stop us from just walking out. Until I heard slow, heavy footsteps approaching from a side corridor behind Benway. I looked to Molly. Could be security.
What could they have that could stop a witch like me and a druid like you?
I don't know, I said. Presumably that. I pointed to the inhumanly good-looking, almost godlike figure that had just stepped into the reception area. His face had that cold, handsome quality you normally get only on the faces of classical Greek statues, and his body had the musculature to go with it. The man positively bristled with strength and vitality. He wore a simple white jumpsuit, and his every movement was full of unnatural grace and power. Dr. Benway laughed out loud. It was an ugly sound.
If you take donated life energies and pump them into a perfectly healthy person over and over, this is what you get. Someone who's stronger, better than human. We call him Adam, because he's the first of a new kind. And as long as we keep recharging him, there's no telling how strong he'll get, or how long he'll live.
And as long as you control your little lab rat's access to the leech, you control him, I said. Benway shrugged.
You don't get anything for free in this world. Adam, take those two captive. I want them alive, but not necessarily undamaged.
He was still smiling at us. Not his professional doctor's smile. Now it was the smile of a con man who's been found out and is looking for revenge. He'd also stopped calling me old man, for which I was grateful. He grinned savagely.
Your turn to be lab rat. I can't wait to see just how many life energies I can drain from a druid and the wild witch of the woods. We can probably sell it at a premium rate. Bound to be extraordinarily potent.
To attack one druid is to take on the whole family, I said.
And I have sisters,
said Molly.
None of them will ever know, said Benway. This is the shade, remember? No one ever sees what goes on in the shade.
Enough talking,
said Adam.
I'm hungry. I'm always hungry.
His voice was utterly lacking in anything human. What emotions I could see in his perfect face made no sense at all.
Somehow,
said Molly,
I don't think he's hungry for a cheeseburger.
He's looking at us like we're the cheeseburgers, I said, and he looks like he thinks he can take us.
He doesn't know us,
said Molly. This is just another variation on the accelerated men, I said.
Let's mess him up,
said Molly, and then do something really unpleasant to the two doctors.
Why not?
I armoured up again, and Molly surrounded herself with crackling magics. The watching patients, visitors, and staff cried out and huddled together. Dr. Raven tried to quiet them, but he didn't look nearly as confident as his colleague. Adam didn't look like he gave a damn. He came straight for me, and when he was close enough, he hit me in the head. A sudden blow, so fast and so strong, I couldn't react fast enough to block or avoid it. His fist slammed into my featureless golden mask, and my armour made a dull, booming sound, like a struck bell. I didn't feel anything inside my armour, but the sheer impact sent me staggering back into the consultation room. Adam looked at his fist. It seemed entirely uninjured, though by rights it should have been smashed to a pulp. He started forward to come at me again. Molly, who'd just been standing there nonplussed, got her act together and hit him with her strongest transformation spell. Probably something to do with frogs or toads. She's always been a traditionalist in such matters. Wild energies crawled all over Adam, spitting and hissing like living lightning, but he just shrugged them off. The magic fell away, frustrated by his unnatural perfection. Molly hit him with a dozen different spells in swift succession, each one nastier than the one before, and none of them had any effect. Perhaps because Adam was so perfect now, nothing from this imperfect world could touch him. He moved to go into the consulting room after me, and Molly blocked his way. He raised an arm to strike her down. Molly didn't flinch, didn't move. I charged past her and slammed into Adam. I hit him hard with a lowered golden shoulder, caught him off balance and sent him staggering backwards. The sheer weight and impact of my armour were more than a match for his perfection. He quickly recovered his balance, and the two of us went head-to-head, exchanging blows so powerful they would have killed anyone else. We rampaged back and forth across the reception area, smashing up the fixtures and fittings. Two godlike beings in a paper world. I grabbed a vending machine and broke it over his head. He threw me into a wall so hard, I cracked it from top to bottom. The onlookers were screaming now, terrorized by the sight of what happens when godlike beings go to war. And then Molly jumped onto Adam's back and slapped the giant leech onto his bare neck. He cried out in shock and revulsion and reached back with one hand to tear it free. But every time his hand got near, it just slipped aside, as though it couldn't find it. The leech had its own built-in protection. No wonder Raven had to use special tongs to handle it. Adam grabbed hold of Molly and tried to haul her off him, but although she cried out at the vicious strength of his grip, she had both arms and legs wrapped tightly around him. Adam lurched and almost fell, while the leech pulsed hungrily. He didn't look perfect anymore. I hit him hard on the side of the face, and his head snapped right round under the impact. I heard bones break. He dropped to one knee. I hit him in the head again, putting all my armoured strength into it, and he collapsed unconscious to the floor. Molly rode him all the way down, just to be sure, and only then released her grip. She rose elegantly to her feet and kicked Adam hard in the ribs. He didn't wake up. Molly nodded, satisfied. The leech pulsed and quivered on his neck, still draining the life energies out of him. Adam was looking less perfect by the moment. The bloom was off the rose, and humanity was setting in. His face showed clear signs of aging. Molly grabbed the leech with one hand, grimaced at the feel of the thing, and then tore it off Adam's neck. It didn't want to release its hold, but no one argues with Molly Metcalf. The leech came free with a loud, disgusting sucking sound, and Molly triumphantly brandished the ugly thing above her head. "All right," I said. "Where did you get that from?" "I stole it," said Molly, entirely unrepentant. "I thought your family might be able to do something with it." "And you weren't at all thinking of selling it for quite remarkable amounts of money?" "Only if your family couldn't do something with it." "How were you able to handle it with your bare hand, without it draining your life energies?" "Because I'm a witch," Molly said witheringly, "and nothing happens to me that I don't allow." "Of course," I said. "I was forgetting." Benway, almost in tears, came forward to look at his fallen Adam. "Look at what you've done to him. You've ruined him. It'll take me months to charge him up again." Molly grinned. "Good luck doing that. I've got your leech." Benway tried to snatch it from her. She held it back out of reach, waggling the nasty thing temptingly. Benway turned to the patients, still watching from their far corner. "Look," he said harshly. "They're stealing the one thing that could cure you. They want to keep it to themselves. Are you going to let them get away with that? Get the leech back from them, and your next treatments will be free. If they take it out of here, you're all going to die." "Time we were leaving," I said to Molly. "You think they can stop us?" she said. "I don't want to have to hurt them," I said. "You always were a soft touch," said Molly. We ran for the front door, and the whole crowd came baying after us, everyone desperate, hysterical, reaching for us with outraged hands. If I'd really thought the leech would help them, I would have made Molly give it back. But I had no faith in the thing, and even less faith in Benway and Raven to do the right thing with it. Con men only look after themselves. Benway and Raven were both screaming at the crowd to get the leech, running right along behind, almost out of their minds at the sight of their most lucrative meal ticket departing. I ran out the front door and onto the street, with Molly treading on my heels. The few people passing by didn't even slow down to look at us. An armoured druid and a wild witch with something unnatural in her hand were just business as usual in the shade. I slammed the door shut the moment Molly was through, and kept it closed by pressing my armoured back against it. "Now what?" I said. "We can't just run through the streets pursued by a screaming mob. Someone would notice." "Easy," said Molly. "We steal an ambulance." She pointed to the one parked just down the street. The sign on its side read, "The Peter Paul Clinic, private ambulance, group bookings available, no time wasters." The door slammed and shuddered against my back. I turned around, crushed the lock with my golden hand, and then backed cautiously away. The door held, but still shook ominously as a great many fists hammered against its other side. People who'd seen their hope snatched away and thought they were fighting for their lives. I looked around, spotted a nearby parking meter, and smiled briefly. Never liked the things. I grabbed hold of its column with one hand and ripped the meter right out of the pavement. Chunks of concrete went flying in all directions. I jammed the parking meter against the door, forcing it into place. "That won't hold them for long," I said. "Those are some highly motivated sick people."
"Get in the ambulance," said Molly.
I hurried over to the driver's door. There was still no one behind the steering wheel, but the door was locked. Molly tried the passenger door, but that didn't want to open either. I shrugged and jerked the door open with one golden hand. The lock shattered.
"Ow!"
the ambulance said loudly.
"That hurt, you beast!"
I wasn't thrown. I've had stranger things talk to me. The ambulance had a sultry female voice that made me think of a mature stage actress, a little past her prime, but still game. "Sorry," I said. "We're in a bit of a hurry."
"Men always are, dear," said the ambulance. "You have no idea how to treat a lady. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you dare! Get out of me this instant!"
But I was already settling into the driver's seat. The passenger door opened, and Molly dropped into the seat next to me. She still had the big black leech in her hand. She didn't seem too sure what to do with it. She didn't want to risk losing it, but every time she looked at what she was holding, she winced. I looked for the keys to the ignition, but not only were there no keys, there was no ignition. The steering wheel didn't move under my hands, and there were no pedals on the floor. "How do you get this ambulance going?" I said.
"Oh, the usual ways, darling," said the ambulance. "Flowers, chocolates, Bucks Fizz." "You drive yourself?" said Molly. "Of course," said the ambulance. "A girl has to make a living." "Then take us to the Wolf's Head Club," said Molly. "I am not taking you anywhere," the ambulance said haughtily. "I'm on my break. Of course, if you were to take advantage of my generous nature by offering a poor working girl a substantial bribe."
I looked back at the shaking and shuddering clinic door. It didn't look like it would last much longer.
"How much?" I said. "Oh, it's not about the money, honey," said the ambulance. "In this business, it's all about the suffering."
Molly slapped the leech onto the dashboard, and it stuck there. The ambulance made a surprised sound. Molly goosed the leech with a small lightning bolt from her fingertip, and the heavily veined flesh shuddered briefly. Lights flashed wildly all across the dashboard, and the whole ambulance trembled for a moment.
"Oh, yes, darling," said the ambulance. "That will do nicely."
The clinic door burst open, and men and women driven crazy by desperate need fought one another to get into the street first. The ambulance started its engine. Turning as one mind to look, the crowd saw me sitting behind the wheel and charged forward, shouting and howling. Those in the rushing mass were so out of their minds now, they weren't even producing words, just animal noises. The ambulance surged forward, and those in the crowd ran along beside it, beating on the sides with their hands. Some of them grabbed hold and were pulled along as the ambulance accelerated, before falling away again to be trampled underfoot by the running mob. I looked back at the desperate faces, slowly losing all hope, and then looked at the leech on the dashboard. "Stop the ambulance," I said. "Stop right now."
"Really?"
said the ambulance.
"Yes. Well, make up your mind, dear. And if those animals scratch my paintwork, you're going to be paying for my next makeover."
The ambulance screeched to a halt, and the crowd took new heart. Those who'd stopped running started again, and the mob soon surrounded the ambulance on all sides, beating on the walls and trying to force open the doors. Others threw things at the windscreen. Molly swiveled round in her seat, the better to give me a very hard look.
"If they get their hands on us, they'll tear us to pieces. Tell me you have an idea."
"I have an idea."
"Is it a good idea?"
"It's an idea."
"I'm not going to like this at all, am I?"
said Molly. I explained my idea to her, briefly, and after a moment a big, broad grin spread slowly over her face. I armoured up my right hand, took a firm hold of the leech, and pulled it off the dashboard. It didn't want to let go, but finally jerked free with a nasty sucking sound. The ambulance made a disgusted noise. The leech pulsed hungrily in my hand, single-minded as only genetic engineering could make it, but it couldn't get to me past the strange matter. The crowd had closed in all around us now, rocking the ambulance back and forth. I kicked open the driver's door, leaned out, and held up the leech so everyone could see it. Everyone in the crowd froze where they were.
"Back off!"
I said loudly.
"Or I'll crush it!"
Those at the front backed away immediately, and word spread quickly through the crowd. The noise fell away as people reluctantly retreated, and the ambulance grew still. Those who could see the leech in my hand looked at me with a wretched mixture of hope and despair. I leaned out farther, holding the leech up before me. A dark ink blot against my golden hand. All eyes were fixed on it. Benway and Raven forced their way to the front of the crowd.
"Give it back," said Benway. "That belongs to us." "You've no right to it," said Raven.
"Neither do you," I said. "It should belong to the people who need it. But if you want it, it's yours." I threw it straight to them. Those in the crowd couldn't believe it. They made a sound like they'd been hit and surged forward from all sides at once. Benway and Raven got to the leech first, snatching it out of mid-air. They each got a hand on it at the same time, both to preserve it for themselves and for fear it might fall to the ground and be trampled underfoot, or that the leech might be torn apart by the crowd fighting over it. Benway and Raven both took a firm hold on the leech at the same moment, with their bare hands. In the heat of the moment, they'd forgotten all about gloves and special tongs. Both of them cried out in shock and horror as the leech sucked the life energies out of them. They tried to let go, but their hands had clamped shut on the leech in a convulsive grip. The leech had them, and it wasn't letting go. I gave Molly the signal, and she leaned over me, pointed one finger at the leech, and blasted it with another of her miniature lightning bolts, just enough to really speed up the process. The leech went into overdrive and sucked all the life energies out of Benway and Raven in a moment, leaving nothing but two shriveled, crumpled shapes, desiccated mummies in good suits. They fell dead to the ground, with no more sound than two dried-up insect husks. Those in the crowd ran right over them to get to the leech, not even looking down as they fought one another to get to the one thing they thought might save them. A dozen hands clamped down on the leech at once, not caring what its touch might do, and Molly hit the leech with a slightly different magical lightning bolt. This one reversed the leech's polarity, forcing it to release all the life energies it had stored in one great blast. The leech exploded, but there was no blood, just a blast of brilliant light. A wonderful, life-giving light that filled the street, washing over all of the crowd at once. They stood still, awed and confused, as the stored life energies sank into them, and the pain left them one by one, and the madness went out of their faces. They turned and looked at one another wonderingly, and then laughed and cried and embraced one another, free of the pain and the horror and the deaths that had been staring over their shoulders for so long. They turned away from the ambulance and went back to the clinic to share the good news with their friends and family. Not that they were cured, but that they had a lot more time than they'd thought. I watched them go, and wished I could have gone with them, that I had reason to go with them. Molly settled back into her seat as I armoured down my hand and closed the driver's door.
"All right," said Molly. "As ideas go, that one wasn't too bad."
"Just this once," I said. "Nobody dies on my watch. Sometimes I forget that I'm not just here to fight the bad guys. I'm here to save people."
"With a little help from your friends,"
said Molly. "Of course," I said. "Okay, ambulance, the Wolf's Head Club, if you please, as fast as you can." The ambulance set off down the street, accelerating fiercely, with all the alarms and sirens going, at no extra charge. "I'm going to need a new job, aren't I?" said the ambulance after a while. "Never liked Benway or Raven, and I never really liked being an ambulance. You wouldn't believe what I've had to wash out of the back of me on a Saturday night." Molly looked at me.
"She keeps saying things."
"I had noticed," I said. I studied the departing street in the rear-view mirror. "This time next week, there'll be a shrine back there to mark where a miracle took place, and a whole new bunch of conmen will emerge to take advantage of the situation. Such is life, but it does feel good to do some good."
"You look good, Eddie," said Molly. "You look better. How are you feeling? Did any of the leech's light touch you?"
"No," I said. "It couldn't get past my talk. I'm still dying. But for the first time since the Drew doctors gave me my deadline, I feel alive again. I've got my hope back."
"About time," said Molly. "I was getting really tired of carrying you."
We laughed together as the ambulance sped through the streets of London. Chapter 5. We all wear masks. I've driven a 1930s racing Bentley through strange dimensions, and piloted an experimental jet over worlds that don't even have names yet. I've run across carriage rooftops on the Trans-Siberian Express, and sailed a ship through a fairy gate. But I still say travelling in that ambulance from the Peter Paul Clinic to the Wolf's Head Club is one of the most nerve-wracking things I've ever done. Even though I was sitting in the driver's seat, I had no control over where we were going, or how we were getting there. Mostly I just braced my legs and clung to the unmoving steering wheel with both hands, to keep from being thrown back and forth, as the ambulance hit London traffic like a shark thrown into a toddler's swimming pool. She used her lights and sirens to intimidate everyone into getting out of her way, and when that didn't work, she was quite happy to play chicken with oncoming cars and threaten to rear-end everything else, or drive right over them. Speed restrictions were treated as mere suggestions, and the rules of the road were only for the weak and the spineless. She had a particular fondness for side-sweeping bicycle messengers, but then, don't we all? She also liked to shout threats, abuse, and very vulgar suggestions at people who had the temerity to use pedestrian crossings. I wasn't sure they could hear her, but I still stayed slumped down in my seat, hiding my face as much as possible. Word must have got ahead of the ambulance, because after a while it did seem like all the other traffic was going out of its way to give her plenty of room, including by driving on the pavements. I could understand that. I'd have moved to another country to make sure she had enough room. I just hoped the ambulance didn't crash into anything. I really didn't want to be cut out of the wreckage of a loudly blaspheming ambulance. "Could we please slow down just a bit?" I said plaintively. "I think I left my stomach behind at the last mini roundabout, the one you went the wrong way round." "Thought you were in a hurry, darling," the ambulance said cheerfully. "Not this much of a hurry," I said. "There are theoretical particles that go backwards in time that go slower than this." "Don't listen to him," Molly said loudly. "This is the most fun I've had all day. You go, girl." "You were really not helping," I said. I would have liked to close my eyes, but didn't dare. There was a horrid fascination in seeing sudden death coming straight at me, at speed. I just hoped the way the ambulance dodged disaster again and again, usually at the very last moment, would turn out to be some kind of good omen. Molly, arms and legs braced, whooped loudly in the seat beside me, treating the whole thing as a roller coaster ride. She grinned across at me. "What are you looking so worried about? You can always armour up." "Not in public," I said. "Hey, that was a red light." "See if I care, darling," said the ambulance. "I think they do that just to tease me." "This is not how I thought I was going to die," I said wistfully. Several near misses and a few heart attacks later, the ambulance finally skidded to a halt at the end of the alley that led to the Wolf's Head Club. I slowly relaxed and looked around carefully. The rest of the traffic carried on as normal, trying to pretend that nothing mind-numbingly dangerous and scrotum-tighteningly awful had just happened, for their own peace of mind. I knew how they felt. Night had fallen during our journey. Street lamps glowed sullenly, office buildings blazed arrogantly, and the best the night sky could manage was a sprinkling of stars and a crescent moon. A few pedestrians wandered past, but no one so much as glanced at the ambulance, because this was an area for minding your own business. I opened the driver's door and got out, as quickly as dignity would allow. Molly jumped out of her side quite happily. The alarms and flashing lights snapped off. "Told you I'd get you here by the quickest route," said the ambulance. "Who needs sat-nav? Arrogant little things with their celebrity voices. I know London. I even know bits of it that aren't always there, and a few that should be." "Were you by any chance a taxi driver in some previous existence?" said Molly. "Or even a taxi?" "Not a bit of it, sweetie," said the ambulance. "Just a regular working girl with far too many streets under her white stilettos." She paused. "You know, I've always wanted to visit the Wolf's Head. Any chance you could get me in?" "Not looking the way you do now," said Molly. "2 legs good, 4 wheels bad." "Ah, well, you know what they say, darlings," said the ambulance. "A change is as good as a rest. It's not like I meant to be an ambulance all my life. I just chose it as a quick way to make money and work out my frustrations on slow-moving traffic. You won't know me the next time you see me. See you on the flip side, sweeties." She sped off into the night in a swirl of flaring blue lights and wailing sirens. I could almost hear the rest of the world flinch. "You meet the strangest people in this business," I said. I led the way down the dark alleyway. Someone had made a public-spirited attempt to clean the place up since I was last here, probably using really long-handled brooms and a flamethrower. The usual piles of garbage were gone, though I could still hear rats scurrying in the shadows. At least, I hoped they were rats. An attempt had been made to clean away some of the accumulated dirt and grime with varying success, but the alley walls were still slick with moisture, running down the old brickwork in sudden streams, and there were still far too many shadows, deep and dark and quietly menacing. The long alleyway had a worryingly uncertain feel, as though its edges weren't properly nailed down, like the alleyways we walk in dreams, where the end is always farther away than you think, and you don't need to look back to know something is after you. I couldn't work out why the alleyway was disturbing me so much. I'd been there often enough before to visit the Wolf's Head, and it had never bothered me. Was it the alley, or was it me? I couldn't ask Molly if she was feeling the same, in case she wasn't. I wasn't ready to have it all be in my mind, and I didn't want to upset her. I realized I'd come to a halt, just standing there looking, and that Molly was looking at me. I gave her a quick smile and did my best to appear confident. I didn't think I was fooling her, but she was kind enough to pretend I was. I moved on, trying to keep an eye on everything at once, even if I wasn't sure why. The walls were still covered in overlapping layers of graffiti. Messages and warnings from the past, the present, and the future. Recent additions included, "Cthulhu has bad dreams, don't move anything. It leaves gaps." And more worryingly, "Say goodbye to the flesh." And then I had to stop suddenly, as the world seemed to lurch under my feet. I turned quickly to the nearest wall and leaned against it, supporting myself with both hands. My head was swimming. Everything felt far away. My legs were trembling as though they might stop holding me up at any moment. As I looked at my hands before me, pressed against the wall, I realized I couldn't feel them. Both hands were completely numb. Slowly, my head began to clear, and I straightened up again as my legs grew firmer. I held my hands up before me and flexed them both several times. At first, I could only see the fingers moving, but then the usual sensations crept back. No feeling of cold, or even pins and needles. I looked at my hands as though they'd betrayed me. It's always the extremities that go first. The first sign that for all my talk could do, the poison was still progressing, and my body was breaking down. I wondered when my hands would go numb again, and whether I'd get the feeling back next time. Or what would fail me next, as if I didn't have enough to worry about. Molly was right beside me, watching silently and trying to keep the concern out of her face. I could tell she wanted to say something, but because I didn't, she couldn't. I smiled at her to show I was back, and then gestured with an almost entirely steady hand at the opposite wall. "Well, here we are, the Wolf's Head Club. How do you want to play this?" "We can't go in as Eddie Drood and Molly Metcalf," she said, her tone indicating she would accept the change of subject for now. "Too many complications, and too much back history with the club and its patrons. Some might have heard that you're not yourself and try to take advantage. And for those who haven't heard anything yet, best not to drop any clues." "Right," I said. "I do have the feeling that we're still banned, as Eddie and Molly. We made a hell of a mess of the place last time we were here. It's going to be hard enough to ask casual questions about Dr. DOA without having to fight off heavily armed bouncers at the same time." "I'm sure they'll have forgotten all about our little upset," said Molly. "Well, no, they won't have forgotten. But if they banned anyone who got a little rowdy now and then, they wouldn't have any customers left." "Of course," I said. "We're not just anyone." "Damned right," said Molly. "In order to make it easier for us to pursue our inquiries, I'll go in as Shaman Bond," I said. "People are always glad to see Shaman, that charming rogue about town." "You like being him," said Molly. "I often think more than you like being Eddie, which is just a bit weird." "Shaman doesn't carry the weight of my family's history around with him, and he hasn't done the kind of things I've had to do. But he'll still die when I do. That doesn't seem fair." "Okay," said Molly. "Moving on. I'll go in as Roxy Hazard, well-known mercenary soldier and adventurer for hire. She's a cover persona I often use when I have to work in the night side, and don't want to carry Molly Metcalf's personal and professional baggage in with me." I looked at her. And why have I never heard anything about this Roxy person before?
Because you didn't need to know,
Molly said loftily.
a girl's entitled to a few secrets.
And you have more than most, I said generously. Has Roxy been involved in anything or done anything that Shaman might know about?
I wouldn't have thought so, said Molly. Shaman's never been to the night side. Has he?
I smiled. Not officially. I have my secrets too, you know. Molly laughed and closed in on me.
Tell me all right now, or it's tickle time.
Later, I said. Molly dropped me a wink, snapped her fingers, and just like that, she was somebody else. Molly Metcalf blinked out of existence, to be replaced by a tall, muscular figure with frizzy brick-red hair and a harsh, handsome face. She wore a heavy black leather jacket over a simple blue jumpsuit, with thigh-high calf-leather boots and a length of steel chain wrapped around her waist. She looked like she could punch out a rabid Rottweiler and look good doing it. "Okay, that is incredible," I said. "I'm looking at you through my sight, backed by all the power of my talk, and I still can't see a trace of Molly Metcalf anywhere." Roxy Hazard grinned back at me, and when she spoke, even her voice had changed to a low, sultry growl with a hint of an accent I couldn't place. "That's the idea, lover. The change has to be complete to go undetected in places like the Wolf's Head and the Night Side." "Is it just an illusion?" I said. "Or have you undergone an actual physical transformation?" "Allow a girl a few trade secrets," said Roxy. She struck a pose, showing herself off. "So, do you fancy me like this?" "I'm going to be in trouble whatever I say, aren't I?" She laughed happily, a low, throaty sound. And then we both looked round sharply. There had been movement, and the sound of movement farther down the alley, deliberately made, wanting to be noticed. I looked hard into the shadowy depths of the alleyway, but couldn't see anything. I glanced at Roxy, and she shook her head quickly. We started down the alley together, and I quickly discovered that while she might look like Roxy, she still moved like my Molly, like a predator, always ready for trouble. Halfway down the alley, a figure stepped out of the shadows to confront us. Even though there was nowhere he could have come from, no way he could have got that close without us noticing. As though he'd just appeared out of nowhere, which is never a good sign. I stopped, and Roxy stopped with me. The new arrival stood very still, waiting for us to make the first move. A tall, almost spindly figure in a grey hoodie over grey slacks and grubby trainers, so he could disappear into the shadows whenever he felt the need. He had the air of someone used to hiding from unfriendly eyes. He pushed his hood back to reveal a pale, youthful face with short black hair and heavy stubble. His eyes burned fiercely, and his thin lips were pressed tight together, holding harsh emotions within. There was something of the wild about him, ready to fight or flee as necessary. I relaxed a little as I recognized his face, but only a little. His presence here made no sense. "It's all right, Roxy. I know who this is. Allow me to present to you the current Jackanapes, one of the good guys. I've worked with him. Jackanapes is a title, but you can't inherit it or assume it. You can only get it by the acclaim of your peers in the relevant underground communities." "Never heard of it, or him," said Roxy. "You wouldn't have," I said. "He doesn't move in your circles, or mine, normally. Shaman Bond, not the other guy, knows him." "Your life can be very schizophrenic at times," said Roxy. "We knew you were going to say that," I said. "So who or what is a Jackanapes?" said Roxy. "And why is he just standing there, looking at us like that? In fact, I really don't like the way he's looking at us." I didn't either. Jackanapes was, if not actually an old friend, certainly an old colleague. He should have been pleased to see Shaman Bond. Instead, he was standing stiffly, half hidden in the shadows, and I could all but smell the tension coming off him. He had the air of a man who'd come looking for a fight, which really wasn't like him. "Jack," I said loudly. "It's me, Shaman." "I know you," he said. I waited, but he had nothing more to say. His voice sounded harsh and threatening, even defiant. Really not what I remembered. "Jackanapes is the latest in a long line of English trickster adventurers," I said quietly to Roxy. "The name goes back centuries, championing any number of causes. Each new Jackanapes gets to decide what he's going to dedicate his life to. He's part of the Robin Hood tradition, battling authority figures on behalf of those who can't defend themselves. There are any number of old songs and stories about various jackanapes, but he's never been romantic enough or safe enough for the mass media.
So what's the current jackanapes all about?
Said Roxy. He's part of the Animal Liberation Force, I said. Frees animals from science labs or breeding farms, bad zoos and circuses, anywhere he believes the animals are being mistreated. He's very fond of animals, not so much of people.
How does he know Shaman Bond?
I kept a careful eye on jackanapes, but he still didn't move a muscle. I raised my voice to make sure he could hear me, hoping my words would remind him of the Shaman Bond he used to know. I was sent to break into a secret government research facility not far from Porton Down. The scientists there were running drug trials on monkeys, trying to blow their little minds with massive doses of psychedelics, to see what would happen to primate minds without the human ego and complexity to get in the way. All they had to show for it was a whole bunch of confused and really pissed off monkeys, more likely than most to shit in their hands and throw it at their tormentors. According to a whistleblower, who'd left in a hurry 10 minutes before being fired, the scientists were about to kill and vivisect all the monkeys and harvest their brains. They had plans for those chemically altered brains. Jackanapes broke into the facility to liberate the animals and found me already there.
Hold everything, said Roxy. Since when did your family have a soft spot for animals?
I was there to stop what was supposed to happen next. According to the whistleblower, the scientists were planning to use all those brains to create an organic computer. Not a new idea. It's been tried many times before with all kinds of animals. It never ends well. I hadn't expected to run into jackanapes. I introduced myself as Shaman Bond, so as not to freak him out, and he persuaded me to help him smuggle the monkeys out of the facility, to where he had friends waiting with transport. They left, and I went back inside and burned the place down. Jackanapes didn't care about the scientists, and after what I'd seen in the files about what they'd done and planned to do, neither did I. Sometime later, I tracked down the politicians and business people behind the scheme, because monkeys were just the first step. Stage 2 called for harvesting the homeless. Jackanapes never knew what I did to the people in charge. At least I hope not. He was always a gentle soul.
I like the sound of this, jackanapes, said Roxy. Or rather, I would, if he weren't still looking at us like that. What's wrong with him?
I don't know, I said. He shouldn't even be here. He's not a part of the Wolf's Head scene. He shouldn't even know the club exists.
Really don't like the way he's looking at us, said Roxy. Like he's betting on which way we'll fall after he's ripped our throats out with his bare teeth, and what he'll do to the bodies afterwards. Is he usually this creepy?
No, I said. He isn't.
We can't hang around here all night waiting for him to get off the pot, said Roxy. We have things to do.
I know, I said. I took a step forward and addressed Jackanapes directly. Jack, you know me.
I know you, Eddie Drood, said Jackanapes. I know you too, Molly Metcalf. Hey, said Roxy. He shouldn't be able to see me when I'm being Roxy. It's time for you to pay for your sins, Drood, said Jackanapes.
He sounded like he meant it. I looked at Roxy. Okay, something is very wrong here. There's no way Jackanapes could know I'm a Drood. He shouldn't even have heard of the Droods. He isn't part of our world.
And he just used the exact same words as the Manichaean monk on Cassandra Inc.'s airship, said Roxy.
You're right, I said. But Jackanapes wouldn't know someone like the monk either. No way their paths would cross.
It can't be a coincidence, said Roxy. Not the same threat in the same words from two people who should have no quarrel with you.
Somebody else must be behind this, I said.
Want me to ask him who?
Said Roxy. I think I'd better do it, I said. You'd scare him.
Damned right,
said Roxy. I took another step forward, and Jackanapes smiled unpleasantly at me. His hands came up, clenched into white-knuckle fists. I kept my voice carefully calm and reasonable. What are you doing here, Jack?
Looking for you, Drood. But we only decided to come here a few hours ago, Roxy said behind me. I know what I need to know, said Jackanapes. I see you, wherever you are, whoever you are.
Okay, said Roxy. That wasn't at all spooky. What's going on here, Jack? I said.
Word is out, Eddie,
said Jackanapes, his voice openly mocking now.
That you're weakened, vulnerable. What better time to make you pay for what you and your family have done? That's what the Manichaean monk said, said Roxy.
Who put out the word, Jack? I said. No one's supposed to know but me and my family.
I'm the man responsible,
said Roxy. I glanced back at her. Why would he want everyone to know?
Why did he want to kill you?
Said Roxy. Jackanapes made an impatient sound to draw our attention back to him. He wanted to be the centre of attention. Did you know the monk, Jack?
You could say that,
said Jackanapes.
I know you killed him, Eddie. Threw him off an airship.
That's not what happened, I said.
Don't let him get to you, Eddie,
Roxy said quietly.
That's what he wants.
I never did anything to hurt you, Jack, I said. Neither has anyone else in my family.
Your family murdered the only person I ever loved,
said Jackanapes. What? I looked at him, honestly baffled. That can't be right. I'd have heard.
It's time,
said Jackanapes.
Time for you to suffer the way I have.
He smiled slowly, a cold, anticipatory smile, out of place on his youthful features.
Maybe I should kill your woman first, right in front of you.
Okay, said Roxy.
That's it. He just crossed the line and he's going down. I don't care if he is an old friend of yours.
Molly, please, I said. There's something going on here, something I don't understand.
Time's up, Drude, said Jackanapes. Time to pay for all your sins. That's the monk again, said Roxy. That's what he said.
Jackanapes strode forward, and Roxy got ready to meet him, but I stopped her with a quick gesture. No, Molly.
Why not?
Because I don't want Jack hurt, I said. He's one of the good guys. I don't believe he's in his right mind. Someone's got to him. Roxy shrugged.
Okay, but he doesn't look to me like he wants to be talked out of it.
I have to try, I said.
Of course you do,
said Roxy.
You're one of the good guys.
I put myself between Jackanapes and Roxy, holding my hands out placatingly. Don't do this, Jack. You can't hurt me. I have armor.
I know, said Jackanapes. So do I now.
He ripped open his shirt collar to reveal a dully glowing brass torque at his throat. It was old, really old, and a thing of power. I could feel its presence, as though some ancient predator long thought extinct had just stepped into a jungle clearing and showed its teeth.
That's not a Drude torque,
said Roxy.
What is that, Eddie?
I'm not sure, I said.
You should know Druid magic when you see it, said Jackanapes. This is Lud's ward. Lost for centuries, but I tracked it down, just so I could use it against you, Drude. As long as I wear Lud's ward, any attack on me is automatically turned back against the attacker. The best kind of defense. You don't dare hurt me.
You always were the most passive-aggressive terrorist I ever knew, I said. But how is that thing going to help if I just stand here and refuse to attack you? You can't make me fight you.
I don't care what you do, said Jackanapes. I'm going to kill you with my bare hands for what you did. I've waited so long for this, to make you pay for what you put me through.
I haven't done anything to you. This is all some stupid mistake.
No mistake, said Jackanapes. Your family destroyed my love and my life. I can't get to them, but I can get to you.
Jack, I said, this isn't like you.
It is now, he said.
He launched himself at me, still smiling that fixed, hateful smile. I just had time to think there was something wrong in the way he moved, and then Jackanapes' clawed hands were reaching for my throat. Roxy stabbed one hand at him, and the air between them crackled with unnatural energies. I tensed for a moment, before recognizing it as a simple immobilization spell. But the magic didn't even reach Jackanapes. It rebounded and blasted Roxy right off her feet. She hit the ground hard. Jackanapes laughed softly. It was a satisfied, happy sound. And I finally accepted this wasn't the Jackanapes I'd known. That gentle soul was gone, replaced by a killer, and I'd had enough of him. I armored up, and almost gasped as new strength and a marvelous sense of well-being slammed through me. I hadn't realized how run down I'd been feeling until I didn't feel it anymore. I pushed that thought aside for later and went to meet Jackanapes. I still didn't want to hurt him, but he wasn't giving me any choice. I couldn't let him hurt Molly. I punched him in the face with a golden fist. A blow hard enough to ensure any normal man would sleep through the rest of the day. It felt like I'd punched a mountain, something implacably hard and unyielding. My fist was stopped dead, just short of Jack's face. He grinned at me, savouring the moment. As I took a punch in the face so hard, I cried out in spite of myself. I staggered backwards, my head ringing inside my armour. I hadn't realised how literal Lud's ward was. My face pulsed with pain. I looked up to find Jackanapes lunging at me, hands outstretched and his face full of a terrible anticipation. Both hands fastened around my throat, steel-hard fingers inside my armour, choking the breath out of me. That shouldn't have been possible. But Lud's magic was old magic, predating the Druids. I threw myself back and forth across the alley, trying to break his grip, but I couldn't. He thrust his face into my featureless golden mask, still smiling, and he didn't look like Jack at all. I grabbed hold of his wrists with my golden hands and tried to crush them, and then cried out and had to stop as my own wrists were crushed. I tripped him, and we both crashed to the ground. I'd hoped the impact would shake him free, but it didn't. I wound up flat on my back, with him kneeling on my chest and strangling the life out of me. His face was very close now, twisted with hate. I hit him again and again in the ribs, but only I felt the blows. My lungs strained. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't believe this was how I was going to die. In a filthy back alley, at the hands of an old friend, for reasons that made no sense at all. The thought infuriated me, so much it cleared my head, and I knew what to do. I reached through my armoured side with my armoured hand. The two surfaces melded seamlessly together, allowing my bare hand to reach deep into my pocket, and the pocket dimension I keep there. It was hard to concentrate with Jackanape's hands closing my throat and his laughter in my face, but I pulled out the handful of small plastic boxes the armourer had given me. I dropped two, but kept hold of the green one. Then all I had to do was hit the button on the top and activate the neural inhibitor. Jackanapes howled miserably, his whole body convulsing as the field generated by the box scrambled his thoughts. His hands jumped away from my throat, and he fell backwards off my chest, scrabbling helplessly on the ground beside me. I sat up, breathing hard, and fighting to get air into my lungs again. The box worked because Lud's ward didn't recognize the electromagnetic field as a physical attack. It was too old to know about science. I grabbed up all the plastic boxes and thrust them back into my pocket. And then I went after Jackanapes, because the neural inhibitor's effects wouldn't last much longer. I grabbed hold of the brass torque round his neck and crushed it in my golden hand. The torque shattered and fell apart. Because up close and personal, old Druid magic was never going to be a match for Ethel's new strange matter. Jackanapes sat up suddenly and pushed me away. His face was clear, his thoughts working again. For a moment he didn't realize what had happened, and then he put a hand to his torque, found the crushed remnants of Lud's ward, and let out a wordless cry of rage. He scrambled back up onto his feet, and I got up to face him. He reached behind his back and brought out a glowing dagger. I really hadn't expected that. Jackanapes never used weapons. Never. Where the hell could he even have got such a thing? Presumably the same place he got Lud's ward. Someone else must have provided him with both. Whoever was behind his attack, and that of the Manichaean monk. Dr. DOA? Normally, I would expect any enchanted weapon to shatter against my armour, or skid harmlessly away. But after Lud's ward, it was always possible Jackanapes had found the one enchanted weapon that could hurt me. He lunged forward, the glowing dagger leaping from my heart, and I had no choice but to defend myself. With my armour on, he might as well have been moving in slow motion. I had all the time I needed to move inside his reach and punch him hard in the chest, crushing his heart. I felt it convulse under my fist. Jackanape's hand opened, and the glowing dagger fell to the ground. He looked surprised, and then all the expression just dropped out of his face. He fell to his knees, fell back, and lay still. I armoured down and knelt beside him. He looked up at me, barely breathing. He was already dead. He just didn't know it yet. All the hate and rage had left his face. He looked like the Jackanapes I remembered, the man I thought I knew. His dying eyes struggled to focus on me. I leaned over him as he said his last words. "Shaman? Why?" And then he died. I sat down hard on the alley floor. I just killed a man I respected, and he died not even understanding why I'd done it. I felt tired, worn out, and this wasn't just because I was no longer wearing my armor. I felt like I'd lost my way. Every breath hurt my bruised throat, and my sides ached from the punishment I'd taken from my own attacks. I tried to work out what had just happened, and couldn't. Was that what happened when you knew you were dying? Everything just stopped making sense? Roxy knelt beside me. "Taken out by my own spell. I'll never live it down. Are you all right, Eddie?" "Not really, no," I said. She looked me over quickly. "Are you injured anywhere?" "Probably." She tried to work a simple healing spell on me, and swore harshly when nothing happened. "It's the talk," I said. "It's working so hard now to protect me from the poison, it won't allow anything to affect me. I'll be okay in a minute. I've had worse. Just let me get my breath." She sat down on the ground beside me and leaned against my shoulder. She looked like Roxy, but she felt like Molly. We sat together for a while, saying nothing. My breathing slowly eased, and my various aches and pains retreated a little. I looked at the dead jackanapes. "What am I going to do now, Jack?" Roxy misunderstood me. "Leave him here. Our business in the Wolf's Head won't wait. The club management will see the body is taken care of." "I've killed again," I said. "You had no choice," Roxy said fiercely. "It wasn't your fault." "He was almost a friend," I said. "One of the good guys." "He didn't act like one," said Roxy. "Someone must have messed with his mind." "Maybe," I said. I started to get to my feet, and then stopped as I saw the dagger lying on the ground beside me. I armored up my right hand, picked the knife up by the hilt, and looked the weapon over. The blade wasn't glowing anymore. It seemed like just an ordinary knife, one he could have got anywhere. I snapped the blade in two, just in case, and threw the pieces away. I made my armored glove disappear. The temptation to wrap myself in my full armor and feel strong and well again was almost overwhelming, but I couldn't afford to give in to temptation. Because if I hid away in my armor, I might never come out again, and I still had work to do that couldn't be done by a Druid. I got to my feet, slowly and carefully, making the odd pained noise as my injuries protested. Nothing was broken, it was just pain. Roxy got up too, standing close, ready to help if needed. She thought I didn't see the concern in her eyes. I looked down at the dead man, one last time. He deserved a better death than this. "We all do," said Roxy. I looked at her. "Once we're inside the Wolf's Head, we need answers, but we can't tell anyone why. No one can know Eddie Drood is compromised." "If Jackanapes is anything to go by, I think that ship has sailed," said Roxy. "The word is out. People know." "We can't afford to assume that," I said doggedly. "The longer it takes for word to get around, the more time we'll have to operate freely, before the predators start circling." "Is that really it?" said Roxy. "Or is it that you just don't want your friends to know that you're dying?" "I haven't got time to deal with sympathy," I said. "But they could help. Go places we can't. Talk to people who wouldn't talk to us." "Molly." "You have to be the hard man, don't you, Eddie?" "Yes," I said. "I have to be. Because it's the only way I can do this." "No one will think you're weak," said Roxy, "if you ask your friends for help. Are you really ready to risk your life rather than have them think less of you?" "That isn't it," I said. "You don't understand." "What? What don't I understand? Explain it to me." "Dr. DOA got to me in my family home," I said, "where I should have been safest. The only way he could have done that was with the help of someone who knew how to get to me, someone I thought I could trust." "Someone inside your family?" said Roxy. "And if Dr. DOA can get to my family, he can get to my friends. There's only one person in my life I know I can trust, and that's you." "All right," said Roxy. "What do we say when people want to know why we're asking questions about Dr. DOA?" "Shaman Bond always wants to know things. I said. I spent years establishing his insatiable curiosity. Everyone will just assume he's working on some new con, or asking on someone else's behalf, because that's what he does. I'll concentrate on Dr. DOA. You see what you can find out about the survivors, who they are, what they do, and how best to get in to see them uninvited. No problem, said Roxy. People will talk to Roxy Hazard, because she has a well-established tendency to kick the crap out of people who give her a hard time. I smiled briefly. Remind me, what is the difference exactly between Roxy Hazard and Molly Metcalf? Roxy wouldn't put up with half the crap from you that Molly does. Fair enough, I said. Let's go crash the Wolf's Head. I walked over to the opposite wall and growled certain words at it. A silver door appeared, set flush with the brickwork and deeply etched with threats and warnings in angelic and demonic script. I could read most of them. There was nothing new and nothing that bothered me. I was pretty sure some of the earliest examples had been written by members of my family. "This is Shaman Bond," I said to the door. "And Roxy Hazard," Roxy said proudly. I pressed the palm of my left hand against the silver slab. The metal felt hot and sweaty, like a living thing. I didn't flinch. I'd encountered worse in my time. There was a worryingly long pause, and then the door swung open, acknowledging our right to enter, which was just as well. The door has been known to bite the hands off people whose names weren't on the guest list. Probably just as well for the door. With the mood I was in, I was more than ready to armour up and kick the door right off its hinges if it gave me any attitude. Perhaps the door sensed that. I strode in, with Roxy strutting proudly at my side. Not so much like conquering heroes, though, more like supplicants in the underworld. Inside the Wolf's Head Club, it was all mayhem and music. Neon strip lighting, furniture so modernistic you couldn't tell what it was supposed to be half the time, and a long high-tech bar that looked more like a modern art installation, designed by someone with a real fondness for absinthe. Giant plasma screens covered the walls, endlessly broadcasting intimate and indiscreet details from the lives of the rich and famous, without their knowledge or approval. Glimpses into secret headquarters and hidden bunkers, film stars at play and politicians making deals, little gods and lesser demons lying down together. The very latest music slammed and pounded on the air, while girls with hardly any clothing on danced their hearts out on spotlit miniature stages, just because they could. The Wolf's Head is where the weird people go, the heroes and the villains, the living and the dead, and all the others stuck somewhere in between. To drink and gossip, draw up plans for the saving or damning of civilization, to look for a new con or pick one another up. Just like any bar in London, really, except that the clientele are a little more exotic. Laughter and tears, romance and death threats, all human and inhuman life is here, ready to embrace you, if you can stand the pace. The usual familiar faces were making the scene. Waterloo Lillian, the transvestite showgirl, looking impossibly glamorous in her dark fishnet stockings, crimson basque and tall ostrich feathers on her head, was arm-wrestling with Janissary Jane, the mercenary demon fighter. Up close, Jane's combat leathers smelled of smoke and fire and dried blood, just like always. A man who claimed to be immortal was earnestly discussing quantum theory with a serial reincarnator over a bottle of wine that was old before Atlantis sank. A nurse with a starched white uniform half-soaked in fresh blood chewed hungrily on a human heart, while a halo of flies buzzed round her head. And Monkton Farley, the famed consulting detective, stood with his back to the bar, holding forth to a crowd of adoring disciples, while they hung on his every arrogant word. The roar of conversation rose and fell as everyone swapped the latest news, hammered out dodgy deals, and plotted to throw some poor unfortunate to the wolves. Games were played, reputations were made and ruined, and a good time was had by all. I nodded to Roxy, and we split up, heading off through the packed crowd in different directions. I took my time, smiling and nodding to everyone and working the crowd with practiced charm. I had questions, and I was determined to get answers, but I couldn't afford for anyone to see how desperate I was. As long as I was the casual, easygoing Shaman Bond, people would tell me anything, just for the joy of spreading the news, and a chance to do someone else down. But if they got the idea the information had a value, then the price would go up, and up. I didn't have the time or the inclination to bargain, and I didn't feel up to just beating the information out of people. Besides, that was what Eddie Drood did, not Shaman Bond. Just another reason why I prefer being Shaman. I looked round the club, taking a breather for a moment. I'd known good times and bad at the Wolf's Head, with friends and enemies, and a whole lot of people who drifted back and forth between both. It seemed to me I should be feeling better because I was moving among my own kind in so much good company. But if anything, the sheer seething vitality of the crowd just made me feel worse, like I didn't belong here anymore. This was a place for people with plans and hopes and a future. Part of me just wanted to turn and leave, run away from something I couldn't be a part of anymore. But I didn't. I had a job to do. So, as on so many occasions before, I put on a smile I didn't feel and went to work. I don't think Roxy even noticed my moments of melancholy. She was too busy grinning at everyone and waving happily to old friends, playing up to the crowd, laughing and sparkling effortlessly. Everyone seemed pleased to see her, and only too ready to buy her many drinks. She clapped people on the shoulder and on the back, kissed cheeks and mouths, and knocked back any drink anyone cared to put in her hand. She was loud and lewd, big and boisterous, and laughter followed wherever she went. It was a hell of a performance. A small part of me was angry that she could be having such a good time while I was dying. I felt angry at the crowd around me. How could all these people be enjoying themselves so much? Didn't they know I was dying? Well, no, of course they didn't. That was the point. But I still felt jealous of their happiness, of their casual assumption that they still had years ahead of them. Time to do whatever they wanted. I'd never been scared of death in the field, in the heat of the moment going head-to-head with some powerful opponent over something that mattered. But this slow departure from life, having it all taken away from me bit by bit, seemed so horribly unfair. I surprised myself then with a sudden harsh smile. It wasn't like me to brood. I'd fight my death like I'd fought every other adversary, with everything I had, because that was what I did. I plunged into the crowd again, greeting familiar faces, exchanging gossip, and quietly slipping in the odd question about Dr. DOA. I kept crossing paths with Roxy as we moved back and forth, following the same leads to the same people. No one seemed too surprised that Shaman Bond and Roxy Hazard should know each other. Shaman was famous for knowing everyone. But I was surprised to discover just how many of our mutual friends and colleagues knew the Roxy of old, and didn't seem to connect her with Molly Metcalf at all. Or did they know, and were just pretending to be polite? Not for the first time, I wondered how many of the club's regulars had always known Shaman Bond was also Eddie Drood, and kept quiet to keep the peace. Everyone wears a false face of some kind at the Wolf's Head Club. I made my way to the long bar and ordered my usual ice-cold bottle of Beck's from one of the many bartenders with exactly the same face, because they were all clones. The management ensure loyalty in their staff by growing their own. You really don't want to know about their retirement plan. You can order any kind of drink at the Wolf's Head Bar. Succubi's Tears, Muse's Breath, and Quetzalcoatl's Revenge, none of which are trade names. Ponce de Leon's Sparkling Water and Shoggoth's Old Peculiar. Rumour has it the club's management keep their bar stock in another dimension, because they're afraid of it. My Beck's went down nice and easy, soothing my throat and easing my aches and pains, and I was surprised to find I'd emptied the bottle. I went to ask for another, and then stopped myself. No telling what booze might do to me in my current condition. I put the empty bottle down on the bar and turned my back on it. I had to be on top of things while I still had things that needed doing. I hated having to make such decisions, hated not being able to be effortlessly strong and confident like I used to be. Just another thing Dr. DOA had stolen from me. Just another reason to track him down and take it out on him. It occurred to me then that I could just stop here at the Wolf's Head, abandon the chase, give up on my revenge and spend what time I had left enjoying myself with friends. I could go out easily, among good company. But a cold, hard part of me would never accept that. I had been wronged, and I would have my vengeance no matter what it cost me. I put on my smile again and went back into the crowd. I moved easily through the closely packed people, letting the crowd's currents take me where they would, smiling and nodding to people who nodded and smiled at me. Shaman was glad to see everyone, and they were always glad to see him. because Shaman always knows the best stories and the latest gossip, and is always ready to lend an ear to a new plan, or a heart's pain. And he's always good for a laugh. But no matter which conversation I joined, I always found a way to steer it round to Dr. DOA. Who was he? Where was he? How could he be contacted? But it turned out that as far as most of the club's patrons were concerned, Dr. DOA was just another urban legend of the hidden world. Some people believed in him, some didn't. Some thought he was the semi-public face of a secret society, so the world wouldn't be able to work out why they were killing off certain significant people. Others believed he was just a front for a Druid assassination squad, though others quickly pointed out that the Druids have never been bashful about anything they do. Someone else suggested Dr. DOA was a franchise, that someone was secretly funding any number of Dr. DOAs, making it possible for anyone to become the anonymous killer for the right money, and thus have their true motives obscured, hidden behind the mystery that was Dr. DOA. I quite liked that idea, but couldn't believe my family wouldn't already have known all about it, and done something about it long ago. We don't like competition. There were all kinds of stories about Dr. DOA, and once I'd started the ball rolling, people stumbled over one another to chime in with the ones they'd heard. It was never anything that could be confirmed. He was a man or a woman, a group or an organization, or just a mirror for our paranoid times, because someone had to take the blame for all the murders that were never solved.